alla nostra vice direttrice Gianna Fusco, che introduce appunto il nostro convegno.
Good morning everybody and welcome. Welcome to this wonderful conference that Simona and Beatrice have organized for today. It is really a pleasure for me to be here and to welcome you. Oh, should I speak to the mic? So maybe it's better if I sit for the mic? Okay. So as I was saying, it's really a pleasure for me to be here and welcome you all to this conference, and also on behalf of our director, who is at the moment speaking at another conference, so it was absolutely impossible for him to be in two places at the same time. But I am particularly happy to have the chance to do this myself, because as Simona knows, I've got a certain interest for this specific line of research that she is pursuing about the material culture and the heritage of colonial empires. I am an Americanist. I basically work within American studies, and these questions somehow come to me through the old debate about the cancel culture in the United States and the heritage of slavery and all of that. So I think that it is particularly timely for us to be discussing this here, and for our country, especially Italy, in its relationship with its own colonial past. I think it is the right time, the right moment, and it's, if you want, long time due that we, focus on that and we try to understand what our relationship is to that complicated past. So I don't have very much to say, because I only have to learn, from what you're doing, and I truly look forward to reading whatever is going to come out of this conference. I'm sorry I'm not able to participate in the conference to really be here and listening to all the talks, because I'm teaching today, and we're in the middle of the semester, and it is absolutely impossible. At the same time, I want to welcome you all here, and welcome to guests who are online, speakers who are online, and I wish you a very fruitful conversation in this couple of days, and I look forward to hearing from Simone and Beatrice, what the outcomes will be. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, I will be very brief in introducing this conference and explaining what it means. As you can see, the program is rateful full, so I won't take time away from our guest presentation, and especially from the discussion. This meeting stems from a research project entitled Materials of Empire, Rethinking the Italian Colonial Heritage, which the University of l'Aquila financed last year, and for which I am the scientific lead. There are many aims for this project. First of all, investigating the way in which a national imperial heritage has been built in Italy since the end of the 19th century. Then, analyzing the acquisition of objects and artifacts from the colonies and their displays in museums. Finally, exploring the Italian colonial archive, its permanence over time, and the idea of otherness that it implies. This project responds to requests from various disciplines that, abroad more than in Italy, have been questioning the colonial dimension of heritage and its possible decolonization for some time now. Beatrice Valculci is also participating in this project with a focus on ethnographic museum collections. In Italy, research is in its infancy, especially in the field of historiography, but many things are changing both within and outside the world of academic research. For example, in 2021, the Ministry of Culture set up a study group on colonial collections at the Committee for the Recovery and Restitution of Cultural Property. I am a member of this group along with Christian Greco and Andrea Vigliani, who are participating in our conference. The study group has started to census the materials in some Italian museums. Our aim is to stimulate new research and new museum practices. In recent years, institutions and associations have promoted meetings and discussions on colonial heritage, highlighting the attention that civil society in Italy is partly showing on this issue. Various universities have also launched doctoral and research grants on the theme of colonial heritage, creating new avenues of investigation. Of course, as I mentioned, I hope you are at the dawn of what will be a new season of studies. However, we can say that we are in a positive moment for discussion, even if the difficulty of coming to terms with the colonial past is still here in Italy and abroad. The conference that begins today has one goal: to discuss the materials of empire starting from various case studies, including the Italian case. The chronological span of the intervention is wide. We are looking at the mid-19th century to the present. In this long period, we'll try to trace the political function of the objects, their role in defining imperial hierarchies, the role of scientific and museum institutions in promoting otherness, and the racialization of this otherness during the 19th and 20th centuries. So we will examine the subjects, the places, the times, and the ways in which coloniality emerges as a fundamental element of modern definition of heritage. We will also try to explore the imaginaries connected to this heritage and their function in the process of political legitimation of institutions and, in the Italian case, of regimes, the fascist one, for example. Another theme addressed is that of sources through which we can analyze the materials of empire, primarily written and visual sources, most often produced by those in control of a heritage narratives. Is it even possible to deconstruct these narratives by bringing out other readings as early as the 19th and 20th centuries, when the plundered subjects of the materials of empire actually made their discovery and musealization in Europe possible? How can the materials we are talking about be studied from the point of view of other subjectivities when they have been silenced by colonialism? There are many related questions, of course. How does the us-them relationship function in the age of decolonization? What role do supranational institutions such as UNESCO play in this relationship? How much coloniality remains in the museums, in the knowledge, and in the scientific practices of heritage to this day? A reflection appears thus, is entirely viewed in our contemporary times. Is it really possible to decolonize heritage? How much does the public memory of colonialism, with all its removals, ambiguities, continuities, and discontinuities, favor or hinder this process? How can we intervene on this memory? And above all, is it possible to do so? These are all questions that are by no means easy to answer, but which will be tackled during this 2 days with the idea of growing the debate. I'll leave the floor to Beatrice, and then we'll start with the first presentation.
Thank you all for being here in l'Aquila. It's a pleasure to have you. I just have a few practical remarks. So the conference will be both in Italian and English. Some of our students are here, but some of the speakers prepare a synopsis for some of the speakers that will be presenting in Italian prepared an English synopsis that they will pass around. We're live streaming, so also good morning to everyone who's online, and there will be a registration of the two-day conference. We encourage the chairs to keep the speakers within 30 minutes, please. There will be a discussion at the end of each panel, so the chairs will be moderating the final discussion, and then we will have breaks and lunch for a further discussion, we hope. I think that's all. I don't want to waste any more time, and I will introduce our first chair, which is Giuseppe Di Natale. Giuseppe is an art historian and researcher here at Università dell'Aquila, where he teaches. He got his PhD in Florence in contemporary art history and worked for 4 years as a curator and responsible for exhibitions at the Palazzo dei Diamanti in Ferrara. And his research focuses on non-figurative painting in Europe in the post-war period and on the reception of foreign artists in Italy. So, il microfono lo lasciamo qua. Sì, sì. Excuse me.
Okay, hello everybody. It's a pleasure to present the first conference. Martin Cottenier is an historian and anthropologist and works at the history section of the Royal Museum for Central African in Tervuren. He specialized in museum history, history of science, and colonial culture and history of Congo. His paper title is From Evolutionism over the Fusionism to Nazism, Joseph Mies and the Central African Lebensraum. Yes. Yes. Sorry for your name pronunciation is Martin.
Martin Cottenier, yes. Yes. To share, yeah. Okay. Okay. So hello, good morning everybody. My name is Martin Cottenier. So I'm a historian and an anthropologist, and I work in the Tervuren Museum in Belgium, which is a very ex-colonial institute and helped to organize colonial propaganda in Belgium, and it's linked closely with the figure of Leopold II, or the king, the Belgian king. So I mainly study the history of the Tervuren Museum and other museums in Europe and history of science. And I also participate in the more recent debate about decolonization, restitution, and the repatriation of human remains. So I'm the promoter of the HOME project in Belgium, which is a project that is organized in close collaboration with Congolese, Rwandese, and Burundese diaspora, and with Congolese in Kinshasa and Lubumbashi. I can't go into detail about this project here, but let me summarize this project by stating that it is, of course, a project about power and the question who is in control over certain collections. And we see that the same museums that helped to colonize Africa and Central Africa are now trying to decolonize the same space. And so according to me, that is the utter form of arrogance that is possible. I mean, believing that you can colonize something decolonize something that you have colonized is, to me, something impossible. And we talk a lot about co-creation and that sort of stuff. But as we have seen in the home project, there's very little co-creation because of structural inequality, for example, in budgets. My recent work is therefore not about restitution as such, but because I feel that restitution should be discussed by African partners rather than European scientists. And therefore I focus more on European colonial structures, and I try to demythologize this discourse about a supposed African inferiority and an equally supposed idea of European progress. And I have found out that the stereotypes that have been created in colonial times are very persistent and still influence the debate about restitution today. For example, that Africans are unable to have their own opinion and need the support of Europeans to come to some sort of rational decision. I try to do this demythologizing in different ways. So, for example, I organize exhibitions in Tervuren. And last year and this year we organized an exhibition on human zoos, which I did in collaboration with Pascal Blanchard from Paris and Zana Etambala, a colleague of mine. And so this exhibition sheds light on a darker page of Belgian history and fights the idea of a sort of rational museum that is able to structure knowledge. I also try to do this by several publications. So I made a paper about the statue of Nekuku, a chief in Boma, in the west of Congo. And I studied ways of collecting and exhibiting and the role that objects play in colonial propaganda and how this can be changed. I also wrote a paper about Arsène Maton and the ways he collected plaster casts in Kinshasa in 1911 and how he used these plaster casts to reaffirm racial boundaries. And then I recently published in History and Anthropology a paper on the early history of the Tervuren Museum, and where I found out that there is a close link between Congo Free State and the museum, military history, and the power struggles within Leopold II's colonial administration. And that's where I developed a thesis about humility and arrogance, and these ideas will be central also in this talk today, which deals with the period after World War I. So the interbellum, and then I will end by Second World War. And so all these attempts try to correct the image of this all-knowing museum and tries to create a more humble look on formal colonial institutes. And I see this as a way to facilitate a more moral approach to recent debates about so-called decolonization. And I want to create, so the final goal is to create communication on a more horizontal level and not so much in a top-down military style of communication. So my talk today is about Joseph Maas. Joseph Maas was a Flemish geographer who worked in the Tervuren Museum between 1910 and 1944. He was the head of the ethnography department and he was very influential. So he was collection manager. He published scientific articles and books and made the exhibition. So he controlled all the stages of objects coming in and until the exhibit. And so he played an essential role in colonial propaganda in Belgium. And here we see a photograph of Joseph Maas in Congo. He went to the central region around Maindombe Lake just before the First World War, and he collected more than 1,000 objects there. These are all things that I've discussed in my book, Congo Exhibited. which deals with the period 1882-1925. But today I want to discuss the period afterwards, so 1925 until 1944. And this period is very interesting because Josef Maas collaborated during the war with German occupation and was then, after the war, convicted for economic collaboration and was sentenced to prison for 20 years. And I presented already this paper in Leiden a long time ago, but never had the opportunity to publish this, so this is the perfect opportunity to do so. To explain how Maas came to Nazism, I have to start in 1910 by explaining that he started with evolutionism, then moved to diffusionism, which were the anthropological paradigms of the day. But then he did not switch to functionalism, like Malinowski or Radcliffe Brown, but switched to Nazism. And I mainly want to discuss his idea about Boers or Afrikaners that were in South Africa. And he envisioned this dream of a Central African Lebensraum where Flemish or Dutch-speaking colonials in Congo would join the Boers or Afrikaners in South Africa, and so they could form this Germanic community in Central Africa. Maas was an adherent of the Flemish movement in Belgium, so you should know that Belgium at that time was really dominated by French-speaking politicians, and around 1910 you see this clash between Flemish or Dutch-speaking colonials and French-speaking colonials. We see this also in the paper I wrote on Arsène Maton, who also came from the west of Belgium, like Josef Maas, and so they speak this strange dialect. And a lot of missionaries, Schutist, also came from the coastal region of Belgium, where my family is also from. And so there's a lot of agriculture and a lot of peasants. And the French-speaking colonials looked down on those people by stating that they were just ordinary people. You shouldn't deal with them. So Maas started off as an evolutionist. So he, in the beginning, he tried to range objects on an evolutionary scale. So, for example, in musical instruments, they would start with a trunk, a tree trunk, and then it would move over to a drum, and then a nice sculpted drum in the form of an animal or something. And so that was exhibited to explain that certain objects evolved and became more technical. And so with string instruments, you have 1 string, 2 strings, 4 strings. The resonated cage was added, and then at the end was the Spanish guitar, for example. So that was this evolutionary line they created. Then after a trip to Germany, where he met Ankermann, a German diffusionist, he shifted to diffusionism, and then he was fascinated by morphological resemblances. And so if you see objects in museum collections that looked alike, he presumed that there was contact. And so this went on and on and on until a certain level where he thought that Congolese culture originated in Egypt. So that was his idea of African history. So Maas was very fascinated by Germany, and this, of course, became very problematic after World War I. Germany, as you all know, had invaded Europe during the war, and especially in the west of Belgium, in the coastal region around Ypres, they caused this complete devastation of landscape, architecture, human life. And so these stories are also in my family history. I can see the pictures of the devastated landscapes in my grandmother's living room. So this was really, really present in Belgium memory. And Maas' fascination for Germany in that context was highly problematic. And so this is not only a history of imperialism and nationalism and colonialism, but is also about family history. And so you see how this biographical approach, by looking at one person, can really offer a view on macro history and micro history. And so this can really, it's a good methodological approach to mix micro with macro. As you also know, World War I was not only fought in Europe, but also in Africa, where Germany wanted to create the Middle Africa Empire, which would range from Dar es Salaam until Boma. So they already had Ostafrika, which is now Tanzania, but they wanted to invade Congo to link the Indian Ocean with the Atlantic Ocean. And then the German troops were defeated by the Belgian army, Belgian colonial army, which was led by white officers, but was mainly constituted, of course, by African soldiers. In this global context, Ma's position became very problematic, as I explained, especially in the 20s, where he still had contacts with German scholars. He also received German colleagues interviewing, and he published in German journals. This inevitably caused conflict within the museum. So he was in conflict with French-speaking colleagues and unionists. And he, for example, protested against the installation of a memorial in the Congo Museum that commemorated the lost lives during World War I. And here you can see a Belgian flag, where it is noted that one of the guards of the museum died and that his colleagues are thinking about him. And so this was seen by Maas as a provocation. So the Belgian flag to him was a sign of something that he didn't want in the museum, bilingual colleagues or French colleagues. Ma's position became more and more radical in the 1930s. He protested against the use of French in the museum, for example, in publications, museum labels, correspondence, museum hierarchy, and also on signs on the museum. So this is the backside or the rear entrance of the museum. And so you see the indication Musée du Congo, which is French, of course, and not Congo Museum, which would be the Flemish title. And this was also seen as a provocation to Maas. Even after Adolf Hitler took over control in Berlin, Maas still had contacts with German colleagues and showed admiration for his colleagues who organized expeditions in Congo, despite reparations they had to pay and the financial difficulties. And this admiration was also fueled by the inability of Maas to travel to Congo anymore, because he was in conflict with director Schoutheden. Maas was unable to go to Congo after the First World War, while his colleagues were got funded to go to the colony. And this might also be an explanation why Maas tried to obtain more power outside of the museum. And I think he wanted to be director of the institute, and because he failed, this offers an explanation of his attempts to gain more prestige and recognition outside the museum. His position became even more complicated after he joined the VNV, which is the Flemish National Association, a radical right-wing party that openly sympathized with NSDAP. And here we see Maas, the tall man with the beard and the glasses, in the front row of a demonstration in Brussels for amnesty for the persons who were convicted for collaboration during World War I. So this is 1937. And he's next to Staff de Klerk. And Staff de Klerk was the creator of VNV, and he openly sympathized with Hitler and supported the deportation of the Jews, etc., etc. Maas was schooled in Tielt, which is a local village on the west coast, in the St. Joseph College. And at this school, one of his teachers was Cyril Verschaven, who was one of the activists during World War I. And Verschaven then became, during World War II, he became one of the most prominent supporters of National Socialism and one of the most radical collaborators during the war. And possibly it was Verschaven who already aroused Maas's interest in Flemish nationalism, nazism and Afrikaners in South Africa. So then the war started and Maas didn't back down. So he engaged more and more within the VNV. He was, for example, one of the silent soldiers, as they were called, and one of the first to sign Staatsdeclarer call to join the VNV in 1940 and support Nazi Germany. He still welcomed German colleagues in the museum during the war, published in German journals like Kolonie und Heimat. He held conferences in Germany, so he was invited in Köln in 1941, and he spoke about Rwanda and Burundi. And Rwanda and Burundi that was a highly problematic subject because Rwanda and Burundi were former German colonies, or was part of East Africa, and was given to Belgium in 1921 as a mandate. He also had further contacts with German colleagues, for example, Hugo Adolf Bernatzik, an Austrian ethnologist and a member of NSDAP, and Maas participated in his 2-volume Afrika, Handbuch der angewandte Volkerkunde, and again Maas delivered a text on Rwanda and Burundi. And then the most problematic thing was that Bernatzik contacted Maas on the demand of Franz Ritter von Epp, which was a high-ranked officer close to Himmler and Hitler. And von Epp asked Bernatzik to contact Maas to obtain maps of the Congo, maps that included political borders, the main roads, ways of communication, and the main populations. And in correspondence with Bernatzik, it was clear that Maas envisioned this colonial empire led by Leopold III, which was also a highly controversial person during the war. And in one letter he wrote, "Vive l'Euro-Afrique, unsere Lebensräume." So that after the war, these letters were then confiscated by justice, and that was really the main argument to convict him. As I explained, Maas was very frustrated inside the museum because he was not allowed to go to Congo and to get a higher rank within the museum. And so he tried to obtain more prestige outside the museum. For example, he was nominated professor at the Ghent University and during the war obtained additional courses and replaced professors who joined the resistance. He also started teaching at the Institute of Tropical Medicine in Antwerp, which is located in Flanders, in the north of the country. And there he envisioned this Germanic colonial training. His son was schooled there. And this can be seen as a revenge for a missed nomination at the Colonial University of Antwerp, which was a very French-speaking colonial institute that was created by the Minister of Colonies, Louis Frank, in 1920. So already before the war, but mostly during the war, Maas developed this idea of a Euro-African Lebensräum. So Maas stated that the Belgian Congo had to remain Belgian territory, and he protested against any foreign influence, not only by German but also by Italian expansionists, and also refused to welcome the international Jewish and plutocratic forces, as he called them. And so the Congo had to be occupied by Flemish people and not by Jewish Heimatlosen, as he called them. According to Maas, Congo had to become very important after the war, economically, but could also offer room for migration for the overpopulated Belgium. And in contrast to the Belgian system of colonization that worked with colonizers, so Belgian colonizers were sent for 3 years to Congo and then had to return. And so there was also always this presence of male, young, healthy white people that were constantly replaced, but the white man was always there. And Maas stated that colonists were needed, that went over there and stayed there with their family, had children there, and started farms and really started a life there instead of each time returning. And so he protested against the economic exploitation of Congo by these large colonial trusts like Union Minière and Comité Spécial du Katanga, because these large companies needed large territory for mining, for example, and so colonists that occupied certain regions for farming then blocked their attempts to open mining. But for Maas this was impossible because the colony had to benefit the total Belgian population. And so he was an admirer of Victor Jacobs, a former lawyer who moved to Congo and started a farm. So as I explained, Maas was really fascinated by agriculture because he came from the west of Belgium, where agriculture was very present. So in Belgium now they say that in this region there are more pigs than people. So you have an idea of it's a very flat landscape, very fertile, and so a lot of farming going on. And a lot of cows and pigs are raised in that region. And so Victor Jacobs also created a farm and a large stock of cows. What Maas didn't tell was that Jacobs was engaged by a mining company and that his farm supplied food for the workers in the mines. And as you know, Union Minière used very cruel tactics to employ people in the mines. They used camps, for example, that were invented by the English in South Africa. And I'll come to that later, the concentration camps. So Maas was very much in favor of this colonist idea, and he saw Congo as a room, sort of El Dorado for new futures. And especially Katanga was a place of healthy and permanent agriculture colonization. And he stated that it would benefit both the North Sea land and quote-unquote Negro people. And he was especially in favor of medical and educational support. Not so much in political and economic independency, but this really colonial discourse on progress that had to be realized by European presence. And these are already present in a book or a museum guide that Maas wrote in 1925. So you see the same picture returning with the indication Musée du Congo, which was for Flemish people a provocation. And in this museum guide, he already stated that the museum, so the Congo Museum where he worked, had to cure a Belgian disease. And that disease was the fear of emigration. And so the museum had to offer a view on new horizons and new possibilities for the Belgian youth. Note that this book was not edited by the museum, but by the Sickle. And the Sickle was a company that was led by Eugène de Bock. And de Bock was also an activist during World War I. And he was fired from the city library after the war. And so this book was not for sale in the museum in 1925. And you can't find it today in the library Interviewing Today. So still the book is not, you can't consult the book Interview. Maas's idea about this Euro-African Lebensraum were really developed in private correspondence with Bernard Zick. And there he explained that he personally wanted to contribute to this future colony. And in 1943, he still stated that he wanted to return to the Congo and to serve the empire. Both his sons were implicated in colonial administration during the war. One of his sons had 2 daughters in Congo. And so Maas envisioned that he would return to Congo to meet his sons and his granddaughters that he had never seen before. And then my final point is about his dream about this Central African Lebensraum where the Boers and the Flemish would join. I think that is really a fascinating idea. So he was really in favor of a union between Flemish in Belgian Congo and Afrikaners in the Orange Free State and the South African Republic. And to Maas and other participants in the Flemish movement, the Dutch-speaking Afrikaners that resisted to the English during the Boer Wars were really an example for Flemish that had to fight for their language rights in Belgium against the French-speaking elite. And so you have this large group of politicians, writers and scientists, including Cyril Verschaven, who openly referred to the joint battle of the Boers and the Flemish against domination. And the word domination is really a central word in Flemish movement. So there's this mantra going on that Belgium had been occupied and dominated by the Romans, by the Franks, and then by the Spanish, and then by the Dutch, and then finally in 1830 they were liberated. So, and the sun came down. So this domination is really a central word in Flemish movement. And so Maas also pointed out to the shared language, culture, and a racial origin. So the Flemish and the Afrikaners joined this Germanic source. So that's linked him with Nazism also. As Michael Mebis, a professor at Kent University, has shown, this interest was also shared among Afrikaners. So from the 1870s onwards, Afrikaners migrated northwards to Angola, Namibia, Zambia, and also to Congo. And so Flemish colonials in Congo felt supported by the presence of Afrikaners in Kivu, Kwangu, and especially in Katanga, where Maas's sons were stationed. And so, for example, Louis Frank, which was the Minister of Colonies after the war, was really fascinated by South Africa. And he visited the region already in 1914. So Maas stressed the union between the Flemish and the Afrikaners and looked for evidence of this joint history up until the 17th century. And so he looked for Flemish and Dutch colonials in Central Africa. And then, of course, these people were not Flemish or Belgian, because Belgium didn't exist at that period. But he really looked for people that were born in the north of Belgium that already went to Central Africa. And he also referred to the role of the Flemish missionaries. So his brother-in-law, for example, was a Schutist who worked in Congo. And so the goal was to prove that the Flemish were a colonizing people in the past and would be a colonizing people in the future. And the Afrikaners in his publications were then portrayed as brave men that had resisted foreign influence and had kept their language and customs in spite of English domination. And he also admired the Afrikaners for their way of colonization and the central role of agriculture. And that could serve as an example for Flemish farmers. To end my presentation, I can state that Maas's dreams were, of course, never realized. The Germans lost the war. And so in September 1944, one day after Belgium was liberated, he was arrested. He was no longer paid by the museum. He lost his pension. He he lost his civil rights, so he couldn't vote anymore. And in the museum, he was replaced by Maasen, which was a student of Olbrecht's, man with whom he was in constant conflict. And then different people interviewed and started to testify against Maas. So the mayor, his hairdresser and postman made statements about his unpatriotic attitude, his subscriptions to German journals, his close connections to the VNV, and his presence in a bar in Tervuren on the right side, aux Armes d'Angleterre, which was frequently visited by German officers, and Maas joined them in heavy drinking. So people in the town, this is the market here, people in the town really spoke about this unpatriotic attitude. And people who know Tervuren, maybe not, but might notice that this bar was then demolished after World War II. Maas, who was 63 by then, was sentenced in 1945 for 20 years of imprisonment. And so that was the most severe punishment. But he was then released in 1950 as part of the amnesty campaign. And so he spent in total 5 years in prison in 14 different institutes that Maas himself referred to as concentration camps. So very problematic choice of words. Maas then moved to Schaarbeek, and in 1951 his wife died, and he himself died as a very bitter man. And so until the end of his life, he kept sending letters to the Ministry of Colonies, and these letters show that his ideas about the role of the Flemish in Congo and the Central African Lebensraum remained unchanged. And so he died the 10th of June 1960, which is 20 days before Congolese independence. So I hope this paper has shown that museums are not these monolithic blocks as we often think of them. So museums are not producers of rational knowledge all the time. They also serve colonial propaganda, European politics, and sometimes very personal and very personal aspirations. And I hope that this paper can contribute to a more moral and humble attitude in the future, where we can discuss decolonization and restitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, for your paper. And it's a pleasure to introduce Beatrice Falcucci, which is a postdoc at the University of l'Aquila, where she teaches contemporary history. After obtaining her PhD at the University of Florence, she was fellow at the American Academy in Rome and Fondazione Einaudi in Turin. Currently, she is fellow at the Royal Netherlands Institute in Rome, and her research focuses on Italian colonialism and colonial science and the collection from the former Italian colonies in Italy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So like our first speaker, I'll be presenting a case study that might be telling, I hope, with this entangling between microhistory and macrohistory, as Martin said, that I find interesting. I'll be presenting in Italian. I hope it will be easy to follow. No synopsis, because you know how these things go. I should have maybe, but I hope you will understand. And if not, of course, during the discussion, please ask me anything. Ok, so dalla fine del XIX secolo i confini tra esotismo e scopi scientifici nella rappresentazione dell'Africa si confondono nei resoconti e nelle immagini e nei film prodotti dagli europei, che realizzano prodotti strumentali all'agenda e ai desideri dei colonizzatori. Immagini e narrazioni sull'indomabile e pericolosa flora e fauna africana, sulla caccia grossa e il safari, giocarono un ruolo centrale come strumenti dell'amministrazione imperiale e della diffusione della conoscenza del mondo coloniale. Come sottolinea Jeffrey Richards, for ordinary people, the empire was the mythic landscape of romance and adventure. Most people were not bothered about the actual condition in the empire. It was the imagery which they absorbed and endorsed, and that imagery was romantic, adventurous and exotic. Per inquadrare concettualmente la mia analisi, farò riferimento a Stephen Forrester e Graham Hagan, secondo i quali l'esotico funziona come un sistema simbolico, addomesticando ciò che è straniero per il pubblico metropolitano. Come tale è uno spazio discorsivo che sia crea che controlla il culturalmente diverso, fornendo forme di traduzione culturale che aiutano a definire in primo luogo le identità metropolitane. Il significante esotico, cioè il segno visivo che compone una data rappresentazione dello spazio altro, cambia il suo significato secondo diversi formati politici e imperativi culturali. Ciò significa che la stessa immagine, lo stesso oggetto, possono assumere diverse connotazioni sociali in diversi contesti di ricezione. Ed è quello che accade nelle collezioni naturalistiche di mio interesse e che vedremo insieme. La caccia grossa africana è stata ritenuta una delle tante forme di affermazione coloniale di superiorità e dominio su tutte le specie, umane e animali, identificando quindi una relazione stretta tra the glorification of white masculinity and 20th century reception of primitive Africa, especially as constructed through the natural history museums that hunters supplied with specimens. Questa è Angela Thompson nel suo libro fondamentale Hunting Africa, British Sport, African Knowledge and the Nature of Empire, che continua così. The growing interest and glorification of Africa big game hunting after 1880 also made hunters' account an increasingly important conduit for information and images of Africa. Hunters' encounters, as interpreted by themselves, shaped imperial knowledge and myths about Africa. When someone needed advice on how to access that space, it was not explorers, settlers, or missionaries he sought out. Hunting narratives fed contemporary desires for story of exotic adventures, mainly enterprise and colonial conquest. I cacciatori divennero dunque un punto di riferimento nell'attività coloniale, come esperti conoscitori del territorio, della popolazione e dell'ambiente locale, ma anche, permettetemi, come testimonial, diciamo, al pari degli esploratori, due figure che a volte coincidono, di un modo di vivere avventuroso ed eroico, che poteva ispirare i cittadini metropolitani e instillare in loro l'amore per il progetto coloniale e per l'impero. La caccia, insomma, aiuta, tra le altre promesse economiche e sessuali, a vendere il sogno africano della vita in colonia e in generale il sostegno al progetto imperiale. Nella sua opera del 1988, Empire of Nature, Mackenzie dimostra in primo luogo come la caccia sorresse l'espansione britannica in Africa e successivamente la preservò, anche con l'avanzare delle prime istanze, per esempio, di protezione dell'ambiente e conservazionismo di specie animali a rischio di estinzione, come di fatto una celebrazione del dominio imperiale e dell'elite bianca e maschile non solo sull'ambiente e sugli animali, ma anche sulle popolazioni locali e sulla popolazione bianca povera, esclusa dal virile big game. A inizio del Novecento, tra l'altro, iniziò a crescere sempre di più il numero di donne, soprattutto in ambito anglosassone, che partecipavano ai safari e al big game. E addirittura la battuta africana di caccia grossa divenne una meta d'elezione per coppie facoltose in viaggio di nozze. Non mancarono i critici verso tale versione considerata edulcorata e commerciale della caccia, con un certo snobismo da parte dei veri cacciatori, che accusavano i turisti di praticare una caccia fasulla, in cui si sparava agli animali sulla porta dell'albergo. La polemica, in ogni caso, ci restituisce perfettamente il polso della situazione e la popolarità che tale sport aveva ormai raggiunto. Poco o niente, invece, è stato scritto per quanto riguarda il caso italiano, sicuramente più limitato in termini spaziali e temporali, ma assai rilevante ai fini di comprendere tutte le sfaccettature non solo dell'esporre coloniale, ma del colonialismo stesso. In Gran Bretagna, come in Italia, la caccia grossa catturò l'immaginazione, producendo manualistica e cronache di viaggio, da volumi preziosi di enciclopedie dedicate alla caccia ad articoli su riviste economiche e popolari. È significativo in questo senso che i primi documentari dedicati alla natura africana vennero creati tra Uganda e Kenya tra il 1909 e il 1910, dal famoso fotografo britannico Kerry Kearton, che girò Native Lion Hunt, African Animals e durante un safari con Theodore Roosevelt in Africa, con l'intento di permettere anche a chi non poteva muoversi da casa di conoscere la fauna del continente nero, creando di fatto poi il documentario dedicato alla fauna esotica come lo conosciamo oggi. Per l'Italia l'attività documentaristica, naturalistica ed etnografica, pur avviata da Luca Comerio e Giovanni Vitrotti durante la conquista della Libia, venne pienamente espressa solo durante gli anni '20, con il documentario Etiopia del cronista Guelfo Civinini del 1924, e soprattutto da Mario Creveri, che documentò la spedizione di Franchetti in Dancalia su incarico dell'Istituto Luce, e su questo torniamo. Per Mackenzie, così, hunting accounts and images were promoted, defining what many in the metropole knew and imagined about Africa at the turn of the century, anche attraverso i musei, quindi veicolo per eccellenza l'esposizione di mondi altri e lontani, che beneficiarono delle donazioni dei cacciatori, dato che, sempre secondo Mackenzie, artifacts, trophy, and photographs offer rich displays of imperial mastery and domination that could be easily displayed in the metropole. Se negli anni '80 dell'Ottocento, quindi, la Gran Bretagna poteva vantare un meccanismo legato alla produzione, alla promozione e musealizzazione del big game hunting assai ben rodato, l'Italia vide le prime popolari pubblicazioni di caccia grossa, quelle di Vittorio Tedesco Zammarano, edite solo negli anni '20. E soltanto alla fine degli anni '30, quello che ormai era un impero, poteva vantare strutture e infrastrutture tali da proporre safari e battute di caccia a prezzi competitivi. Oltre a quanto fatto da Italo Balbo, cacciatore egli stesso in Libia per incentivare il turismo, in Africa orientale italiana, a Addis Abeba, 2 raccolte avrebbero dovuto originare un museo, in programma nel 1940 e mai realizzato, a causa dello scoppio della guerra. La raccolta ornitologica governativa di Addis Abeba, che contava circa 300 esemplari, e la raccolta zoologica della Sovrintendenza della Caccia. Tali progetti in colonia sono da inserire nell'ambito di un disegno per sviluppare il turismo faunistico venatorio, a cui si ispiravano anche le nuove leggi locali della caccia del 38-39. E proprio la funzione delle collezioni che vedremo a breve rientrano in questo progetto culturale, prima ancora che faunistico e naturalistico. Vi presento alcuni esempi di allestimenti dell'epoca e anche attuali, cercando di costruire una riflessione più ampia. Quello che trovate nella slide è un esempio tipico di esposizione di una raccolta venatoria di caccia grossa. Sono più o meno degli anni '20 queste immagini. A destra trovate, alla vostra sinistra, trovate una raccolta legata a esperienze di età liberale, è la raccolta ornitologica di Camillo dal Fiume, ospitata presso il Museo Civico di Storia Naturale di Verona. Si tratta di un dono, oggi non più in esposizione, di 602 uccelli provenienti dall'Eritrea e cacciati dallo stesso dal fiume nel corso di 2 spedizioni tra il 1902 e il 1905. Alla vostra destra, invece, vedete le collezioni dei reali di Giuseppe De Reali nella sua villa in campagna, nel Trevigiano, e vedete un allestimento simile a una Wunderkammer, quindi un setting preciso che restituisce un'idea di Africa nera come una terra vergine, primordiale, selvaggia, misteriosa, luogo di avventura e di pericolo reale. Ma chi era De Reali? De Reali, la cui collezione è questa proprio che vedete, è oggi conservata al Museo di Storia Naturale di Venezia, la sua collezione consta tipo di 1000 reperti più o meno. Il conte De Reali era figlio del senatore Antonio De Reali e fu esploratore, cacciatore, ma anche sindaco e poi podestà durante il fascismo in questo piccolo comune del Trevigiano. Qui trovate appunto l'immagine dell'interno della sua villa. E viaggiò spesso, accompagnato anche dalla moglie Amelia, nel Congo francese, belga, in Sudan, Etiopia, Eritrea, Kenya, Uganda e Libia, realizzando ben 12 viaggi in Africa tra il 1898 e il 1929. In tali viaggi si dedicò alla caccia di una grande varietà di animali africani, un passatempo che di fatto collegava un po' gli interessi e lo stile di vita della vecchia aristocrazia, di cui pur lui faceva parte, al lavoro degli scienziati, degli zoologi, oltre che legarsi agli aspetti economici e turistici che abbiamo visto dello sfruttamento delle colonie. I trofei e le collezioni che De Reali riportava in Italia nei suoi viaggi venivano, in un richiamo quindi alle più classiche pratiche dell'antica nobiltà, messe in mostra nella villa di famiglia, nella quale si mescolavano cimeli e trofei di caccia, animali impagliati, anche fotografie scattate dallo stesso De Reali. Inoltre De Reali nella sua villa teneva alcuni animali africani liberi, in giardino di fatto, un antilope, un ghepardo e anche uno scimpanzé. A questi affiancava la compagnia di Mohamed Ersi, un maggiordomo eritreo della zona di Keren, che di fatto completava questo prolungamento dell'esperienza africana in Italia, nella sua villa del Trevigiano. Quello che vedete qua è l'allestimento attuale della collezione al Museo di Venezia, come vi dicevo prima, che conserva, a mio parere, un po' lo spirito originario, quindi questo gusto per il trofeo. Un altro esempio, le collezioni Franchetti a Reggio Emilia. Sulla figura di Raimondo Franchetti, anche lui proveniente da una ricca famiglia ebraica, tra l'altro da parte di madre, bisnipote del celebre Leopoldo, teorico della colonizzazione agricola a fine Ottocento e inizio Novecento, verrà chiamato il Lawrence d'Arabia italiano. Su di lui è stato scritto molto, sia mentre era in vita sia dopo la sua misteriosa scomparsa, sino a farne un personaggio quasi leggendario. Franchetti durante l'infanzia legge Salgari, si nutre di questi classici della letteratura d'avventura e viaggiò sin da giovane e per tutta la vita in Malesia, in Cina, in Africa, per poi combattere anche durante la Prima Guerra mondiale. Nel 1921 Franchetti visita il Kenya, dove conosce il duca Amedeo d'Aosta, tra l'altro, l'Uganda e l'Etiopia meridionale. E si recò proprio dall'Etiopia meridionale a piedi in Somalia, riportando in patria una serie di documenti, dati, informazioni che gli valsero la nomina a socio d'onore della Società Geografica Italiana. In tale occasione Franchetti cominciò ad interessarsi al progetto di acquisire all'Italia una parte del territorio etiopico che permettesse di collegare la Somalia all'Eritrea. E tra il 1928 e il 1929 si avventurò a tale scopo nell'esplorazione della Dancalia. Il 7 agosto del 1935 il velivolo su cui Franchetti stava viaggiando esplose poco dopo il decollo del Cairo, in circostanze non chiarite, sollevando anche ipotesi di un attentato. Franchetti venne tumulato in Eritrea, come da sue disposizioni, dove ancora oggi si trova la sua salma. Ecco, la sua collezione personale, quella che vedete nell'immagine, fu donata dai suoi eredi, che permettono di sottolineare questo aspetto sentimentale dei trofei di caccia, che è un'altra cosa che mi preme evidenziare. Infatti, diversamente da quanto accaduto per gli oggetti etnografici, che arrivano quasi subito al Museo di Reggio Emilia, praticamente senza transitare per casa Franchetti, i trofei di caccia rimasero nell'abitazione del barone sino alla sua morte e anche dopo. Ciò evidenzia l'importanza che tali oggetti, diciamo, di prestigio, ricordi legati alla caccia grossa, ricoprivano nella vita privata degli esploratori e cacciatori, ma anche il significato pubblico che si potevano assumere una volta esposti alla cittadinanza nei musei civici. Quindi i trofei di caccia e gli animali preparati e raccolti da Franchetti sono esposti in questa sala dal gusto ottocentesco a Reggio Emilia, nella quale busti, armi e trofei sovrastano queste vetrine dense di reperti in esposizione. Dopo il loro arrivo nel museo, il primo nucleo, nel 1933, parte degli animali erano stati ambientati in questa ricostruzione particolare che potete vedere qui a destra, questo diorama. Di fatto questi animali che vedete vengono cacciati nella savana, in realtà vengono posti tra la sabbia all'ombra di una palma, come se la scena si svolgesse in una specie di oasi nel deserto. Quindi, in modo forse involontario da parte dei preparatori, l'ambientazione non rispecchiava l'ambiente in cui effettivamente questi animali vengono cacciati. Rispetto alle vaste distese della savana si vuole dare un'idea di Africa che poteva essere nell'immaginario dell'epoca, dei reggiani influenzati quindi dalle immagini che potevano aver visto sui giornali o nei cinegiornali, giardini e viali di Tripoli o Mogadiscio, un'Africa coloniale, diciamo, ideale. Ecco, quello che mi preme fare con questo paper è quello di presentare queste collezioni non soltanto come dei singoli casi di studio, come gli esempi che abbiamo visto adesso, ma come una riflessione sulle collezioni in quanto prodotti culturali, inserendole in un orizzonte più ampio, che poi può essere anche un modo per capire, secondo me, come disinnescarle oggi. Sicuramente le collezioni zoologiche e naturalistiche sono più complesse di altre tipologie di materiale, ci sono poche domande di restituzione, anche se non nessuna, come vedremo, ma spesso dagli stessi curatori non sono riconosciute come collezioni coloniali. Resta sicuramente molto da fare, come abbiamo detto, per il caso italiano. E sebbene le narrazioni del safari e del turismo naturalistico siano state spesso ignorate come uno dei risultati moderni del colonialismo, proprio il safari coloniale ha fornito informazioni sia visive che narrative nelle colonie italiane, contribuendo alla creazione di un vero e proprio sguardo turistico, touristic gaze, che sopravviverà alla fine stessa del colonialismo. Quindi, per provare a indagare a fondo la colonialità e la storia di questo tipo di collezionismo, vi propongo l'esempio di Vittorio Tedesco Zammarano. Chi è Zammarano? Zammarano da giovane si iscrive all'Accademia Militare di Modena, conobbe le colonie africane fin dalla guerra italo-turca, alla quale partecipò, viaggiando poi in Somalia per conto della Reale Società Geografica Italiana e del Ministero delle Colonie. Lì si cimentò come naturalista, cartografo e regista, realizzando il suo primo film nel 1922 dal titolo Ixunt Leones, il cui libro uscì l'anno successivo. Al contrario, Il Sentiero delle Belve uscì prima come libro d'avventura e poi nel 1929 come film. Uscì come libro d'avventura, nel 1929 e come film nel 1932. Zammarano scrisse anche libri per bambini come A Zanagon non pianse e Cuore saldo a Cacciagrossa, entrambi del 1934. Mi interessa quindi sottolineare il rapporto sia tra raccolta e collezionismo naturalistico, ma anche tra la raccolta e l'opera cinematografica e letteraria nella produzione di Zammarano, e il contributo nella costruzione degli immaginari coloniali e della feticizzazione della fauna africana. Infatti, Se la caccia grossa era un'attività riservata a pochi esperti, abbiamo visto, e turisti, ricchi turisti, esploratori, la letteratura popolare, i cortometraggi e le sale dei musei hanno contribuito alla diffusione di tale immaginario. Vedremo come non soltanto abbiamo libri e film, ma abbiamo la raccolta faunistica che si materializza in Italia, nei musei e nel giardino zoologico di Roma. Infatti, proprio nell'introduzione a Ixunt Leones, Zammarano scrive di aver scoperto 45 nuove specie di mammiferi in Somalia e di averne raccolto esemplari per il Museo Coloniale di Roma, dove venne allestita una sala col suo nome, che potete vedere in questa immagine qua. Preme notare che Zammarano era pienamente consapevole del bisogno di adattare il proprio messaggio a diversi pubblici e lo fa attraverso quindi diversi strumenti e diversi media. E vedremo come non si tratta soltanto di appunto feticizzare la fauna africana, ma anche rappresentare l'elemento umano in connessione ad essa. Zammarano in Ixunt Leones, il libro, ma anche nel Sentiero delle Belve, il film, conferma l'importanza della tecnologia e degli strumenti tecnici all'interno della sua attività di caccia e scoperta. Egli trascrive elenchi molto dettagliati degli strumenti di caccia e di ripresa che usava nelle sue spedizioni. L'attenzione alla descrizione dei fucili, delle pistole, dei mirini, dei cannocchiali va di pari passo con resoconti completi delle luci, delle pellicole e degli strumenti fotografici. Ecco, questo accostamento ravvicinato di armi, luci e attrezzature per la creazione di immagini non è motivato semplicemente dalla necessità di rendere conto di tutti gli strumenti. Piuttosto, affermare che la dicotomia tra strumenti di offesa e di illuminazione è solo apparente, nella misura in cui sussiste una specie di alleanza segreta, diciamo, che mira allo stesso obiettivo: illuminare il continente nero. Dunque, cacciare, filmare e raccontare sono da considerarsi fasi di un unico atto, cioè la visualizzazione, classificazione e dominio del paesaggio africano selvaggio e dei selvaggi, umani e animali, che lo popolano. Pensiamo anche solo al fatto che dai safari di caccia oggi siamo passati ai safari fotografici e che la parola shooting va bene in entrambi i contesti, sia sparare che fotografare. Ci sono 3 tematiche principali che analizzeremo. La feralità del paesaggio, quindi fin dall'arrivo di Vittorio in nave in Somalia è subito chiaro che la Somalia è selvaggia. All'approdo di Capo Guardafui, che vediamo nelle prime scene del film, questo capo è descritto come, cito, un leone in agguato, scolpito nella roccia ferrigna, una belva millenaria. Ovviamente il tema della caccia grossa, che vedremo nel dettaglio in alcuni filmati. Zammarano scrive che la Somalia, cito, si offriva come un campo ancora vergine per le indagini zoologiche. E poi il terzo tema è quello dell'addomesticamento e dell'italianizzazione del territorio, della fauna, delle figure femminili, che viene raccontata e ritratta, filmata, rappresentata nel museo, nei film e nei prodotti a stampa. L'alterità che gli animali incarnano, ma anche gli umani, e vedremo anzi spesso le due cose vengono fatte coincidere da Zammarano, è sicuramente stata conquistata. Il film non ha una trama, di fatto è abbastanza inconsistente come anche il libro, si tratta di un susseguirsi di episodi per lo più di caccia, uniti a momenti dal sapore etnografico, ma ci sono anche delle scene di vita militare e negli accampamenti e breve scene di guerra. Il primo filmato che vi mostrerò e che vedete in alto è quello del Carnevale delle Bestie. Di Zammarano ci informa che è appena finito il Ramadan e dunque si svolge questa celebrazione, questa fantasia, in cui gli uomini travestiti impersonano diversi animali. E vediamo subito questa mescolanza tra il piano umano e animale. Le due cose sfumano effettivamente negli occhi di Zammarano. e la danza è definita ovviamente grottesca. Nel secondo filmato, quello in basso invece, vediamo una donna intenta a pettinarsi i capelli con un oggetto che tra l'altro è spesso presente nelle collezioni somale dei musei italiani, cioè questo pettine dei denti molto lunghi in legno, fatto in legno. Ecco, l'aspetto curioso è che un'immagine simile si trova anche nella pagina del volume X und Leones, quindi vediamo una fotografia con la didascalia che dice donna somala, però essa è totalmente slegata da ogni contesto. Nella pagina a destra, che forse non riuscite a leggere, forse sì, si parla di caccia alle antilopi. Quindi l'immagine della donna che si pettina interrompe un testo dedicato alla caccia, suggerendo che la donna non sia altro che un'altra preda del cacciatore italiano. Perché non parte? Ah, ok. Le scene di caccia sono ovviamente romanticizzate, enfatizzate e sono ovviamente il cuore del film. E qua abbiamo il paragone filmico e letterario tra l'uccisione di due animali di grandi dimensioni molto rappresentativi che sono l'ippopotamo e il rinoceronte. La loro uccisione, di fatto, sancisce la vittoria dell'uomo bianco sulla natura africana, che è stata quindi scoperta, conquistata, filmata e descritta. Ancora una volta però vediamo come l'immagine dell'animale ucciso nel libro sia inserito in mezzo a una pagina che parla di tutt'altro, ovvero della tribù degli Uitò, o comunque così si riferisce a loro Zammarano, che sono definiti come parte di una razza inferiore. Per quanto riguarda il filmato della caccia, vediamo come il rinoceronte viene accerchiato dagli indigeni che di fatto fanno, il lavoro sporco per i cacciatori italiani. I cacciatori indigeni strisciano nella fitta vegetazione, ci fa intendere Zammarano, ricordando con i loro movimenti essi stessi i movimenti degli animali selvatici. Possiamo dire che in generale tutte le scene che ritraggono la caccia mostrano un comune denominatore. La fauna esotica rappresenta di fatto la colonia stessa, finalmente soggiogata. Vediamo anche questo aspetto di addomesticazione in questo filmato. I cuccioli di ghepardo sono addomesticati e vengono nutriti dall'uomo come fossero gattini. Di fatto sono italianizzati e del tutto, perché vedremo, mangiano gli spaghetti, che sono forse la cosa più universalmente italiana che ci sia. I cuccioli italianizzati sono considerati più fortunati, avete forse visto passare la slide, perché sono vivi e giocano invece vicini alle spoglie di quelli selvaggi che sono stati cacciati. Qua vedete la fine del film e in questo spezzone vediamo un'altra prova della transmedialità e della vasta gamma di tecnologie utilizzate da Zammarano, quindi l'utilizzo dei cartoons per riassumere la distribuzione della fauna somala da lui incontrata nel corso del viaggio. Un aspetto anche quasi infantile, ma che ancora una volta ci sottolinea quindi la diversità di pubblici e di tecnologie impiegate. E torniamo al Museo Coloniale di Roma. Il museo rappresenta il luogo dove la propaganda coloniale fascista trovava piena attuazione, in una moltitudine di forme diverse di rappresentazione. Venne inaugurato nel 1923 a Palazzo della Consulta, quindi parentesi, casualmente lo stesso anno in cui esce X und Leones, per volere del Ministero delle Colonie. E da allora ha fatto parte degli strumenti attraverso cui diffondere l'immaginario coloniale, ben oltre la caduta del regime fascista. Il museo resta infatti in funzione fino al 1971, pur attraversando cambi di location e chiusure. Nel 1932 il museo si sposta in via Aldrovandi, accanto al giardino zoologico, di cui potete vedere le immagini, E questa vicinanza, ancora una volta, non è casuale tra uomini e soggetti, tra uomini, soggetti coloniali e animali esotici, abitanti delle colonie, anch'essi. E in questo contesto viene allestita la sala che vi facevo vedere prima, dedicata a Zammarano, con gli animali impagliati, le pelli e i suoi trofei di caccia. Purtroppo questa è l'unica immagine che ho trovato ad oggi e non è particolarmente bella, ma rende l'idea. Zammarano donò trofei animali anche al Museo di Storia Naturale di Milano, campioni di mammiferi di tutti i tipi, dagli struzzi ai dic-dic, zebre, rettili, pesci, di cui scoprì addirittura alcune nuove specie, tra cui un pesce siluriforme a cui venne dato il nome dell'esploratore. Anche questo aspetto della nomenclatura su cui vi spingo a riflettere, non mi posso soffermare, ma è importante sottolinearlo. Tuttavia, la maggior parte degli animali trovarono la via di Roma, non solo prede di caccia, ma anche animali vivi. Al giardino zoologico, che si trova appunto in continuità ideale e fisica con il Museo Coloniale, Zammarano donò numerosi leoni, coccodrilli, genette. E non solo, negli anni 30 Zammarano illustrò infatti il progetto di creare un centro di raccolta e acclimatazione nell'area del Basso Giuba, in Somalia, per animali da inviare poi a Roma. Brevemente, Zammarano scrive poi sull'utilità economica di incoraggiare la caccia in colonia, in funzione imperiale. Dicevamo delle aperture, dei progetti di apertura del museo di Addis Abeba, incentivare la caccia, il turismo venatorio. Ma si hanno anche delle sopravvivenze post-coloniali. Zammarano continua ovviamente a pubblicare i suoi resoconti delle battute di caccia anche durante il periodo dell'amministrazione fiduciaria della Somalia, il trustship sulla Somalia, ex Somalia italiana, e si ha una continuità anche negli zoologi che operano in Somalia tra periodo coloniale, amministrazione fiduciaria e oltre. Ma ecco, il modo di guardare la natura africana non è molto cambiato. Questo è un'agenzia di viaggi italiana, si chiama Viaggi Tribali e propone safari in Etiopia, ma a livello, come dire, più ampio pensiamo ai grandi parchi africani, come ad esempio il Kruger, in cui si possono ammirare i cosiddetti Big Five, che non sono più da uccidere ma da vedere, fotografare e collezionare, quindi le immagini di tutti e 5 i Big Five, quindi appropriarsi comunque, anche se in modo diverso, della natura africana. Cosa stanno facendo i nostri musei a riguardo? Poco, almeno rispetto alle collezioni di storia naturale. Quello che trovate qua in alto è un'immagine dal Museo di Storia Naturale di Parma, dove ci sono le collezioni di Vittorio Bottego, anche lui cacciatore, esploratore, una figura interessante su cui non mi soffermerò in questa sede. Questa è una foto che ho fatto io nei depositi mentre pulivano, la trovo molto divertente perché c'è questo cartellino che dice 100 anni di polvere, 100 years of dust, che secondo me è un buon segnale di quanto poco la questione sia stata affrontata. Tuttavia abbiamo avuto anche degli esempi di restituzione, questo esempio che riguarda la testuggine gigante viene dalla Nuova Zelanda, quindi un soggetto a restituzione che ricorda l'importanza degli animali presso le comunità che sono state soggetto coloniale, ad esempio. E abbiamo invece qua il Museo di Nottingham, che cerca di contestualizzare i trofei come frutto dell'imperialismo e del colonialismo con questo pannello, anche se la modalità di esposizione rimane quella classica che abbiamo visto per esempio nel caso di Venezia. Vorrei concludere la mia esposizione con quest'opera di un'artista sudafricana, Tambo, How Powerful You Must Have Been to be Wanted to Be Dead, 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 che è stata esposta alla Galleria Continua di San Gimignano nel 2021. Rappresenta la pelle, quindi appesa alla parete, quindi il trofeo coloniale per eccellenza, simbolo del dominio avvenuto, della conquista. Però questa pelle, invece che, come dire, distesa, come solitamente è, è accartocciata su se stessa, è stata accartocciata tramite il calore di una fiamma. La trovo molto forte, molto interessante, ma soprattutto ricorda la necessità di guardare anche a queste collezioni con occhio critico, riconoscendone la colonialità e la storia e il portato che esse hanno. Vi ringrazio per l'attenzione.
Thank you, Beatrice. Grazie, Beatrice. We can open the discussion now, and after we can have the first break. So, do you have some questions for... Ok. Come preferisci? Tu me l'avevi detto. Possiamo continuare? Break. Ah, you have a question. Okay, please. I have the question too.
The three cases, they are from the 1920s, 1930s, but on the UK case, they are like early ones. So my question is, which is the model that you have for this life?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, because it's hard to hear.
No, I'm fine here. So it's about it seems to me that in the Italian case, the collections are later. They are from the 1920s and 30s. By comparison, for example, the UK and other countries. So is this related to the fact that the Italian conquest of Ethiopia was late on?
Yeah.
It was in early 20th century, so is it related to that?
In my
Do you
opinion,
have different ways of display according to the Italian ways of display and, let's say, the English ways of display?
So the answer to the first question would be yes. Even if Somalia, for example, was a colony starting from the 1890, of course the conquest is finalized during the 20s, and the same for Libya. The same goes for Libya. So we have the so-called pacification of Libya at the end of the 20s. So that's those years are really the turning point for Italian colonialism. So the end of the 20s and the beginning of the 30s. So I would say that the answer to the first question is yes. And on the other hand, I think the comparison it stands. I mean, the collections are displayed in a quite a similar way between Italy and other countries. Of course, I'm only talking about the natural history museums or trophies collections within colonial collections. I would say it's. The similarities are more than the differences, and I think that's also part of the reason why the imagery about safari and safari culture in general and big game hunting, it's pretty much, I would say, the same among European countries. Also the products like films and photographic reportages, I would say they're pretty close. So yes, I would say yes.
Yeah, but then you have a difference between, in these cases you just have Africa, and in the UK cases you have, for example, India.
Yeah, of course.
Asia.
Of course. Of course, no, I'm only referring to the African collections as Italy only had.
There are another question.
Sì, buongiorno, Tommaso Cassini, Università di Milano. Il caso del Museo di Via Aldobrandi attualmente ha l'allestimento del Museo di Storia Naturale del Comune di Roma. Ci sono zone in cui ci sono anche cose che appartengono al museo coloniale, naturalmente. Ecco, che tipo di riflessione si può fare su questo lacerto, diciamo, questa incudine, no? Che in qualche modo si pone tra il collezionismo naturalistico, quindi anche scientifico, che ha delle ragioni anche che vanno a ricasco di questo fenomeno, no? Cioè gli scienziati hanno lavorato poi in questo ambito, no? Ecco, non so, una riflessione su questo, e poi è bellissimo la questione dei libri per bambini, dei cartoni animati per bambini, stimolati.
Sì, che conferma poi com'è che certi topoi visivi si sono di fatto mantenuti quasi intatti fino a oggi. Nei libri per bambini la fauna africana è presentata più o meno così. E per quanto riguarda la prima domanda, sì, ed è interessante che comunque nei locali dove prima c'era il museo coloniale, maybe I'll answer in English. Okay, so where first was the colonial museum that I show in the picture, so close to the zoological garden. Now there is a zoological museum. So again, yes, institutions come and go, but it's funny to think about the, let's say, continuities. And in the zoological museum in Rome, by the way, there is the Zavattari collection, which is a huge collection coming from the former Italian colonies, and Zavattari was one of the scientists that signed the infamous Manifesto della Razza. So there are again continuities even there. And what they try to do in the zoological museum nowadays is to keep a few rooms, like period rooms of the time, and then the rest of the exhibition. I think it's interesting, of course, to keep one room as it was in the 20s or 30s, but it has to be contextualized in a very clear way, which is not the case at the moment, I think, in my opinion, at least. So probably they would have to dive into the coloniality of the whole display a bit more. And yes, some part of the collection of natural history that was part of the former colonial museums they're now Colonial Museum of Rome. They're now in this zoological museum that it's where the former colonial museum was. I know it's pretty intricate, all of this story.
I have two questions for you and for Martin. Do you want to come here? Yes. Beatrice, I see this kind of mise en place of the animals, no? Like the jaguar on the zebra, and it's very strange because it reminds me some image of paintings of the of the first period of the 20s, and there are a connection of this mise en place and the history of painting. What do you think about this? Because as an art historian, it's a thing that surprised me. It's for you and.
Do you want to ask even the other question and then me?
Okay. And the question for Martin is that you say that Joseph Mies collect by area, like musical object and statue and after animals also, no? And you think that this kind of method of collection, it was an intention of education also? for people, an education of the other continents, of the African continents, or only an intention. It was only an intention of colonialism, or also educational intention.
Yes, Joseph Maas, as I explained, was responsible for the collecting of the objects, of the collection management, the scientific study, the exhibition, but also performed as a museum guide. So he had these guided visits where he explained to the public his goals. And so in the beginning, the ethnographic exhibition was arranged by evolutionism, which has this educational benefit that you could argue that Africans were very primitive and that that was central in Belgian colonialism, that the African was perfectible. So he could evolve. That was really central in the colonial propaganda. And so the contact with Europeans benefited their progress. So museums really functioned in that discourse. And when you know that Tervuren Museum was visited by 500,000 people every year, this institute was very, very influential. And so all the school children from Belgium came to the museum, and their first contact with Africa was in Tervuren. And so they left with the idea of the big five, lions, elephants, rhinoceros. And then they had, so the nature dominated Congo. And then you have primitive Africans living there. And then the end of the exhibition was on Belgian presence in Congo. So they really needed Europeans to come to some sort of civilization.
Vuoi aggiungere qualcosa?
Sì, alla tua domanda. So, and also, I think now I remember the name of the artist, Henri Rousseau Le Douanier, and also the image of the animal, the little jaguar that live with the humans and have the chance to live with humans. I don't know if now is the same for us. I think, for example, some example of zoo, like a zoo safari that which exists in Puglia, and where the people can see the animals like scimmie, leoni, etc., in live, like a safari. So I don't know if the idea, if yes.
I think it does.
Yes.
I think the idea comes from there. And I think there is pretty much there is a lot to tackle still about our relationship with the natural world, let's say, and in the colonial natural world. And it's interesting what you said about paintings. As you mentioned paintings, I was thinking about the classical paintings. Yes. So also, it comes from a long way of relationship between human and nature, of course, exotic nature even more. So this idea of the lotte between animals, exactly, and also between humans and animals, like Ercole Leone or something like this.
Yes, and also in the picture of I have an image of a picture of my grandfather, which was in a part of the colonialist war, and it was like a fiction, posed with a local like this, and He was like this. It's have some relationship with this kind of mise-en-scène of the animals in battles.
You can basically replace the
Yes.
human and replace an animal.
Exactly,
or vice versa,
exactly.
And it's exactly would be the same kind
Yes,
of image.
yes,
Definitely.
yes. Okay. Some other questions? Okay. Please.
Yes, thank you very much for the two very insightful presentations. My question goes to Beatrice. I would like to know whether maybe it's true that the Italian colonialism started a bit, let's say, later, according to other European nations. But I would like to know whether you have maybe any idea of such images that have been used to frame colonial way of appropriation of foreign spaces before the formal colonial period.
Yeah.
And secondly, I would also like to know whether by this Samarano you have investigated maybe possible influences from other colonial nations or colonialists, maybe from Germany or
Yeah.
France and so on.
Yeah. So the answer to the first question would be absolutely yes, but not just from Africa. Lucy Ryle's latest article from last year was about the building of an exotic imagery by Italians in Peru at the end of the 19th century. So and Peru, of course, never became an Italian colony. But we have a lot of collections coming from Peru in our museum, and it happens that they are displayed close to what it's later called the Italian colonial empire, for example. So you have this informal presence of Italians there, like in a significant number, and they start to collect things and write books and take pictures. So of course you have, not just before the Italian Empire or the birth of the outset, let's say, of Italian colonialism, but even in places that never became Italian colonies. So this idea of exotic and the building of an exotic imagery, it's definitely there, I would say, and it's not connected, not necessarily connected to something that it's like a colonial presence or a colonial administration. And that's particularly true if we think about, of course, the representation of the fauna and the natural history museums. So it's not, of course, just collections from the Italian colonies. It's more of a way of looking at the animals from all the world that it's not Europe, let's say. And it's not Italy, especially. So that would be the answer to your question. The second question, yes, of course, Vittorio Tedesco Zammarano was in touch with hunters from all over Europe, Germany, France, and Great Britain. And at some point, of course, he wasn't hunting only in the Italian colonies, he was hunting also in other countries that were part of other empires. So you definitely have this kind of exchange of ideas and practices, maybe. But I will have to look into this a bit further.
Okay. So we can go to the rinfresco at the third floor, and after we can recommence the discussion. Thank you. Okay, we can start this second part of the journey with Dr. João Figueiredo, sorry. He has a PhD in Night Studies in History, Empire, Politics and Post-Colonialism from the University of Coimbra in 2017. A postgraduate diploma in Human Rights from the Faculty of Law of University of Coimbra, and a BA Hons in Anthropology from the Faculty of Science and Technology of the University of Coimbra. His paper title is Restitution and the Colonial Propaganda of the Portuguese New State, the Case of the Dundo Museum, 1954-1974. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Giuseppe, for the introduction. And I would like to begin by thanking Simona and Beatrice for organizing this event and for inviting me. I do believe that these smaller conferences are a way better way of meeting colleagues and discussing ideas than the big events, because in those you never have the time to properly present your work and to meet your fellow conveners. So, as you can see now, I'm actually working at the University of Münster, where I'm part of the Keitenburger Kolleg, which is this very cute German title I cannot pronounce, but I work with legal unity and pluralism. And the work I'm going to present to you today began with an anecdote. So, in 1954, the Portuguese restituted the Benin bronze to Angola. Now, the first time that I submitted a paper about this, the conveners of the conference actually returned me the email and said, look, there was a mistake. You probably meant Nigeria, because they came from Nigeria, not Angola. And I had to reply back to them, no, it's Angola. So from this anecdote, I wanted to it became the research question. How did the Portuguese Empire, or the company Diamang, which was a huge majestic company operating in the northeastern provinces of Angola, ended up restituting a Benin bronze to Angola? That was correct. And after 3 years of researching this topic in and off, because I was working as a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Lisbon in the meantime, also working with legal pluralism, I finally submitted an article, which is now in peer review. So the research I'm going to show you today is the result of this 3 years in and off research that culminated in an article, but all comments are welcome because I still have to address the peer review, so I can still include it. Now, my interest in this, and I'm gonna show the microphone, so this, okay. So I'm gonna show a lot of PowerPoints. They have dates, they have timelines, and it can become complicated. So I try to synthesize a takeaway message from this PowerPoint to make it more accessible. And what I'm gonna do today is what Dan Hicks in the British Museums defines as a necrography of these looted objects. And by necrography, he means an assessment of the human cost of these pillaged objects. So instead of doing normal, of course, we can be more or less critical, but instead of doing provenance research on these objects, he proposes that we should focus on studying the impact they had on the wider societies and take that into consideration in our discussions about restitution, what to do after, during, and before to prepare it. So my takeaway message would be 2 points. The first, that these objects, the Benin bronzes in the Portuguese case, are but it could be argued for any kind of looted object or objects from colonial extraction, are part of complex assemblages, or what are called constellations of objects, inspired by actor network theory, that include very different kinds of objects, from archaeological artifacts that can come from the colonies or elsewhere in the world, to human remains, naturalia, and scientific collections. So when we are doing the necrography contrary to normal provenance studies, we should focus on these wider networks instead of focusing only in the provenance of these objects. And the second takeaway message is that the artists, curators, and scientists, or other scholars that use these assemblages to back up their theories only manage to have an impact in society by influencing the politicians and legislators that in turn were doing this kind of legislation that was then applied in the colonies. So sometimes I go to these kind of conferences and I see people doing cultural studies, but then they never mention how those things came to influence materially the people in the colonies. Now, from an iconography, I'm interested in saying, look, the looted Benin bronzes in Portugal actually led to this, or influenced this kind of legislation that then in turn had this kind of consequences. So I'm a very materialistic approach that traces the different steps of this link, because otherwise I think that we're locked a bit in the history of ideas, which not always gives you a precise idea of the impact. Now, as I go, I'm showing some of the pictures. If you have any question or if you want to know about the origin of them, I can explain, because these are some of the pictures that I use in my article, but they're not subtitled here. Now, that said, this presentation has this following structure. I'm gonna very quickly discuss the provenance of the Benin bronzes that are owned today by the Lisbon Geographic Society, and these were the first ones coming to Portugal, and they were the ones triggering all the popular discourses and all the theories about the Benin bronzes in Portugal. And then I'm gonna go through chronological stages, to these 3 chronological stages, until on the 4th section I actually talk about this Benin bronze head that is restituted to Angola and had an impact on late Portuguese colonialism. So, first section, and these are the Benin bronzes that are owned still today by the Lisbon Geographic Society as they were exposed in the Porto Colonial Exhibition in 1934. So I'm going to read what we know about their provenance. So as we all know, on 18 February 1897, British expeditionary forces razed Benin City. This resulted in the looting of more than 4,000 iron and bronze pieces from the royal palace of the Oba of Benin. A part of the bronzes was immediately shipped back to England as official war booty, where the Foreign Office distributed it to the officers involved in the campaign, or auctioned it to cover the cost of the expedition. Concurrently, soldiers sold unofficial loot on the site to diplomats, colonial officials, traders, and other buyers. The German consul, Edward Schmidt, was one of these buyers. Between February and August 1897, Schmidt acquired at least 80 looted Benin bronzes, while representing a trading company in Lagos. So this will give you a rough chronology. In April 1898, Schmidt moved the loot first to Hamburg, then to Berlin, sending some of the objects to Max Schöller, a German sugar tycoon and ethnologue, a self-fashioned ethnologue. So he had inherited a fortune as a sugar manufacturer, and he was presenting himself as a scholar now. On 16 December 1898, Schöller donated the Benin bronze head and other minor ethnographic objects to the Ethnographischen Museum of Stuttgart, now the Linden Museum. This donation assured him the admission to the rank of first-class Knight of the Friedrich Order, an order of merit of the German Kingdom of Württemberg. A month later, in January 1899, Schöller offered 9 Benin bronzes, including 4 Oba heads, to the Lisbon Geographic Society. Now, if he got to be admitted as a knight just for offering 1 to the kingdom, imagine what he got from offering 9 to this institution of the Portuguese Empire. And we can only imagine, because we really don't know. We don't know what he got out of this deal. The Lisbon Geographic Society still presented it as a generous gift because he admired the Portuguese Empire, but, believe it if you wish. So, first section, paving the way for the indigenato system. In the same year, Schöller offered the looted bronzes to the Lisbon Geographic Society. A new indigenous labor regulation was passed in the Portuguese Empire. So, sorry, but I need to go again for the calendars and dates, but I'm an historian now. Scholars of the Portuguese Empire often emphasize how groundbreaking this legal document was, contrasting its anti-assimilationist spirit and its endorsement of forced labor with the imperial project that was previously championed by the liberal statesman Marquês de Sá da Bandeira. So, usually, this is considered a landmark document that marked the transition from the assimilationist of the late liberal kingdom to the more muscular anti-assimilationist policies that would mark the last decade of the monarchy and the first decades of the First Republic. Now, the same scholarship often identifies the legal doctrines of António Enes, as he articulated them in a report from 893 entitled Mozambique, as the main inspiration for the new labor codes. So this António Enes is often pointed as the one who influenced a new generation of centurions, as they were called, to go to Africa, rule different districts, and be with an iron fist, of course. Now, I feel like that while this way of accounting for legal change is convenient, it doesn't pay enough attention to the social shifts that enable the quick spread of Enes' doctrines, ignoring the fact that colonial fairs, museum exhibitions, racist caricatures, and illustrated articles were crucial in establishing the cultural consensus that both legitimized and shaped the new laws. So of course that this was a circular movement. At the same time that all these cultural practices justified the new laws, they inspired amends, they inspired decrees based on them, so it's a circular thing. Law and society are coexist, they are not separate realms. Now this is one of those caricatures from Bordalo Pinheiro, one of the most famous caricaturists from the Portuguese Empire, and they're representing the government nailing a nail fetish, and they call it the god of loans from England. So they're asking a loan from the British, and this is how it's presented. So you can see that there's this cultural presence. Now, during the first 2 decades of the 20th century, as you can see by this caricature, it were the Bakongo Minkizi in Kondi, this kind of statue, that had been looted during the pacification campaigns of the 1890s that seized popular imagination, inspiring political cartoons and satires. Journalists described them as manipansos and fetishes. In 1909, for instance, the weekly illustrated magazine, Ilustração Portuguesa, published a 4-page editorial about African mythology. So it's actually this magazine here, featuring photographs of several Minkizi, which were mockingly identified as idols, manipansos, or as the gods of dance, the gods of delivery from slavery, the god of justice, and the god of marriage. Amidst other fabulous claims, the authors of the article also argued that Bakongo sculptures represented an aesthetic ideal, albeit a gross one and ridiculous one, since all their faces have prominent jaws, their lips are always thick, and their noses are invariably flat, in fact. Besides this racist profiling, so they were doing this racist profiling of the sculptures, the authors also used the portmanteau manipanso to describe these objects, so they were always called manipansos. Now this is a composite word that aggregates the Bakongo chiefly title mani, so the chiefs were called mani, with the Portuguese expression panso or panso, which is a slang used to ridicule pot-bellied men, fat men. So, coupled with the idea that these African sculptures were naturalist representations, their labeling as manipansos had the effect of simultaneously belittling African authority figures, or the gods they were believed to represent, and helping to spread racist stereotypes that characterized the African man as lazy, gluttonous, and venal. It is against this cultural backdrop that Enes' colonial doctrines about forced labor start to gain sway. So at the same time, you have all these Bakongo sculptures coming from Portugal because of the pacification campaigns. They're distributed in municipal museums throughout the country, and they're always referred as manipansos. So these are the fat gods of the black African man who don't work, who don't do that. This just reinforces the idea. And in the wake of this, or simultaneously, you have forced labor legislation that in the preamble says, because they're lazy, because they're gluttonous, we need to force them to work. And this goes against the vein, because just 2 or 3 years previous to that, you actually had liberal legislation that was still trying to fight against slavery, enslavement, and all that. So, meanwhile, the Benin bronzes, donated by Scholler, together with other African artifacts and European archaeological findings, began to figure in fringe diffusionist theories about the ancient world. So during this period, you don't have a popular discourse about the Benin bronzes. They don't appear. This period is in the early first 2 decades of the 20th century. You don't talk about the Benin bronzes, but the specialists, yes, they're paying attention because diffusionism is becoming the new paradigm. In 1915, Virgílio Correia published a speculative article entitled Tattooed Prehistoric Idols from Portugal, arguing that the enigmatic schist plaques that could be found by archaeologists in Neolithic sites in the southwest of Portugal and Spain, in fact, represented the black African tattooed goddess. So this is the schist plaque, and this is one of the oddities of the peninsula. You can find them, they're from the Neolithic, and you can find them everywhere in the southeastern part of the peninsula. And still today, we don't know, of course, their precise meaning. We have a bunch of other theories. But in this precise moment, Virgílio Correia proposed that they were depictions of a black tattooed goddess. To reach this conclusion, Correia was inspired by an anthropomorphic Chokwe war mace, which is called a musunyi, and should be this one here, that the Portuguese explorer Henrique de Carvalho had collected during his expedition to the Lunda Empire, so in Central Africa, Central West Africa, then on display at the Lisbon Geographic Society. According to Correia, it was after observing the stylized way in which the Chokwe craftsmen represent the facial scars, called jimbanji, that he had the idea that instead of being ceremonial axes, because before you had the theory that they were ceremonial axes, these schist plaques were in fact anthropomorphic idols representing black Neolithic inhabitants of the Iberian Peninsula. So, in 1924, Mendes Correia divulged Correia's findings in Primitive Peoples of Lusitania, arguing that, twice in the past, two different races, one white and of European origin, and the other black and of African origin, had occupied the Iberian Peninsula. In Mendes Correia's opinion, the two coexisted peacefully until the culturally superior white completely absorbed the latter without leaving any serological or any kind of trace. This highly speculative hypothesis then informed the writing of The Masters and the Slaves, where Brazilian sociologist Gilberto Freire accepts these periods of biracial coexistence and the assimilation of prehistoric black races as given facts. In turn, this allowed him to suggest that the propensity towards assimilation of other races is a long-lasting biocultural trait of white Iberians, who, he argued, were thus in a privileged position to colonize the global south. So you see how these diffusionist theories in these cultural circles start having an impact. And this is purely morphology. They're just looking at, so you see these traces here are compared with a bunch of other pieces, are compared with Central African, and then in turn inform this idea that in the past the peninsula was occupied by these two peoples. In the same time, there's a bunch of people from the history of archaeology, from Edouard Piet to Abbé Breuil, who actually have this theory as well, that the peninsula was occupied, even the south of France was occupied by two races. And they're connected, they're friends, they're mentors, so they are changing letters. And therefore this forms a complete package, right? Meanwhile, so in parallel to this, German polymath Leo Frobenius also became interested in the Iberian schist plaques. After reading the work of German archaeologist Georg Wilke. In Unknown Africa, Frobenius compares the schist plaques with Neolithic menhirs found in France, Ionic and Spartan terracotta masks, and the tattoos that he had collected in the Volta region in Ghana. And finally, he also compares them with the looted Benin bronzes owned by the British Museum. So the Benin bronzes start making their way into this theory. This allows him to argue that the cat whiskers scars, so the same motif visible in Ife and Beninese works, could also be found in all those other artifacts, and he concluded that the Iberian schist plaques and the Benin bronzes proved the existence of a lost Black Atlantis, from where the motif originated. So this is how the Iberian schist plaques that you find in Portugal end up in Frobenius' theories about the Black Atlantis. Now, this concludes these years. During this period, I don't have any evidence that he was actually influencing Frobenius, of course, influencing popular discourses in Portugal. But the elites were reading him, especially Henrique Galvão, who will become one of the players in the next period. So, on 28 May 1926, a military coup put an end to the First Portuguese Republic. Now, I'm going to give you another timeline. Soon after, the political, social, and criminal statute of the indigenous of Angola and Mozambique was passed. This statute inspired the subsequent Colonial Act of 1930, the Organic Charter of the Empire, and the Overseas Administrative Reform of 1933. Together with the political constitution of the Portuguese Republic, which established a new state dictatorship, these laws shape the new habits and routines and provide the legal basis for the indigenato system. Through their joint enactment, the new state turned the labor regime that had been first set in place by the Indigenous Labor Regulation of 1899 into a brutal regime of everyday life that sought to regulate and control the lived world of millions of Africans, and therefore depended on the active collaboration of ordinary Portuguese subjects to enact it. So while previously the Republic could depend on slave catchers, taskmasters, labor enforcers, now, since the indigenato was a total regime, was a regime of everyday life, you actually needed the Portuguese white subjects and colonials to be part of its enactment. According to these new laws, most of the African subjects of the empire were indigenous, who had their political, social, and labor rights and liberties severely curtailed. Depending on their age, gender, and previous occupation, they were forced to pay hut taxes, provide corvée labor, occupy racially segregated spaces, migrate to work in distant minefields, or cultivate cash crops. So you could be subjected to all this violence. Exceptionally, the laws considered Portuguese citizenship and partial integration into settled colonial society for a minority of Africans, called the assimilados, who managed to demonstrate their adhesion to Portuguese mores and to furnish proof of adequate means of subsistence. So you had to prove that you had adapted, that you become naturalized Portuguese, so you have the same habits and customs. Simultaneously, all Portuguese whites were considered citizens automatically, regardless of level of education, money, whatever. Now, during this period, the Benin bronzes offered by Scholler became increasingly central to Portuguese colonial propaganda, as the narratives that justified and enabled the pacification campaigns and forced labor roundups of the previous decades were adapted to exalt settler colonialism and segregated coexistence. So now you are not doing propaganda for military conquest, subjugation, territorial occupation, and forced labor. You are starting to promote settler colonialism, so effective colonization by whites in the colonies. Because this is actually what you need to install a regime of everyday life, right? In 1934, to promote the colonial awareness of prospective settlers and instill them with a feeling of cultural and racial superiority, the first Portuguese colonial exhibition, which actually was not the first, but it was entitled the first for propagandistic reasons, was inaugurated in Porto, north of the country. It was curated by Henrique Galvão, and the exhibition included an indigenous art pavilion where the bronzes that had been offered by Scholler figured as evidence of a lost Atlantean civilization described by Frobenius. So Galvão was a reader of Frobenius. He loved the myth of the Atlantean civilization, and this is how they were exhibited there at the indigenous art pavilion. 1 month after its opening, the opening of this exhibition, which according to official numbers has 300,000 people visiting it, but I'm not sure if the numbers are accurate or not. So a month after its opening, the sculptor Diogo de Macedo attempted to correct Galvão's over-enthusiasm with Frobenius' Afrocentric theories. So he was a different kind of nationalist, and he felt that these theories of a black Atlantis somehow marginalized the Portuguese out of this history. So he said, okay, it's fine to appreciate these bronzes. They are clearly something different from everything else, but this black Atlantis, I'm not so sure about it. So writing in the pages of O Mundo Português, and the Mundo Português was a magazine that was distributed freely in schools. It was a monthly, it was illustrated, it was issued and published by the National Propaganda Institute, and it became a forum for these new discussions, right? So in the pages of this magazine, Macedo claimed that the Portuguese Manueline style, so a traditional Portuguese style, and Hindu art from India were the biggest influences on the Benin bronzes. Furthermore, in his opinion, it was a mysterious group of Mediterranean whites, he called them Mediterranean whites, who had brought bronze smelting to Benin during the Bronze Age. So according to him, at the end of the Neolithic, beginning of the Bronze Age, it were these mysterious Iberian whites that had taught the Beninese how to work with bronze. And I do think that this is a veiled reference to the whites that supposedly coexisted with the black persons that had done the schist flakes, because by then we already knew that the schist flakes are actually from the Bronze period, not from the Neolithic. And therefore, Macedo concluded, the bronzes owned by the Lisbon Geographic Society were, and I quote him, part of Portuguese colonial history. And, as such, the Portuguese state should buy them and exhibit them permanently at the National Museum of Ancient Arts. With this innovative approach, the art critic, the art critic around Lacerda argued in the first, I'm a bit lost. So, this was his proposal, that you should not really look at the Benin bronzes as African heritage, and the fact that the Benin city was raised was actually a kind of crime against the Portuguese Empire, because they were the stewards of this Portuguese heritage in Africa, and the British had just scattered throughout the world these things. Now, after this, an art critic called Arão Lacerda argued in the keynote to the first National Congress of Colonial Anthropology of 1934, and this was a congress that happened at the same time as the exhibition, so they were running in parallel. So Arão Lacerda argued that Macedo had proved that there were two kinds of African art, really. On the one hand, the fetishist representation of gods, genies, and supernatural beings, I'm quoting him, produced by savage or infantile psyches, and on the other hand, the Benin bronzes. This, Arão affirmed, testified to the existence of a uniquely historical civilization in Africa that the Portuguese had deeply influenced. If it wasn't already clear that Macedo's theory about the virtues of white settler colonialism was providing a justification and model to the new indigenato regulations, 2 years later, José Frazão drove this point home. So, 2 years later, in 1936, Macedo is invited to the Lisbon Geographic Society to curate his own exhibition of this species, right? And the person who is invited to do this inauguration speech just states this plainly. Now, before I read it, I'll just make some points. Around Lacerda, he was an influential art historian. He began being an evolutionist, but then he changed. And actually, of all of these persons, he was the only one publishing an article saying, what I said before about the Benin bronzes was all wrong. So he retracted, and he died retracting all his diffusionist theories, admitting his mistakes. I was just taken by the times. So he was the only one that I found that, ended up having a serious attitude towards this, to be fair with him. And but he was a friend of all of this. He was a friend of Diogo de Macedo, he was a friend of Correia, and he divulged the theory of Correia of the Black Goddess in art history and circles in Portugal. Now, at the opening of the 36th exhibition, it's already clear where this is going. In our Portuguese contacts with the indigenous, we never destroyed their art. On the contrary, we always appreciated and understood it. Now, this is forgetting that 10 years before, you were calling them manipansos and saying that they were terrible, and also forgetting the fact that even 2 years before, everybody was saying, yeah, they are still fetishes, they are still idols, but the Benin bronzes, no, they are good. They are good because they were influenced by us. So, this is already making a bit of a tabula rasa of all this, but it's going to go even more in that direction. So our influence provided new motives to the art of the indigena, often improving its technique, but always with a deep humane understanding and respect for the intrinsic characteristics of the art. This is one of the many things that prove that we have the vocation to be settlers, the kind of settlers that earn the respect and affection of the peoples they colonized. So as you can see from these discourses that justified military occupation, the extension of sovereignty, forced labor, we are already defending settler colonization. And in this regard, the fact, or the apparent fact that the bronzes proved that this colonization could be benign was an argument, right? So now, if you don't know, this is Salazar in the previous image. This slides come from an art sacre, so sacred art exhibition. So yeah, this is our dictator there looking at the pieces in a very content happy way, and this is from '52. So in the post-colonial Cold War era, the spatial vocabulary of Portuguese colonialism was deeply reformed. Two opposite tendencies marked this new period. So this is after the Second World War, we're already in the Cold War, we're already decolonizing, we have all these approaches, and the new state is caught there with this dilemma. And first thing to do was actually to reform the Colonial Act. So from '51 onwards, we no longer had colonies. One of these tendencies, so two opposite tendencies mark this period. One is to celebrate the empire, ironically, as a post-colonial polity, characterized by a mythic pluricontinental national unity. So the Portuguese would say, no, we're also post-colonial because we are a nation. There's no more colonies. The other, to pass laws that deepen the racial segregation set in place by the indigenato system. So at the same time that you're saying you're post-colony, we're all the same nation, you're actually passing legislation that was more draconian when it came to accept indigenous as assimilated. So Maria Conceição Neto, for instance, argues that from '54 onwards, it was almost impossible for you to become an assimilated because the new statute was so rigid. As Perry Anderson remarked, these seemingly opposite tendencies brought forward a bizarre, and he's the one using the word, bizarre colonial ideology, which begins by attacking colonialism itself, only to exalt the spiritual supremacy of the Portuguese Empire and enable the brutal exploitation of African labor. So from this period onwards, you are at the same time condemning colonialism and exalting empire in the same sentences, which is bizarre indeed. In 1951, the first tendency culminated with the abolishment of the Colonial Act of 1930 through a constitutional reform that rebranded the African colonies as overseas provinces. Soon after, a new statute of the Portuguese indigenous and the provinces of Guinea, Angola, and Mozambique passed new rules for assimilation, making it almost impossible. Between the approval of both laws, the new state officially invited Freire, Gilberto Freire, who had brought the masters and the slaves, to tour Portugal and its overseas provinces, a soft diplomatic maneuver that resulted in the coinage of the concept of Lusotropicalismo. I can explain this concept later, but it will become operational only after '62. However, in Adventure and Routine, which is the travel log that Freire wrote of his field trip, Freire openly accused the multinational diamond mining company Diamang of racist practices and of failing to exemplify the mythic Portuguese way of colonizing. So now the Dundu Museum, which is the museum of the company, and you've been seeing some slides of it during the presentation, like this one. This is Dundu Museum in the back. So according to Freire, and this is Freire, the tendency of the Diamond Company seems to be to reduce indigenous cultures to pure museum fodder. Leaving natives manage to capture its interests only to the extent that they are elements of its workforce, the more uprooted from their mother cultures and mechanized into technicians, proletariats, and beasts of burden, the better. So, while this, in the overall, the diplomatic maneuver was a success because it did coin Lusotropicalism, it did coin all these concepts that would be used in '62 after the liberation movements openly start the liberation wars in Africa. There was this thing. He really didn't like Diamang, this huge company that, according to him, was colonizing in a Belgian manner. So, in a cold, technical Belgian manner, not Lusotropical, not Portuguese at all. Now, Ernesto Jardim de Vilhena, the chief executive officer of Diamang at that moment, and he was also an art collector, he had been a long time an administrator, he administered other companies in Mozambique at the turn of the century, he was very wealthy. He immediately replied to Freire, publishing a counter-critique and inaugurating a new African collection at the Dundu Museum, composed entirely of African pieces bought at European art markets and then restituted to Africa. And of course, I don't have the time here, but one of the key players of this is José Osório de Oliveira. José Osório de Oliveira wrote in the same magazine as Diogo de Macedo in 1934. He was the one introducing the country to Gilberto Freire in 1933, when he was still cutting edge and it was still a risky thing to do. And this writer, he was a friend of Gilberto Freire, and he felt deeply betrayed when Gilberto Freire criticized Diamang. So Diamang hires him to be the spokesperson, and from 1954 to 1956 he publishes a number of booklets in Spanish, in French, in Belgium. He goes to Brazil to do these keynotes. He just keeps defending the company using the same arguments against his former idol, because he really idolized, until that moment, Gilberto Freire. And some people say that it was actually him writing the response of Ernesto Vilhena. So Ernesto Vilhena never altered the book. He had José Osório ghostwriting the book for him. Furthermore, José Osório de Oliveira was hired by Diamang to write the introduction and produce a photo album called Aspects of Life in Lunda. In its introduction, Osório de Oliveira repurposes previous narratives about the Benin bronzes to highlight how, by restituting one bronze head to Angola, Diamang distinguished itself from other extractivist companies. So this is the bronze head that is restitution to Angola in 1954, and here it is at the Dundo Museum. And this was Osório de Oliveira argument, so this is originally in English. It's not my translation. So he says that the ethnographic collection of this museum is annually enriched by the entry of new and selected pieces, acquired in the mother country by the board of the company and restored to Africa. He doesn't use the term restitution. He uses it in Portuguese, restituição, but then in English says restored to Africa. Diamang even acquired in London a bronze head from Benin so that the Dundo Museum might not lack an object of an artistic nature to recall the action or influence of the Portuguese in the Gulf of Guinea. Of course, Diamang's procedure in this connection is contrary to that of numerous foreign ethnographers who, in order to have all the data for study at hand, continue to bring to European museums all the Negro sculptures they find in Africa, thus depriving the natives of examples of their arts and consequently impoverishing one of the most important elements of their culture. So this is what he writes there in the pages of this photo album, praising the presence of the company and the Portuguese in Angola, because by then they were so entangled with the Salazar regime, which they were helping finance, that one thing was almost codetermined with the other. According to Osório de Oliveira, by incorporating a restored Benin bronze, this museum had become, and I quote him again, a true museum of African culture, not only its preserver, but its living expression. Therefore, he concluded, it was a valuable contribution on the part of white colonizers towards helping the Negro peoples to obtain what they lacked, the conscience of a common soul. End of quotation. Now, Macedo was still alive then, and he followed these developments approvingly, authoring a technical report to the National Academy of Fine Arts, insisting that the National Museum of Ancient Art should follow the lead of Vilhena and acquire a Benin bronze head. So here he is, going again at it and saying, look, the private company is doing what we should have done since the beginning, which is we need to buy these bronze heads and bring it to the museum in Portugal because they are part of Portuguese culture, as Diamang is showing. Of course, this will never come to pass. However, after 1961, when the indigenato system was finally abolished and Freire's Lusotropicalism became the official mantra of the new state, so to continue the colonies, after 61 they're no longer indigenous, we're all the same citizens, and Lusotropicalism. It was always about love and about this presence and about this unity. So you go back and you use this diluted version of Freire. After that period, and I go back to one of these chronologies there, the theories of Diogo de Macedo about Portuguese influence on African art were stripped of their diffusionist trappings, so he dropped diffusionism, but managed to continue influencing a new generation of scholars and curators, like Luís Reis dos Santos, who in 1962 publishes in the art magazine of Carlos Gulbenkian's Foundation a new article about the bronzes, and he manages to do this wide study. He studies all the bronzes in Portugal, including from private collections, and now it doesn't talk about diffusionism, Portuguese art, but the heritage. So they are rebranded as heritage in this new era of technocratic developmentalism and stuff like that. In '63, because Luís Reis Santos is the director of a museum in Coimbra, the National Museum Machado Castro, he does a new exhibition, Portuguese and Overseas Art, that repurposes all these speeches to this new era of developmentalism and strips it of these political connotations. Simultaneously, of course, the research program that is being financed by Gulbenkian is one that was demanded in the 40s when another conference, the one in 46 that commemorated the 5th century of the discovery of Guinea, established that the research program of the Portuguese should be to do a full catalogue of the bronzes told from the Obas Palace. And this catalogue was supposed to be a final proof of Portuguese influence, and should be seen as they called it a treasury of Portuguese presence in Africa. So, although in the 60s the Gulbenkian is not calling that their research, the kind of provenance research and research of the collections that they're doing, and they're paying to get images from the Getty, images from Pennsylvania, images from everywhere. But then the studies, because we have the writings, we have the archive of Luís, the studies are actually focusing on finding finally the traces of this influence. And I think I'm going to end here and give time for questions and the discussion. Thank you all for following.
Thank you, Joao, for your presentation. And don't forget your key. Now cosa? Ah, aspetta.
Allora, forse perché... Allora, innanzitutto facciamoci sentire lì. Ok.
Poi?
No, si è scollegato.
Si è scollegato?
Sì.
Bonjour. Bonjour Marie. Vous m'entendez?
Oui, je vous entends, oui.
Mais vous ne voyez pas.
Non.
Voilà. Voilà. Est-ce que maintenant vous nous voyez?
Toujours pas, non.
Pas encore. Maintenant? No.
No.
Non ci vedo, non ci vede. Vabbè, anche se non ci vede noi vediamo lei. Sì. Ok, no, ma anche no, insomma. Allora, so you can share your PowerPoint if you want, and I present you Marie Hoffman, holds a PhD in museum studies, and she's a researcher affiliated with the Université de Lille, CNRS, Institut de Recherche Historique du Septentrion. Her research areas include the history of the collection and collectors, the history of anthropology and ethnography, and artifacts provenance research. Since 2018, Marie has been working in different Canadian museums and archives as an exhibition manager and archivist. So, à vous la parole, Marie. Merci.
So good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. I think it's the afternoon for you now. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Simona Treller and Dr. Beatrice Falcucci for organizing the conference and for inviting me. And I apologize for not being there physically. And considering the topic of the conference, I think it's important for me to mention that I'm talking to you from Ottawa, and that Ottawa is on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, whose presence here reaches back to time immemorial. So the diversity and plurality of colonial collections can make them difficult to apprehend. Hence, the recent development of guides and reports to identify these collections in Western museums. Simply restricting them as collections acquired in a colonized country by a colonial entity might be too reductive. And it also raises the question on how to define what is a colonial entity. For instance, in the report to the French presidents, Félix Sarr and Bénédicte Savoy did not restrict themselves to the French Empire time and geographical frame, but extended their recommendation beyond that realm. For instance, they included exploration missions and scientific raids. Indeed, colonial entities did not restrict themselves to colonies when collecting objects. And moreover, in the developing context of provenance research in museums collections, the lack of information and archives on the acquisition of the artifact is often a main issue. During my PhD research on the provenance of the Pacific collections in 5 regional museums in northern France, I came across an artifact donated by Alphonse Pinard, which is this tapu anu mask from the Normoy or Mortlock Island. And it isn't clear how this mask came to be in this collection, as the collection from Pinard in this specific museum is composed only of artifacts from Alaska, except for that mask. So it may have been taken for an Alaska mask by Pinard. It is unclear how it ended up there. Alphonse Pinard was a traveler who collected substantial collections, which are now mainly kept in the Musée du Quai Branly Jacques Chirac in Paris, from where are now most of the collections from the former Musée d'Ethnographie du Trocadéro, which was one of the flagship of French colonial ambitions. Other collections, specifically human remains, are kept in the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle, also in Paris. And another collection, which is smaller, but where this mask is kept in the Château Musée of Boulogne-sur-Mer in northern France. And most of Pinard's collections were acquired outside of the French Empire. And this collective figure, Alphonse Pinard, is particularly interesting for the wealth of artifacts that he gathered and donated for the museums, to the museums, but also for the significant amount of documentation still preserved on his travels. Louis-Alphonse Pinard was born in Marquise, northern France, in 1852, and as the youngest of 5 brothers in a wealthy bourgeois family. Not much is known about his early years, except for one of his biographies that mentioned that he followed the common course of French school in Lille and Paris. And in 1867, as Pinard was only 15 years old, he visited the International Exhibition in Paris. And there, maybe through the extensive northern French bourgeois network, he met the man on the right about Charles-Étienne Brasseur de Bourbourg, a historian and ethnographer, and also a member of the former Scientific Commission of Mexico. And this encounter had a tremendous impact on Pinard and probably triggered his interest for the American continent. And in 1870, or maybe as early as in 1869, it's unclear when he really left, but he was around 17 or 18 years old when he left France and sailed for San Francisco in California. And from there, he set up his first expedition in Alaska, entirely self-funded. And this marked the beginning of his life as a traveler, adventurer, and linguist, which is documented, at least for the first decade, in his travel diaries and notes that are now mainly kept in the Bancroft Library in Berkeley. As a side note, I'd like to give a huge thanks to Guillaume Lescop, who is a PhD candidate from northern France and who is currently working on his PhD mainly on Alphonse Pinard, and who very generously gave me access to his transcription of Pinard's diary, which corresponds to a huge amount of work for him, as Pinard's handwriting is absolutely terrible and he tends to switch languages as he writes. So between 1871 and 1882, Pinard recorded his extensive travels on the American continent and in the Pacific, taking notes for his publication, recording words, collecting artifacts and human remains. I will come back to it, in every country he's visited. And his diaries provide a good overview of his collecting methods and also of the way he interacted with the indigenous people he met. despite the amount of notes produced by Pina, so it corresponds to approximately 1.2 linear meter, and it's 20 volumes, and he also published around 50 publications. There are very few mention of the artifact acquisition, but his literary production gives us a good overview of his collecting practices and also of his motivation as a colonial traveler. One of Pina's sources, or at the very least, a vector of artifact, are the colonial infrastructure and their various actors. Throughout his diaries and correspondence, it appears that wherever Pina is traveling, he seems to be relying on the same networks. Even before his expedition in Alaska, he prepared himself by developing his network to ensure having contacts once in Alaska and facilitate his expedition and on-site collection. He also actively established contact with American scientists, such as William Haley Dole, the main picture on the left, who was an American naturalist and who traveled and collected for the Smithsonian. The first element of Pina's collecting networks are the colonial governments themselves. Pina will call upon members of the colonial administrations, such as the military or officials, to help him along the way. These men will mainly act as relay for Pina, opening their networks to him, providing him with information and sometimes, more abundantly, supplies. For instance, when in Fort Whipple, Pina is taken by the US General August Valentine's Coates to visit nearby ruins, or in Angel Island, Dr. Washington Matthews, a US Army surgeon, interceded on his behalf to obtain him a team of 5 men to help him excavate burial mounds. And this kind of networking was very common between colonial elite, and is really typical of the colonial collecting practices. Moreover, in the United States, Pina will also rely on the Indian agents, government employees in charge of enforcing colonial policies on Native Americans. And these men acted as intermediaries between Pina and Native Americans. And when he could not rely on the colonial administration, Pina would still depend on Western colonial intermediaries and structures. For instance, in Haiti, in 1877, one of his first steps while in Port-au-Prince is to visit Western consulate to inquire about the possibility of acquiring artifacts. However, Pina's relationship with the governments aren't always prolific for his collections, and when confronted with protected government, Pina will remark on the difficulty to obtain artifacts. And it's interesting because this kind of remarks are pretty rare in his diaries and correspondence. For instance, while he's in Mexico in 1881, Pina recounts that the country is not as hospitable to collectors, and it's a wide understanding and meaning of this word that is used here, as it used to be. And he takes here the opportunity to blame Désiré Charnay, pictured on the right, who was a French traveler and archaeologist. And this corresponds to, indeed, to the new Mexican legislation developed to protect pre-Hispanic heritage and avoid its dispersion outside the country. And this law of 1880 was indeed triggered by Charnay's attempt to export archaeological artifacts. And where the colonial administration is absent, Pina will rely on other colonial actors, such as the missionaries and the commercial companies. Even before leaving for Alaska, his correspondence attests of connection with North American missionaries, such as Father Joseph Cataldo, a Jesuit working in the United States. During his trip to Alaska, missionaries will not only act as intermediaries with indigenous people, but also as sources of linguistic information and archival documents. And this connection between Pina and religious missionaries will appear throughout his publications and diaries in both colonized and independent countries. And it is interesting to note that these contacts with the clergy are established despite Pina sometimes expressing rather anti-clerical feelings in his diaries. And Pina will also make use of the colonial commercial companies to assist him during his travels. So in Alaska, for instance, he is involved with the HK & Co., the Ancient Coal and Company. He's visiting their agents, staying at their houses, and traveling on their boats. And the company's agent acted as main intermediaries between him and indigenous people, and also assisted him during his archaeological excavations. In the end, Pina's association with colonial structure is such that he appears to be perceiving himself as part of a colonial entity. So, for instance, when relating his interaction on Rapa Nui, Easter Island with Queen Mother Coretto, which is pictures on this interaction is pictured on this engraving based on a photograph. So Pinot is the man standing at the left of the image, and Queen Coretto is standing in the middle, surrounded by her 2 daughters. And he mentioned that she asked them for the French protection. And even if this event has to be set in the context of Pinot publications and his tendency to embellish this event, it is interesting to note that Pinot seems to be considering himself as a stakeholder in this case at the same level as the military captain in charge of the expedition. And it's interesting because at that time, Pinot was not in the Pacific on any official capacity. He was not even supposed to be in the Pacific. He was supposed to be in Alaska. And even if Pinot traveled mainly outside of the French colonial realm and sometimes in an independent country, whether he's mandated by the French government or not, he always relied on the same colonial networks and for his collecting practices as many other colonial travelers. But Pinot's main sources of information are the indigenous people he meets along his travels. And if mention of artifact acquisition from indigenous people are very rare, there are numerous references to his interaction with them. Indeed, Pinot's world collecting endeavor was based on human information. So this ceremonial mask, for instance, which is from Unga Island, Alaska, was collected by Pinot in a burial cave on the island, and this collection was made possible by information given by a man born on the island, named Lazare in Pinot's diary. And Lazare informed Pinot not only of the existence of the burial, but also provided him with the location of the cave. And if it's impossible to be certain on how Pinot perceived the indigenous people he's met, his diaries gives us a glimpse of his opinion and attitude towards them in the context of his collecting practices. One of the first things that one notices when reading Pinot's note is how little information is given about indigenous informant guides and encounters. And it is particularly noticeable in his volume on Alaska, in which Pinot often takes the time, for instance, to say where or when he stopped for dinner, but aside from 2 names briefly mentioned, Pinot does not elaborate on who was guiding him and accompanying him. And mainly refers to them as, I quote, my natives. And this will persist in his diaries. And even when Pinot takes the time to mention the name and the description of some of the indigenous people he's met, it only seems to be the one he deems worthy of study. For instance, he will more easily mention the name of his linguistic informant than the name of the people who provided him with ethnological fact or legend or artifact, which could be also due to the fact that Pinot seems to be first and foremost a linguist. Moreover, in his notes, there is a sharp contrast between the lack of title and last name when referring to indigenous people and the use of a title and last name when referring to colons and white men in general. And in Pinot's writing, indigenous people will usually be referred to only by their first name and sometimes also a qualifying epithet referring to their age or provenance. So, for instance, for the man who gave him the information for this mask was constantly referred to as Old Lazare in his diaries. But if Pinot appears to be using indigenous people as sources, he will often question the veracity of the information they provide. For instance, during his visit in Arizona, he writes down some legends, but proceeds to a selection of the one he deems worthy of being recorded, and rejects them as, I quote, so childish and tainted with little veracity, mixed with ideas taken from Catholic missionaries, that it is quite useless to talk about them. And is this kind of sentence that says that I won't mention it because it's useless, it's not interesting, is a recurring reference in Pinot's diaries. Indeed, he often expresses his opinion on some of the legends that are reported to him and regard many as too tainted by the colons. Throughout his diaries, Pinot appears to be considering himself as a good judge of the trustworthiness and the validity of information, and sometimes seems to think that he knows better than his informants, despite the fact that some of his criticism and doubt are unfounded. And this mistrust and questioning probably stem from Pinot's tendency to, in a way, infantilize indigenous people, an attitude that was common at the time and originated from the racial theories and the paradigm of the progressive and linear evolution of humanity. But before going further, I think it's important to note that Pinard seemed to have had a tendency for exaggerating the fact or even embellishing the truth. We could even call it lying sometimes. He will sometimes lie about his age when traveling or exaggerate the length of his travel. He will also introduce himself to the foreign press as a scientist as early as 1871, as he's only 19 years old. And he also introduced himself as a professor sometimes. And one of his traveling companions in the Pacific, Constance Gordon Cumming, a Scottish traveler and painter who wrote a series of books on her travels, highlight that fact and describe how Pinard sometimes exaggerates his own knowledge. So again, I quote, "I found him pleasant and very ready to impart his information, which, as you know, is considerable on all scientific matters. The other have little jokes at his expense, and declares that he is more of a Yankee than a Frenchman." And indeed, Paul-Émile Lafontaine, a lieutenant of the French Navy, another of his traveling companion in the Pacific, mentioned how the sailor, himself included, were testing Pinard's knowledge on languages and report finding it lacking. Lafontaine concluded that Pinard was often more glibness than substance. However, Pinard is far from the only adventurer or traveler who embellishes the truth. Indeed, the colonized territory were the perfect stage for Western adventurers or travelers to reinvent themselves. It is the case of another French traveler, for instance, an acquaintance of Pinard, Eugène Bobon, but it's also the case of many French collectors who embellished their story, at least as a way to enhance the value of the collected artifact. An artifact would have way more value if you say that you've risked your life to get it than if you just brought it from a shop. But some people also report on Pinard's tendency to be ruthless in collecting artifacts, and especially human remains, but that would also include burial materials. Lafontaine, for instance, writes about one time when Pinard had to face the wrath of Tuamatrans Pomotus after having stolen 1 or 2 bags of skulls from Makatia Island in the Tuamatus. Cummings also gives an adverse impression of Pinard's collecting habits regarding human remains and burial materials. Again, I quote, "I do not think the sailors like it very much, and they are always afraid that some trouble will arise with the natives of various isles on the vexed subject of the cranes, which are savants sent out from old hiding places in caves and clefts of the mountains, with all the instinct of the schoolboy hunting for bird's nest." And these comments are interesting to note, as they emanate from Pinard's contemporary at a time when collecting human remains was considered, if not common, at least a regular practice in the Western colonial world. And William Haley Dole also raises questions regarding Pinard's collecting practices and compare him to curiosity hunters. And these various references to Pinard's practices are interesting, and even if they need to be brought back in their context, for instance, there was clearly some antipathy between Lafontaine and Pinard and between Dall and Pinard. But when put in perspective with Pinard's publications, the criticism do not, and his notes and diaries, and the criticisms do not seem to be unfounded. In one of his publications, for instance, Pinard admits himself having taken some documents from the church archives without the priest's consent. Moreover, Cummings' comments on his obsession for human remains transpire from the numerous mention in Pinard's diaries of searches for cemeteries and burial grounds, which were always at the forefront of his collecting practices. Put together, all these elements draw a portrait of a man with unscrupulous collecting practices, of which Pinard appears to be fully aware, knowing that they might irritate, and this is a euphemism, indigenous people and government, even if he also may have exaggerated the risk he incurred. And this type of unscrupulous practices were very common, and the theft of human remains by colonial travelers and administration, specifically for museum collection, is well documented. And this drive to acquire human remains was certainly connected to Pinard's obvious interest in the developing anthropological science, as attested by his diaries and publications. All along his travels, he takes care to collect a large number of human bones, particularly skulls, and it is also connected to the development during the 19th centuries of racial taxonomies based on craniometry and cephalometry. And Pinard is always careful to catalog and document them. For instance, from Rapa Nui, Easter Island alone, Pinard's collected over 70 skulls in less than a week. So it's a huge collection. And Pinard's human remains collections were mainly sent to the Musée d'Histoire Naturelle in Paris, in particular to Ernest Théodore Ami, the man pictured on the bottom right, who was the founder of the Musée d'Ethnographie du Trocadéro, and Pinard's friend, who published many of Pinard's collected human remains, notably in one of his major works written with biologist Armand de Quatrefages. And the work is named Crania Ethnica, and on the left you have 2 pages from the volume dating from 1882. So not only did the racial theories fed Pinard's collecting practices, but his collecting practices went on feeding the racial theories. And aside from human remains, Pinard also often provided an anthropological description of the indigenous people he named in his diaries, or he mentioned. Pinard, according to the theories of the time, commented on their hair, skin color, facial features, and general shape of the skull and the body. And his adherence to the racial theories and the influence of the scientific polygenism, probably inspired by people like Georges Cuvier, can especially be perceived in his description and comments on Black people, for instance, found in multiple occurrences in his notes. Pinard seems to adhere to the racial taxonomies developed at the time, and there are multiple references in his notes comparing human races according to what he perceived as their characteristics. Finally, his feeling of superiority of indigenous people, which correspond with most of the 19th century taxonomies, which place the white men at the top of the racial hierarchies created by white men, transpired throughout his notes. As for instance, he often mocks indigenous people who are adopting European way of life, or Western way of life, or when he makes comments on the fact that beauty is a prerogative of white men and women. Besides, his notes also insert him in the debate on hybridism, which was a major component of the racial science at the end of the 19th century. The French physician and anthropologist Paul Broca, who is pictured on the top right image, founder of the Société d'Anthropologie de Paris, of which Pinard was an active member, included in his collecting instruction a lengthy section on how to identify, again I quote, racial crossing and métis. And this instruction probably influenced Pinard's notes when he described, I quote again, racial mixing and crossbreeding, and also bring up in his diaries the idea of an imminent disappearance of indigenous people through hybridism. And Pinard's adherence and involvement with racial theories clearly defined his collecting practices, driving him to acquire, often in a legitimate way, a profusion of human remains and also burial material. Finally, I wanted to quote Constance Gordon-Cumming one last time. When describing Pinard's human remain collection, she mentions that he has a collection of skulls that is enough to supply a resurrection army. And I think it's a very telling image. Pinard's travels will continue after 1882, even if his career experienced a progressive decline that can also be connected with his personal life. If at the beginning of his life, Pinard was a very wealthy issue with a family company, and his own problem with managing his money will drive him into bankruptcy. As early as 1875, as he's just negotiated a mission with the Ministère de l'Instruction Publique, agreeing to self-fund not only himself, but also Léon de Sézac, another traveler, Pinard was already having financial difficulties. And these difficulties reduced his ability to travel, even if he still kept on traveling, it reduced his capacity to travel. And he still died bankrupt and almost forgotten in 1911. There are around 4,000 artifacts in French museums from Pinard's collections. And for most of them, the provenance and the specific context of the acquisition is unclear. So here you have two drastic opposite examples from Pinard's collection, both from the museum in Boulogne-sur-Mer. So the Tapuano mask from the Mortlake on Nomoi Island, for which the only certainty is that it was not collected by Pinar because he never went to the Mortlake Island. But how it came to be the only artifact from the Pacific in the collection composed of artifacts from the Alaska is unclear. Once again, maybe Pinar brought it from a shop and thought it was from Alaska, or maybe there was a confusion when the object was sent. It's unclear. And on the other side, the provenance of this ceremonial mask from Alaska is very well documented, and we know when, how, and where Pinar collected it and how it came into the museum. And if one cannot deny the contribution of the numerous vocabularies, collection, anthropological comments that brought by Pinar, at the same time, one cannot deny that he was an active component of the colonial structures in every country he's visited, whether it was a colony or not, and whether he was mandated by the government or not. Even if he mainly traveled outside of the French Empire and outside of any official mandate, Pinar's collected during an active phase of colonial expansion. Pinar's collecting practices heavily relied on colonial networks as intermediaries and sometimes also as suppliers, also suppliers of artifacts or even human remains. He also expressed his support for the colonization process and displayed a deep sense of superiority towards indigenous people, questioning indigenous knowledge, all the while exploiting it. And his collecting practices are finally largely defined by his unscrupulous methods and by the racial theories that were not only motivating his collection, but also feeding on it. And these racial theories were also used to justify colonization. And if most of the provenance of the artifacts collected is unclear, his diaries and publication provide a general context for his acquisition practice. And I think they are essential considering the current issues regarding provenance research and repatriation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we can open the discussion, and I invite Joao to come with me here. There are some questions for Joao and Marie. Yes. Can you come here to the microphone? No, I don't think. Marie,
Can you listen to me or no? No.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. So come here, please. Thank you.
Your mic is off.
Hello.
Now? Okay.
Yeah, no, it's on.
Okay, thank you both. So I have a question to João Figueiredo. What happened to this bronze right now? Where is it? That's interesting to know. I mean, can you trace it? Do you know what happened to this piece since it has been restituted to the Dundu Museum? So as far as I know, there are two places where we have bronze museums at the Geographical Society, is it? And at the Dundu Museum, or not? Is it the same? It wasn't quite, okay. And the second question is, can you speak a little bit about what's going on because you mentioned the fact that we have the use of the term post-colonial and restitution by the Portuguese government during the 1950s, if I'm correct, or 60s. And I mean, this is quite surprising because we are using the same terms, post-colonial, restitution, regardless of the historical period. And I think that we need probably to be a little bit more careful about the ways in which we are using the terms. Because, for example, the use of the term post-colonial by the colonial government is interesting. Because when we are using the term post-colonial, of course the content is no longer the same. But so I do think that we need to, let's say, to be much more precise when we are dealing with colonial as a general term. And back to Barry Hoffman, thank you so much for your presentation, but I wonder to what extent Pienaar was a colonial traveler. This is back to my question to the first one that I have addressed to João Figueiredo, in the sense that I remembered because James Clifford has written on Pienaar in his book, Returns, and he questioned the ways in which Pienaar can be, let's say, labeled as colonial, because, as you said, he wasn't paid by any government. He was self-funded, so he traveled by himself. Of course, he was part of this colonial relations world, but in this sense, he's probably different, and his practices of collecting are probably different from other practices of collecting from, let's say, colonial envoys or colonial missionaries or colonial things. I don't know, but I do think that the use of the term colonial for such a wide range of historical period, going from the 1860s to the 1930s this morning, or to the 1950s, can be a little bit misleading, I think. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, I can start now. Starting with the first question, the one about what happened to the collection of restituted artifacts to the Dundo Museum. Well, we do know that they were moved to Luanda during the Civil War, and we know that Henrique Branches was the cultural ministry. But this is a story that I never researched because it would be a contemporary history. I will have to do oral interviews. It will be a totally different method from doing archival research, right? Some of these people are alive. And of course, there are some of these, the informants, the person who can best inform you about this is probably, that I've talked with, because he was following it, was Rodrigues Areia Laranjeira, so the emeritus professor from Coimbra. I mean, he was the one tracking it. And this is something that, it's a totally different debate, what to do, for instance, with this Benin bronze head that now is in the possession of the Angolan state, supposedly, because it raises a different set of issues that we can discuss in comparison with it, for instance, with the South African pieces, with the Zimbabwean pieces that are now owned by South Africa. And this kind of intra-African restitution debate is a totally different topic, which is interesting, but it's not the scope of this presentation, so to speak. Now, going back to the ones that we own that are now in Portugal, in the 60s, in his research, Luís Reis mentioned also the private collection of Carlos Godel, so a German-Portuguese collector and art dealer. So he also had one. Besides this, he only mentions the ones from the Lisbon Geographic Society. Now, Dan Hicks, in his book, also mentions the Museu Gran Vasco in Viseu, but these are ivories, so they are different. I think it's a mistake on his part. They are a different class of objects. They do not come from the raising of Benin City. They actually were traded before, so it's problematic to put all together because they're not the same kind of typology. Now, the terms restitution and post-colonialism. About restitution, well, they use restituição in the original Portuguese. Of course, that is not the low term that is now. And that becomes clear when they translate it into English, because it's a bilingual publication, the Flagrantes da Vida da Lunda, as restored. So they use the term restored instead of restitution. So it's me translating it to English as restitution from the Portuguese, but they use it differently. So it's a different concept, of course. But then you can go back to the book, for instance, the recent book of Benedict Savoy, which traces the debate. And was it still the same in the 60s as well? I mean, of course, that these things are very particular. Each decade has its own peculiarities. Now, the bit in which I was quoting Perry Anderson, so this was a piece that Perry Anderson, known as the brother of Benedict Anderson, amongst other things, wrote in '62 to the New Left Review. So this was a 3-piece article, and it was political, it was satirical, it's very well written, it's amazingly written, but its main objective was to rally intellectuals against the Salazar regime. And he was using all this language, he was calling the Portuguese ideology a bizarre cosmology, he was using all this rhetorics, and yes, he wanted to emphasize the inconsistency of being a colonial empire while preaching post-colonial. So, of course, a lot of this language, it's attributed to his amazing writing skills and style, but of course it's all metaphorical, so to speak. So this is why I quote him as well. I find that the piece has aged well because it's very good at pointing the inconsistencies, which sometimes we don't realize. That people that in the period the things, is the one saying, the story of the king is naked, pointing to that fact, saying, this is nonsense, and I think there's that virtue of
Marie, you can answer to the.
Yes, so I think I understood most of the question, even if some of it wasn't clear. So if I don't respond well, please tell me if I misunderstood the question. So I do think that Pienaar is not only traveling by himself. Most of the time he travels, well, for instance, when he's in the Pacific, he travels with a military vessel. So he travels with a French Navy, military navy. And even if he's not mandated by the government every time where he's traveled, he's also traveling on mandate from the government and from the Ministère de l'Instruction Publique. So that's what's interesting, that his practices won't vary whether he's mandated by the colonial government or whether he's not. He's always having the same practices, always using the same method, always relying on the same network. And it starts from Alaska. He will still develop his methodology in Alaska, which is really his first, even before living in Alaska, I think he started creating networks. He did that with the help and with the guidance of people like l'Abbé Dr. de Bourbourg or Ernest Théodore Ami, which were also very involved with the colonial government. So I think that's why I call him a colonial traveler, even if he's not. For most of his life, part of the colonial administration, he's also mandated by the French government as the time where French is colonizing and establishing colonies. And he doesn't vary in his methods wherever he's mandated or not. So that's why I called him a colonial traveler. I hope it's answering the question.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay, thank you. Other questions? No? Okay. Thank you so much to everybody. And see you at 3 o'clock for the next session. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Okay, let's start again for the second part of the conference. Ah, sì, certo, grazie. Aspetta, no, fammi togliere questo perché... Sì, giusto, hai ragione. Ok. A brief presentation of Valeria. Valeria Pica is chair for this session. Valeria holds a PhD in museology with research on museum identity and cultural memory as keys to interpreting public expectations in the experience of cultural heritage. Valeria is now a researcher of the GSSI, Gran Sasso Science Institute, and a member of the Faro Convention Network. She participates in the drafting and implementation of cultural projects for the recognition of the value of cultural heritage, its professionals, and the revitalization of small urban centers. Well, the floor is yours, and thank you.
So thank you, Simona and Beatrice, for organizing this conference, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to be chair of this second session of the day. I'm very delighted actually to introduce the 4 next speakers, because we will have the opportunity to cross a few crucial topics and aspects of museums in general, but actually also ethnographic museums and museums that deals with sensitive collections. In these 4 presentations that are going to start, we will talk about narratives, and if in general actually narratives are a quite a crucial element of how the museums can tell about their history, their changes, their collections, but basically actually how the museum can talk to visitors and to non-visitors as well. We have, when talking about colonialism and ethnographic museums, a very crucial element to take care about, because in any case, narratives are depending on the experiences and on the way, actually, on what the museum would like to tell to the external members of the museum organization. And we know that there's not only one narrative. There are many narratives can be chosen. And what we decided to tell, what we decided to put at the attention of our visitors is definitely an important message for the past, for the present, and for the future as well. We will talk also about changes and actions that in rethinking museums, rethinking collections, and rethinking again narratives. And in this way, also the approach to some ethical challenges that especially natural history museums or ethnographic museums have to deal with in the making of their narratives, especially when talking about human remains, are really part of an important element of this discourse. And in the end, we will approach a, let's say, general, but not anyway, definitely not minor issue of what a museum is to be considered today, if it's an institution in itself, or if something that can be definitely part of a larger discourse. I really can wait actually for these 4 presentations, because it will be really interesting to see how in 3 specific cases and in a general discussion we can also rethink our approach to museum today. So the first speaker that I'm introducing to the conference today, it's Richard Zoganfossi. I hope I did pronounce correctly. Okay. And Richard is a PhD in German studies, and he's specifically focused on literature, culture, colonial history, and memory. And today, the presentation that Richard is going to talk about is on the colonial ethnographic removals in Germany, specifically on the Cameroon experience. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a nice pleasure for me also to have been invited here today, and I thank Professor Simona Troller for this invitation and Beatrice for welcoming me here today. So we are going to deal with a specific case of exhibiting collections from colonial context in German museums. So at the present, I work in Germany at the Technical University of Berlin, and we are the chair of Benedict Savoy, and we are aiming at investigating colonial collections from Cameroon in German museums. So what we are going to discuss here today focuses on this collection, and partly on the way some of them are displayed in museums today. Like she has just said, the way things are displayed are also part of what museums would like to tell to the citizens about the past, about the present, and also the future. But in so doing, what are some aspects that can be maybe put into question, especially from the framework of decolonizing discourses and so on and so forth? So the title of my presentation is Exhibiting Colonial Ethnographic Removals in Germany, Constructing, Decolonizing Knowledge, or Perpetuating Amnesia. And this is the way I'm going to proceed. So firstly, I would like to state some facts about German colonization of Cameroon. And second, highlight some different forms of extractions, colonial extractions. And thirdly, I would like to address the issues of aphasia and amnesia, and then go to some specific cases of exhibitions. And finally, I put a question about how we can deal with such collections. Some facts about German colonization of Cameroon, like you can see, it started in 1884 with the signing of a contract with local chiefs in Douala, and some German merchants were already on the spot since the 1840s or the 1860s, but in the framework of the scramble of Africa, this led to a global colonial enterprise, and that's how the German colonization started, and it lasted until 1990, as Germany lost the First War to the Allies. And characteristic of the colonization were actually violence, expropriations of lands, killings, destructions of local kingdoms, but also significant extractions of human nature and wildlife. But also you can see the colony simply became an extractable, that is a place where people could take away anything they liked, no matter what the local people felt. That's why I say it's a word from Gomez Barris. So this is actually the localization of Cameroon, for those who do not have an idea, in Africa, and the Gulf of Guinea. And so this is, let's say, an actual map of Cameroon, so just the different provinces that you can see. And characteristics of this colonization, like what I was saying, extracting everything that the colonizer wanted. And this is an example of extracting humans. We have just talked in previous presentation on scalps. So you can imagine during these periods how many scalps have been taken from Cameroon, and it's not the only case, about 400. And there are many names: colonial doctors, colonial officers, and so on and so forth. Like you have some cases, some names here. So there was colonial period was also extraction of wildlife. Like you can have some examples. This is only for the sole year 1904. You can have an idea of some natural specimens that have been removed and taken to Germany, and which are now in different museums for natural sciences all over. So these names are mainly colonial officers, and it is a way to let you know that colonial extraction was also transdisciplinary. So you would have the colonial officer removing scalps, removing animals, removing local cultural heritage, which has simply been framed as ethnographic, which is obviously part of the colonial construction of knowledge on the otherness. Another form of extraction, which we are going to focus on, is the extraction of culture, the so-called ethnographic collections. And here you have an idea on the typology of the objects, so-called objects that were removed, because some of them, or many, were sacred objects, there were power objects, and they were also objects of everyday use. And about 1,000 or more actors were involved in this process of removals. Personally, I don't like to talk of collections. That's why I mostly use the word removal, because it's just as if those things were lying on the streets and that these people just need to go along and collect them, whereas many people were killed for those things to be removed. Houses were burned, chiefdoms were set ablaze for these things to be carried away. So many of those objects were looted, confiscated, or extorted through some museum holders, and this was not always acknowledged, like Benedict Savoy put it in her book. So it becomes obvious why comparing museum entries before 1884, because when you go through some museums, you'll realize that before 1884, there were hardly maybe 10 objects from Cameroon. But between 1884 and 1990, you move maybe from 10 objects to maybe 10,000 objects, which is a proof that the colonial situation, the colonial context, was considered as unextractable. People extracted what they wanted. And Lucian, who is one of the famous figures, even wrote a book which it called Anleitung zum Ethnologischen Beobachten und Sammeln. That is, it was a book to help people on the field, that is soldiers, travelers, merchants, missionaries. The book had to give them guidelines on what they have to remove, the way they have to remove, and to ship all these items to Germany, to the museums. So I moved to amnesia and aphasia as some of the characteristics of this German past. So how actually is the discourse constructed on this colonial period? So amnesia, if I may start with it, is total or partial loss of the ability to recall experiences or events that happened in the preceding few seconds, in the preceding few days, or further back in time. And aphasia as inability or maybe also unwillingness to speak of these events. So these concepts have been taken in human sciences, especially by Laura Stoller and many others, to highlight the fact of making past events invisible. That is, willingly, not to be able or not to be willing to speak of something for many reasons, political reasons, and so on and so forth. So this is an example of a German, I have here an example of a German minister of foreign relations who in the 1980s, while receiving a Nigerian minister, was saying that Germany was ready to organize another Berlin conference in order to maybe frame relations between Africa and Germany. But in so doing, he did not bear in mind that that same conference legitimated violence against Africa and against Cameroon, because the acts of this conference allowed any European nation to move land inwards as far as it could until it had to face another European nation. It means that, and no African nation was present at the conference. So this is just to tell you that, in fact, that conference was the official legitimation of this violence against other people who were termed as uncivilized, like we have just heard in the other presentations, comparing nature, which is untamed, and people who were uncivilized, and the domination of these two. That was really the ideology of the colonial ideology. On the one hand, to dominate uncivilized people, on the other hand, to dominate an untamed nation. So this is one of the objects of which we are going to talk about. This is the throne, a throne which has, of King Joya, which is now in Berlin. And I took it as an example of this type of narratives constructed over artifacts removed in colonial context. And what is said about this throne? These are some of the aspects on the narratives on this throne. As you can read maybe for yourself, I don't know whether you can. So the throne of Sultan of the Sultan Joya is represented as a gift among kings of equal status in the Humboldt Forum. Humboldt Forum in Berlin is just opened, I think, less than 1 year now, and it is maybe the biggest place where it has been decided to show maybe this world in miniature form. And there are many artifacts, many objects from Cameroon in that Humboldt Forum. I guess you have already, yes, you know about the Humboldt Forum. So, like I'm saying, when you have an object like this, which has been removed in colonial context, and you have all these being set over it, highlighted as a gift, whereas at that time, the Sultanate of Bamun was already under colonial rule. So you cannot present that gift today as if the German, or as if the Bamun Sultanate was the equal of the Kaiser Reich at that time. And that's why even the governor of Cameroon at that time, the colonial governor, Von Puttkamer, referred to the objects as a tribute. A tribute is something that you pay to your master. And when you say master, it means that you are no more unequal. You are no more equal. You do not speak equal language because you depend on the master. So these are some of the facts about this throne and the way it is framed in the Humboldt Forum today is obviously not a decolonizing way of exhibiting objects from colonial context. And actually, it is not the same. It is not the only example, even though I chose it from that museum. So, going from that, what we can say is that the force, or the notion of force, in this lies in the asymmetrical relation of powers that favored extortionary robbery in colonial context. And in that colonial context, you had to obey the master. Joya had to obey the master. If you do not obey the master, it means high treason, actually. And if you go through colonial records, you will realize that high treason was actually one of the concepts usually mostly used by colonialists, maybe for many purposes. For example, against local rulers who could be executed or who could be sent to exile in other colonies, and so on and so forth. Another example is that of royal objects, these objects that are in the Linden Museum in Stuttgart. It's a museum, one of the biggest museums in central Germany, and these objects actually have been removed in colonial context. And while removing these objects, the colonial officer, Hans von Huben, actually set the palace of Dessau ablaze. But before setting the palace ablaze, he had time to plunder it and to remove all these items, alongside the Gonzo, which has also been in the center of restitution claims these days. And while removing this, 50 people of the Dessau community have been killed. and one of the persons taken hostage refused to move, and he was sentenced to death and killed instantly. So you can understand the violence behind all these different objects. But then, how are they framed in the narratives of the museums? If you go to Stuttgart, in fact, the construction over these, the narratives over these objects, you really ask yourself whether it is the same things that have been removed in such a violent situation. So, for example here, like you can see for yourself, the only thing said about the provenance of this object is that they are from the court of the Banso Kingdom. So nothing is said about the colonial officer who killed 50 people before removed the objects. Nothing is said about the palace which has been set ablaze. Nothing is said about the 30 elephant tusks that had been plundered and taken to the center of the colonial regime at that time. So, this is why when I saw this, I kept on questioning myself. Is it really a decolonized perspective that we have been talking of all these maybe 3 years? Or is it really a way of perpetuating amnesia? So, like you can see for yourself, nothing about the context of removal of these objects. And as a matter of fact, you can realize the use of harmless terminology like occupation, or the diversion from occupation to alliances, and so on and so forth. So those are really aspects that need to be questioned in these constructions of narrative on objects that have been removed in such violent context. And to finish, my question, a way out. So what I can say is just that, like these other people named here, what we need maybe is co-curating to be able to dismantle such perpetuations of violence in construction of narratives over colonial removals, and also anti-colonial and anti-racist curating. But what we have to bear in mind, like Julian Nayan said, is that bias, data absence are also expressions of power. And what we need to do is also maybe to engage in a sort of counter, like you can see here, a sort of counter-discursive, counter-archiving, that is, to be able to go through the archives with other eyes than those of former colonialists. That said, I thank you for your kind attention.
Yes. So thanks so much, Richard, for this insight to the Cameroon experience and history in the German museums. And now we just reserved the talk, actually, for a second moment of our session. And I just invite to the table here Andrea Vigliani. And Andrea Vigliani is an art critic and curator. He's currently director of the Museum delle Civiltà in Rome. And he was already a former director of the Madre Museum, so a contemporary art museum in Naples, and then in Trento, and then in Bologna, so a long experience.
And I was born.
And then and he's going to talk about the Contemporary and Anthropological Museum, and so the new path of research of the Museum delle Civiltà in Rome. This.
Yeah. You know, imagine. Oh, thanks for your kind attention. It's good.
So we are very polite. We thank you everyone just before they start.
Buongiorno a tutti. So my speech will be partially in my spaghetti English and partially in my spaghetti Italian. Okay. So, still referred to by many as the Pigorini, after the name of its first director, the archaeologist Luigi Pigorini, who in 1876 opened the Royal National Prehistoric Ethnographic Museum. Excluding the first name, now expired, the other four names are still very problematic, as we will see. National, Prehistoric, Ethnographic, and even Museum. The museum opened at Rome Pontifical College, and only in 2016 this museum became part of the Museum of Civilizations, whose collections preserve around 2 million of items and documents, partly displayed and mostly in storages. I call the museum the storage of civilizations rather than the museum of civilization, but that's just my feeling. So the Museum of Civilizations, the use of the plural is by no means casual, is first and foremost a museum of museums and about museums, particularly those institutions from which it has welcomed collections since the second half of the 19th century, that it began consolidating in the 50s of this century, moving this collection phase by phase to the current location, which is, again, a topic, because the current location is formed by two buildings, the Palazzo delle Scienze, the Sciences Building, and the Palazzo delle Tradizioni Popolari, the Folk Tradition Building, both of them built for the 1942 Universal Exposition of Rome, called EUR. P.S. As you know, the Universal Exposition of Rome didn't open because of the Second World War. In particular, in the second half of the 20th century, alongside the not anymore royal, but still National Prehistoric Ethnographic Museum, and in the meantime named Pigorini, the Pigorini, there are other at least 4 former museums that are now part of the collections of the Museum of Civilization that I would like to underline. The former National Museum of Oriental Art, Giuseppe Tucci. The former National Museum of Popular or Folk Arts and Tradition, shaped by Lamberto Loria, who actually didn't have the occasion of having his name linked to officially to the museum. And last but not least, since 2017, the former Colonial Museum of Rome, whose reopening is scheduled by late 2024, early 2025. For more than a century and a half, the Pigorini has been a primarily educational museum, recalled by many visitors as the very first museum that they ever visited as children, often without, anyway, ever returning to it as adults. The Pigorini is the museum of bambine and bambini and of gite scolastiche, at least in the general perception of what this museum was, and in part of what this museum is. So, remaining true and even augmenting its pedagogical role and its vocation as an institution of learning and teaching, while honoring the memory of a space-time of, quoting, feelings and memories of these children, play, discovery, surprise, wonder. That's my question, has the time finally come for this museum and for its public to move on to adulthood, and to accept all the consequences of a responsible process of growth? To become, that's the title of my speech today, a contemporary anthropological museum, of course, only if this is even possible, to become a contemporary anthropological museum. So, there are, now it's more free because I ended quoting my letter as I wrote, that I wrote as a director, as a new director of the museum a few months ago, titled, "Which Civilization?" ? It was part of the introduction. Now, there are various elements that I would like to shortly describe as, like the ingredients for this piatto, for this food that I would like to prepare with you in these minutes. One first ingredient is the word display. We are thinking about display in the anthropological museum as the analog of a vitrine. You don't show things in an anthropological museum if it's not in a vitrine. But the vitrine is the instrument, is the tool, the most powerful instrument, the most powerful tool of a strategy that is so clever and so successful, almost magical, that transform something in something else. That, talking about the context, is able to decontextualize and recontextualize things in order to transform an object of various provenances and various uses and various multiple identities in a museum object. Second ingredient, archiving and inventorying. We recently shown some archival tools in the entrance of the museum. So even when you are there to think about, I paid a ticket or not. You can see, if you want, which kind of labeling, which kind of naming, which kind of storytelling the museum will tell you. And you decide if you want to buy the ticket after. So I know that is like exploiting and is actually like spoiling some element of this wonder. But I think that, you can decide to look at that or to pay the ticket ignoring this sort of an alert that is now installed at the beginning. Because archiving and inventorying is again a very powerful tool and instrument of research, for sure. For example, for the so-called provenance studies, but as well is a very powerful instrument and tool for fictionalization of the provenance. And thank you so much, because we had like a test, a proof in the previous speech. At the entrance there are like all these mobili, all these scrivanie, all these armchairs, all these things full of books. But one of the most marvelous tools that I discover in the archive, it's the targhette Giglioli. I don't know in English targhetta. Label. It's a paper label with a beautiful colored rope that Giglioli and his wife, both explorers, they patted around the neck of the object even before that they got in the museum. So there was a sort of an archival interpretation of the object by sea, on the ship going from the field explored, from the explorer field to the museum. So this kind of archiving and inventorying started even before, much before, than the object got in the vitrine in the museum. I really invite you to look at the beautiful text of the targhette Giglioli. Third ingredient is a quotation. I do not agree with that. So it's about the nomenclatura, the naming. There is a textual at the entrance of the American collections of the Museum of Civilizations, which states 1492. Okay, 1492. I'm very bad with names in English, with numbers. 1492. L'Europa scopre l'America. Europe discover America. So I was in front of this wall text with a visitor who actually became one of the research fellows in the program of the Museum of Civilization. Her name is Maria Teresa Alves. She's an artist. And in January, she will do a sticker project. She asked us to produce, I don't remember the number because I'm very bad with numbers, I think 500, but it could be 1,000 stickers. These stickers read, I don't agree with that. And they will be put everywhere. Maria Teresa doesn't agree with what she sees or reads in the Museum of Civilizations. It's also like opening a possible topic about what you will talk about tomorrow, about the bianchezza, about the whiteness of this storytelling, but is also open more in general about what Michel Foucault wrote about the archive could be applied to the museum, the so-called si dice. So in the archive and in the museum, nothing is objective, as in general in life, in particular in the institutional life. What is stored, what is filed, what is preserved, what is musified is the si dice, so is the people say, is the majority of, it's like we could say the public opinion. So it's about, being aware that a museum is part of a public opinion process. So it's not just about the color of the skin, it's about the majority. It's about what people say and the number of these people that became the issue that we should think about. I don't think that, as a matter of fact, with the naming, we need to substitute a fake paradigm with a true paradigm. Also because, as a matter of fact, Europe discovered America in 1492 and even renamed America as a result of it. But as you know, they didn't discover something which was not inhabited yet. And so this discovery is unilateral, it is not like absolute. So it's not something true and something fake. I think that in the naming process, as a matter of fact, the most important thing is opening up the room for a counter-interpretation, which I suppose is a disagreement with. And there is no room in general. I thank you so much, because the previous speech was actually, I think, in tune with what you experience in general in places like the Humboldt Forum, the Quai-Branly, or the Museum of Civilizations. The mistakes are recurrent. And it's very similar what happened in the labels in our museum. There is an interpretation, which is, of course, is an embedded interpretation, is embedded to the public opinion, to the people say. And there is no room for disagreement. There's no graphic even space for disagreement, because the graphic design is very colored, is very rich, is very fixed, is monumental, because you pay 10 euros and you need this kind of experience. So it's not light, it's not ready to be changed and fast to be changed. By the way, last thing about the naming, the text, the whole text states l'Europa scopre l'America is written only in Italian, not even in English, or in Spanish, or in many other languages that you can consider with a statement like that. Fourth ingredient, the positionality. So I think that one thing that we need to think about is that we cannot generalizzare. When you think about this kind of museum, you need to situate the discourse. Because, okay, two examples. The name that I shared with you before, Museo Nazionale Preistorico Etnografico. It's evident then when Italy became a nation, 1861, the museum opened like 15 years after, and so was part of the process of identifying Italy as a modern European nation. So it was mandatory. It was not even escapable. It was mandatory to define what and who we are. And Pigorini, like many other people, I will quote them at the end of the speech, they made an amazing job as public servant of the newly unified Italy, because they defined what we are, also in negative, defining what we aren't. And what we aren't is that we aren't primitive. And in the context of this institution, primitive means that you are like Neanderthal, or you are from other continents but Europe. And that's why the wedding between these two words and these two collections, which is prehistory together with ethnography, which is something that is so important in the history of this museum that I'm so happy that we recently celebrated the divorce between these two names and these two approaches. So When I invite my colleagues to not consider anymore prehistory together with ethnography, even in the letter that we share in the everyday job, is important, because it's exactly when you start understanding why this museum was was good and importantly effective at that time, but is now unbearably toxic. So it's an everyday job. It's like in this kind of, no, it's not right anymore, prehistoric ethnographic, it's not anymore. So now the prehistory collection is divorced from the ethnographic collection. She's a free woman, and she's questioned herself, because the title of the new presentation is Prehistory, ? Stories of the Anthropocene. But it's important, this question mark, because even prehistory, even without the ethnography added linked to, it's possibly wrong, because why defining pre-something civilizations that had their own cultures, ceramic, painting, music, rituals, why defining pre-something because they didn't write, for example? That's something that they teach us at school. Story is when you start writing, prehistory is before. Why? It's pre, because it's actually more than 99% of our story, this pre. So we started with prehistory in order to go to ethnography with more clear names and ideas. Situated. Second example, I will be very fast because it's too late. The former Colonial Museum is not open yet. But I'm really thankful to various colleagues, because of course there need to be a co-curatorship. You cannot curate or direct such an amazingly challenging place without sharing this effort with many, many, many other cultural practitioners. Thanks God that they exist and they are friends. Not all of them. But some of them, in particular, I remember Ilaria Conti told me, you know that there are 2 dates about the history of this former colonial museum. Ciao, Ilaria. One is 1923, when Benito Mussolini opened the colonial museum. The other dates which matter is 1971. It's when the former colonial museum closed, which means 50 years ago, 5 decades ago. So in Italy we lived without a platform for studying, for consulting the documents, for double-checking details in the last 50 years. You know what happened in the last 50 years, because we are living in Italy. So you know what happened. I stop here. Okay. But it's not just about the dates, so situating the discourse. It's about also, dispersing the collection. Because the former colonial museum is not now in the collections of the Museum of Civilization. It has been dispersed. Because as Beatrice knows, part is at the Galleria Nazionale d'Arte Moderna. By the way, I would like to tell to the director that when there is a giant painting about a colonial war, there should be a bigger label than the one that it is now at the Galleria Nazionale d'Arte Moderna. Another part is at Museo della Fanteria. Another part is at the Museo Zoologico. How you understand things if you disperse, if you close museum and if you disperse museum. That's another fantastic strategy for oblivion, for amnesia, for aphasia, which is very, very well managed in various ways. That's like not 5 minutes, it's like nothing more. It's finito, quick. It's all right. Four ingredients. It's washing against no more good intentions. So there are like examples, but we need a literature of shared, updated scholarly papers about Italian colonialism. And I thank my colleagues Lucrezia Cipitelli and Simone Frangi, who recently wrote a book which is also an anthology of text, which was missing in a way title Colonialità e culture visuali in Italia, percorsi critici fra ricerca artistica, pratiche teoriche e sperimentazioni pedagogiche. It's just an example of there are more books, there are more conferences like that, there are more groups of research. So something is happening now in Italy. And we need, first of all, books and conferences like that. Second thing, we need an indoor, which means institutional, as outdoor, which means with the audience, pedagogy. Because we can't think that this group of people, this number of people, these educated people, this elite is enough. We need, that's what De Pigorini teach me, we need to remain the first museum that kids visit in their life. We need to understand that we have a big responsibility with these kids. So pedagogy is so important. Third element of this washing versus no more good intentions, we need long-term, adequately funded and interinstitutionally situated, whatever that means, artistic reserve-based projects. So when contemporary art come to a museum like the Museum of Civilization, need to be very well framed. Otherwise is, of course, art washing. It's, of course, pulire la coscienza, commissioning beautiful video, but without taking responsibility for the other task that the museum needs to face. So no more good intention is a password that I share with Alessandra Ferini. I'm thankful. Alessandra told me when I asked for her advice, you know, Andrea, a museum like the Museum of Civilization is really full of good intentions. So the password is no more good intentions. What means, one second and I will be at the end, that we need to face the fact that this museum, this museum must be founded and managed by a series of people named Luigi Pigorini, Giuseppe Tucci, Lamberto Loria, Quintino Sella. Okay, all these people were this kind of people. Sorry if I switch to Italian. Patrioti risorgimentali, senatori del regno, maestri delle proprie discipline, aggregatori di collezione e a volte esploratori, fondatori di musei, in alcuni casi firmatari di manifesti razziali, buoni cristiani, padri di famiglia, uomini bianchi europei. Okay, so in the context of our times, that's an alert, which means cancel culture, which is absolutely not the reply. In order to avoid the fact of canceling them because they are not anymore right, we need to tell their stories, but in full, because they were instrumental for having such an amazing contradictory place like the Museum of Civilization. We had 2 million of objects and items. So somebody collected them, acquired them, found them, whatever. We need to think about the names. But now we need to tell their stories even more than before. Because if we cancel them, it's actually like another form of amnesia or aphasia. So, and I finished. My proposal is for this contemporary anthropological museum that we try to combine two things. And the first term is, I quote from the contemporary art history, I know. We need to combine institutional critique with institutional narrative. We can't just criticize. We need to find forms of, form of storytelling based on a radically no good intention practice, which include, among other things, for sure, still many mistakes, but also possibly pragmatic actions meant as component of an overall and holistic reserve-based testing of forms of pluriversal storytelling, whatever that means. I wrote like in the last 5 minutes. Thinking about more than a post or de or anti-colonizable, if not the post the anti-colonized museum, of a museum which knows and let its audiences know that it has been a colonial museum anyway, for which there is no forgiveness. So we should not ask sorry There is no forgiveness for that. It's a matter of fact. So we need to name and frame the stories about how, why, who, when, and where it happened. And the last sentence, the last phrase, the last proposal, we should know that if this institutional platform is still so toxic that it cannot be recuperato, there is no healing, okay, we need to let it go. We need to let it go, the museum as we know it, and we need to embrace, be brave enough to embrace something which substitute evidently the obsolescent name and experience of the museum, embracing other forms of social and cultural narration and action. So this is an institutional story still to be told. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Andrea Vigliani, and I invite Richard to come back here to the desk for the question time. And yes, you can start. It's okay? Yeah. So I'd like to thank both speakers because they talk about, in my opinion, two different ways of co-curating, in the sense that in the Richard presentation, we see how it is important actually to talk and work together with communities to deeply understand the meaning, the purpose, the role that some items, objects had in, for the community itself. On the other hand, Andrea Vigliani, just if I'm correct, if I understood actually correctly the a passage of your presentation, also the idea to co-curate with visitors, the idea of stickers. Actually, I don't agree with stickers. It's a way to say actually how, and to put what is actually supposed, all the museums are supposed to do, to put the visitors in an active role in the making, in the process of the museum identity. And as we know, actually, identity is something that is constantly changing. And in this idea of a contemporary and all kind of in all creation, let's say, all the, not only referred to art or to anthropological collection or ethnographic collection, but all these objects, when they were made and thought and used, actually, they were contemporary. So in a certain sense, all these objects are contemporary in a way. I would like to ask first to the to the public, actually, if there are some questions for our speakers. Yes, you should come here, please, because otherwise, yes, because otherwise there people attending online are not. No, here. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, because otherwise people attending online are not listening to us. Yes, as you like.
That's complicated. No, I have a question for. First of all, thank you for your presentations. They were amazing, and I have a question for Richard because I love the way that you made it quite clear that it was a transdisciplinary plunder. So it went from rocks to everything in the middle until human beings, as you said. And as you mentioned as well, pieces like the Nsongo, they take the spotlight. So we still talk a lot about these cultural items, while the discussion about, for instance, natural collections is not moving forward at the same speed. So what do you think about that? How do you think we can forward the debate? And in that regard, I also liked Andrea's presentation because you made the point that by separating these collections, you're actually stalling the debate because you don't get the idea of the vastness and the comprehensiveness of the results. So would reuniting these collections be a way of also debating what we should do with the natural collections, this debate of restitution? So I would like to hear your ideas about this, how we bring these other natural collections to the discussion that is now being spearheaded by these other pieces, by cultural items. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for this wonderful question. I would say that for quite a long time, these collections of natural history, like you have just pointed out, have not been the focus of many discussions. But I would say that maybe in recent years, maybe 1 year or two, there are more and more discussions and even workshops about these type of collections. And if I take the case of Berlin, you know that one of the huge dinosaurs displayed on display is actually in Berlin, which had been taken from Tanzania, which was at that time known as Deutsch Ostafrika. And there is also an interesting book, a very interesting book that had been written on this dinosaur by Mareike Venen, Ina Hermann, and Holger Stocker, which is now being translated also in Swahili. Swahili is actually the dominant language in Tanzania. So just to tell you that more and more there are discussions, and teams from Berlin have also moved to Tanzania to carry on discussions on that dinosaur. And I will also say that less than 2 weeks ago, I also took part to a workshop in collaboration with the Museum of Natural History of Berlin, and it is more and more about this collection of natural history that has obviously been forgotten for quite a long time. And I would say, going from these experiences, that there are more and more questions coming out also from that, because, like I mentioned, the transdisciplinary extraction, many actors that happen to collect so-called ethnographic items also contributed in many other ways in removing natural history items. And one of them did not even remove only dead animals or plants. He happened to take a whole elephant alive to Berlin, which was framed in that time in the colonial discourse as the first German elephant, whereas it was not coming from Germany, just that the elephant was coming from a German colony, which was Cameroon. And the name of the colonial officer was Hans Dominic. So those are aspects that are being more and more focus of scientific discourse. And I think the questions of provenance research do interest as well these museums as well. And that's why I'm really very thankful for your question. So that's for my side.
Yeah, being a transdisciplinary museum, we have a natural collection, and is actually part of this DNA, prehistory, and ethnography together. But it's even more and more. I don't know what, I don't know what, but we are going to receive, even in the near future, so I don't talk about the past, talk about the near future, we are going to receive 150.000 items more, so added to the 2 million, that come from the ISPRA collection, which is the Istituto Superiore per la Protezione e la Ricerca Ambientale, which is the heir of the former Royal Geological Service of Italy. So in many cases this collection has been closed in the last decades and in storerooms, etc. And now they are coming to this museum, which I think is an interesting platform. It's a sort of institutionally speaking, is like going to the psychiatra, I think. You know, it's like going to the psychologo, because there is something like withdrawal, removal about, you know, in the debate that goes there. So it's like, I don't know, the Freud Museum, not the Museum of Civilization in a way. And I really think that these collections are amazing. I really thank also, you know, all my colleagues that are working on trying to combine these two aspects. Gaia Del Pino, Rosanna Di Lella on one side for the former Colonial Museum, or Matteo Lucchetti for the contemporary approach to things. And I try to explain how we are facing this collection coming. So on one side is animali, vegetali, rocce, and minerali, so toward a multi-species museum. That's it. Okay, the other thing, because otherwise it could be very, very risky, like art washing, super like that. The other side is like, sorry for, you know, my colleagues at ISPRA, I hope that they agree with me, but these collections are being made on one side to understand, you know, how fragile is our territory. We are in l'Aquila. How fragile is, you know, our land. But at the same time, this collection has been meant to build the Italian industry. So from the point of view of where we extract things like catrame, metallo, in order to build a modern European nation. So all these collections are really linked together. My mother told me, what? Which kind of fil rouge there is in this museum? But come on, it's exactly, you don't understand why, and because they were very successful in actually, you know, creating this kind of, you know, ghostly appearance of incoherence, which is actually very, very, very coherent. So I don't want to stress, but if it's cool from the point of view of contemporary art, there is always like this coin. This corner, this part of the discourse, at least in the relationship between the artistic, cultural, and this naturalistic collection that are, since the beginning, the DNA together, but in strange combinations that we need to recombine, and also, as I told you, avoiding cancel culture just to tell the stories in full. And that's it.
I think that is actually pretty interesting, the focus that you both put on the multi-perspective and the need also to share these stories. So sharing knowledge and disseminate these stories in order to give multiple points, multiple perspectives, because as we know, actually, history is usually written by winners, and so we have lost a lot of the shades of what happened in the past centuries, or in history in general, because we have had only one point of view. We have been used actually to read objects in museums or in the history books, from one single point of view. So also the focus on the crucial role of education and educational activities. Also the idea that the museum is and has to be actually an educational service in a certain sense for the community, for the society. This idea of how do you think actually that also what kind of activities do you think that could be actually needed in these terms of how do you see this idea of co-creating also the educational activities in your researches in your museum and in the case that you presented?
Yes, thank you very much. That's also a very challenging part of the story. Because if I take the case of Cameroon, I would like to say that these subjects have been removed for some more than 100 years ago, a century, and the objects are now here in Europe. So I can imagine if I want to get young Cameroonians interested in a question, would I take them to Europe? That's a point. So that's why in the framework of the research that we are doing now at the chair of Benedict Savoy, our aim is to be able to come out with results that we can share with all the different publics, that is in Germany, in Europe, but also in Cameroon. We guess that it's already part of getting people interested in that, I can say, lost heritage, because these different subjects are no more in Cameroon, but they are somewhere where Cameroonian cannot reach. And that's why we think of sharing knowledge on this collection. And I also have a colleague who works on another project called Restitution of Knowledge, Dr. Jan Le Gall, and it's also part of these processes because this heritage is not known by many, even here in Europe, because the colleague just pointed out when he was saying that he would not term the museum as Museum of Civilizations, but as storage of civilizations, because many things, so many things are still in the storage. And even the people, you would go to the museum every day, but you wouldn't see these objects. So there is really need to share knowledge on it through different types of projects and so on and so forth. And I guess that's our way to get people interested in the whereabouts of this lost heritage.
Yeah, one excuse which is pretty understandable and is actually very, very, very true for not showing all these items is because they are fragile. And it's true, but it's also important to stress the fact that if there are people here and there are people there, it's because technology now allow to do, I don't mean digital experiences, but to share more the knowledge of the existence of this object, which is not just a name in an inventory or a fabula, but is actually a file with all the names that has been given, names that need to be reinterpreted. There is a room, like blank spaces in the inventory, in particular if it's in the digital episteme, that can be interpreted more, contradicted. There should be like a debate about what is hidden in the storm. So I don't want to destroy these items. I would like just to allow them to be more known. The same thing about pedagogy. Of course, museums have pedagogy inside. Like, okay, my friend told me, she's based in Paris, and she told me, oh, I went to the Quai Branly with my daughter, and we play music from all around the world. Oh, beautiful. Okay, that's the Sunday time, okay, normal pedagogy in museums. But what about an experimental pedagogy which actually stresses the fact that a museum is, of course, related to numbers, related to entertaining, related to understanding, but is also a provocative place. Is a place for doubtful experiences, for this kind of wonder that the kids, former kids, told me about going to the Pigorini is not just playing the music from all around the world. This wonder is much more fruitful because, being the first museum that these kids visit, we have a huge responsibility in order to not transform the idea of the museum in going to the cinema theater or going to the amusement park, etc. It's a place for knowing, sharing, meeting, and also meeting your own doubts, your own uncertainty. So it's also important that the museum know that the first educational is for them, for the museum itself. So I don't want to stress too much that, but the importance of not giving for granted what you know and what you do in the routine of the museum, which is the most dangerous, the most toxic thing in every museum, and in particular in this kind of museum. So the refusal to admit that there is another approach, another gaze, another possibility, not being unilateral, and I just say that more. Maria Teresa Alves told us, for example, she will work in her fellowship about many topics, including restitution, that restitution could be another trap for good intentions and unilateral solution. So as you stole alone, without asking the permission, you are tempted as a European institution to give back in the same way, like an act of washing your conscience. And actually she explained to us, as an activist, as an artist, that sometimes you cannot give back because there is the same shared knowledge of what happened. You need, for example, she told us, for example, to establish rituals for allowing things to come back. And as far as we don't understand that we need to find what is the missing link, we will not restitute nothing. It will just be a Eurocentric, bureaucratic, paper-filled and shipped and delivered. It's nothing change if it's not just that. It should be that, but it should be much more, and it takes time and commitment, and of course, it's not the museum that restitute. The museum fill the papers, prepare the research. So the museum start the restitution when it explain how difficult will be this task to the stakeholders, which are in general political stakeholders. So we need to do a lot of extra job because it's not a signature on a paper. It's not paying for, the thing going back. It's to actually finalizing in the truest and most beautiful sense of the word an intellectual, cultural, and political connection, which is like the best pedagogy that I think a museum like us should do. Grazie.
Okay, so thanks so much to our guests and speakers, so Richard and Andrea. We're now going to have a small break, 15 minutes, sempre al terzo piano, third floor, so upstairs, and we will meet here in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. So we are going to start the second part of the afternoon session, and our speaker is Paolo Del Vesco. Thank you, Paolo, for being with us and for presenting your research. And Paolo Del Vesco is a curator, archaeologist and curator at the Egyptian Museum in Turin. He has been excavating in Italy, Syria, Egypt and Sudan, and made a lot of archaeological campaigns. So his knowledge of the topic was also developed on site, and his presentation is actually about the idea of display, but basically on the ethical consideration and ethical implication of collecting and displaying. So, not to take more time in your presentation, so Paolo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this invitation, and thank you for the kind introduction. I will start immediately from a definition of human remains. The modern definition includes everything between a couple of teeth and a complete mummified body. And human remains are kept in a great number of different museums and institutions today, but also charnel houses, cemeteries like the Capuchins catacombs in Palermo that you can see at the bottom left here in the image. And also in churches and sanctuaries. For their very nature, lying in between humanity and materiality, human remains have been charged with spiritual, scientific, religious, medical, cultural, economic, magical, and identity-related meanings and values. Over time, some of these meanings and values have engendered different perspectives, of course, and interests, which have sometimes come to clash with those of the excavation, study, conservation, and display of human remains. The debate about human remains in museums that spread at the beginning in the US, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand in connection with descendant communities that were claiming, rightly, their rights on their ancestors' remains is still well alive today, and the public perception of the ethical considerations here at stake varies according to the story behind the acquisition, for instance, of the human remains, sharing when human remains come from sharing or excavation finds, or from purchases or gifts, or from plundering. And of course, their provenance, if it is national or international. But also important elements in shaping the perception of the public are the ethnic or cultural ties of the human remains with groups or individuals with different points of view, alive today, of course, with different points of view or traditions than museum institutions relative to the treatment of these remains. Also, it changes a lot according to the type of remains. If they are complete skeletons, embalmed bodies, bones, teeth, or ashes. And the possibility of ascribing human remains with certainty to known individuals. And finally, also, it changes, the perspective changes according to the dating of the human remains, of course. The more ancient they are, and the more inclined is the public to the display of these remains. So this is already a complex picture, but human remains in Egyptological collections. I think Egyptological collections outside of Egypt today, they should be seen also like ethnographic collections, because they include objects and human remains from a different culture. And furthermore, these collections were mainly formed in colonial times, when Egypt was occupied and controlled by European powers. And last but not least, the global dispersal of Egyptian artifacts and human remains is still far from being grasped, but it's really huge. Here you can see a schematic network of the dispersal of one of the most active Egyptologists of the late 19th century and early 20th century, but still only one person, William Matthew Flinders Petrie, and you can see how complex is the network of the dispersal of these antiquities, and together with the antiquities also the human remains. And a recent project has calculated that, and I quote, artifacts from the British-led excavations in Egypt were distributed to more than 325 institutions across 24 different countries in 5 continents. To complicate even more the picture is the very perception of Egyptian mummies, which has been and still is fluctuating between considering them human remains or objects. Here is a recent publication, a recent book by Angela Stien that made a very pregnant synthesis of this situation in this sentence. A mummy, what is exactly a mummy? A mummy, it's body, it's a corpse, it's a human body, but it has been considered a painted wooden coffin, a medical cure, medical specimen, a racial construct, and an object to be displayed. And in fact, mummies are at first known since the Middle Ages as mummy powder, so a powder that was produced by crushing mummies. And here you see some examples of 18th century vessels for this kind of drug from the German Pharmacy Museum in Heidelberg. And I mean, it was considered to be a cure for many different diseases and problems. But mummies were also destroyed to produce the so-called mummy brown pigment that was very much used for paintings. And here you see in this article, 1904 article, that is lamenting the problematic supply of this color. So it was difficult to find to find mummies at that time already. And then mummies started to be valued as very special artifacts, if we can use this word. And here you see a few paintings, 19th century paintings, where the Napoleonic expedition is represented, and you can see Napoleon Bonaparte in front of one of the royal mummies. During the early touristic age in Egypt, getting a mummy sorry. That's the reason I'm not here. I'm not there in L'Aquila, unfortunately. So during the early touristic age in Egypt, getting a mummy as a souvenir of the journey became an absolute must, especially for the high social class. And here you see an image that is taken from the book written by novelist Amelia Edwards, and is captioned "Digging for Mummies." So there were all these tourists were procuring and asking for mummies from every spot they were going in Egypt. And to the right you have a street vendor selling mummies in 1865. So, of course, being so popular, they began also to be forged. And I like this article because it shows mummies were forged, so fake mummies were produced actually in Western countries. So in Los Angeles there was a mummy manufacturer that was very active. The article is dated to 1906, and the manufacturer was already in operation, had been in operation for 27 years. So, of course, as soon as almost since the birth of museums, mummies were put on display in different collections. And here you see a watercolor to the left by John Skinner Proust showing the theatre of the Bristol Royal Institution, Park Street, during the delivery of Dr. Pritchard's lecture on Egyptian antiquities. And you see the mummies put there on display, also an unwrapped mummy. And also the engraving that is showing the British Museum, the Egyptian room, one of the rooms that then was called the mummy room because of the number of mummies on display there. And you can see it was really popular with the public. In fact, there's also an illustrated London News article of the time that was saying that it was usually always crammed crowded with people. Mummies were also publicly unwrapped for scientific purposes, but also just as a profitable spectacle. And here you see a few of the images of these scientific unwrappings. The last one to the right is the public unwrapping that happened in Manchester and was done by Margaret Murray in front of 500 people. So in the centuries, mummies have become part of our collective imagination, of our museum tradition, and our constructed idea of mummies sedimented so much in our consciousness that we take for granted to see mummies in our Egyptological collections, and we are even disappointed if we don't find them. Here you see a few mummies displayed at the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. And here is the mummy that is on display at the Tennessee State Museum. It has been on display in Nashville since 1937, but it was originally a gift from a sea captain named Jeremiah George Harris, who was in the US Navy and was a member of the Historical Society. So the documents show that he bought the mummy while traveling in Cairo, Egypt, and had it shipped back to the States and on to Nashville, to the Historical Society, already in 1859. The mummies, because there are two, there's also a cat mummy that had a separate acquisition story, were recently pulled from the display for conservation work. And that immediately inspired an article that criticized the decision and advocated for their redisplay immediately after the conservation. And this is typical also of other examples. Another one is the 2008 covering of 3 mummies in the Manchester Museum that started a popular outcry, and until the mummies were again revealed. So a similar type of display of mummies, of course, was also used in museums in Egypt. But we must remember that Egyptian Antiquities Service was, since its foundation, controlled by the French in Egypt. Here, one of the first displays of the royal coffins and mummies found in the famous cachette of Deir el-Bahari in 1881. And here are in the Bulaq Museum, which is the first seat of the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. In this little photo to the right, you see the Consul General of Spain, Eduardo Toda Higuel, dressed up as a mummy. I mean, this was a great discovery, the cachette of royal mummies. And so images of the mummies were replicated on a number of different newspapers. Here, one of the images from an illustrated London News of 1882. What is interesting is that as early as 1890, the painter Edward Poynter and the Egyptologist Edouard Naville suggested removing from display the mummies of pharaohs in the Egyptian Museum of Cairo. This removal wasn't done. And here you have an image taken from the London Illustrated News issue of 1923, showing how the mummies were later displayed in the Cairo Egyptian Museum that had been inaugurated in 1902. Interestingly, in 1981, the Egyptian president Anwar Sadat actually had the mummies removed from the display, and they were only put back in 1994. So there's a kind of debate on display also going on in Egypt, and even today, although we might have seen the scenes of the spectacular parade that was transferring the mummies from the Tahrir Museum to the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization, still in Cairo. The debate is going on. I mean, here you see images of the royal mummies as they are displayed, how they are displayed in the new museum. But in 2021, the Sheikh Ahmed Karima, a professor of comparative law at Al-Azhar University, again condemned the excavation and display of the corpses of the pharaohs on religious grounds. Here you have another mummy in an Egyptian museum in Luxor, the Mummification Museum. This is the mummy of Masaharta, a high priest of Amun during the 21st dynasty. Here is how it was found, and this is a photo taken from the publication of 1912, the Catalogue General of the Cairo Museum. And you can see that now, today, the mummy is covered is on display, but it is covered by shrouds. So let's come to the Museo Egizio in Turin. The Museo Egizio houses some 104 individuals. All of them have spent at least 100 years in Turin, some of them already 200 years. And where in Italy, before Italy was even a unified nation, of course, because the collection came in 1824. You see, it's made of 73 mummified bodies coming from different provenances, and 9 mummified body parts and 22 skeletons. To these, we have to add, though, the collection that is nowadays housed in the Anthropology and Ethnography Museum of the University of Turin, because they were before in the Museo Egizio and then were moved to the Anthropology Museum when the Anthropology Museum was founded by Giovanni Marro in 1926. So here you can see there are more than 1,000 pieces between skulls, skeletons, and mummified bodies. So, talking about briefly about provenance, mummies in the, I'm going back to the Museo Egizio now. Mummies in the antiquarian collection, so called because it comes from the acquisition, the purchase of the collection of Bernardino Drovetti, who was Consul General of France in Egypt during the first 20 years of the 19th century. And so we are lucky because we have also 2 paintings by Lorenzo Delleani that show how the collection was displayed in the museum building back then. So in 1871, and here you can see one of the mummies, and also under the glass in the foreground, there's also a mummified head. Here you can see better in the zoom image. And we have a second painting by Lorenzo Delleani. It's dated 1881, and the collection display had already changed a little bit, but was still in the same building. And here you can see 2 mummies and also 2 mummified heads. And this might be the mummies represented in the paintings that are now part of the collection. We can also try to look at guidebooks, tourist guidebooks of the city of Turin, talking about the different museums in order to get an idea of how the display was in the museum. And all the different tourist guidebooks of the time mentioned the presence of the mummies in the museum without explaining or defining the word mummy, so it was already acquired or taken for granted. As an element of interest, one of the guidebooks, this one that is shown to the left, the guidebook by Domenico Cena, dated 1892, when talking about the museum, says, yes, there are a lot of different objects, papyri, painted shrouds, tools, and so on, but the greatest value of the collection is in the mummies. In the small photo, one of the rooms of the museum is shown in 1893, so almost contemporary to the guidebook. And to the right of the statue, you can see one of the coffins with the mummy. Then, in the early 20th century, there were 3 mummies that were purchased on the antiquity market by the then director of the museum, Ernesto Schiaparelli, and these are the 3 mummies that were purchased. And then, of course, 44 came from the archaeological excavations, the archaeological campaigns that the museum was conducting in Egypt between 1903 and 1937. And here you see a few of the images. They were found in many different conditions, not only they don't come from burials, but also from disturbed contexts. And so they were acquired by the museum, and sometimes photos show also the collection history of these human remains, and you can see the difference between when this body was found and the photo at the top, and then how it was already in the museum and how it is today. So there's something happening also, of course, to these human remains inside the museums, inside the storage. Here are a few images of old displays of mummies, and to the right, an interesting photo showing how originally the skeletons and skulls were displayed next to the objects found in the tombs that were discovered in the sites of Asyut and Jebelain. These are the skeletons and skulls that in the late 1920s were moved then to the Museum of Anthropology in Turin, but were originally on display here. And we are also very lucky because in a newspaper article dated to 18 October 1924, the King of Italy visited Turin, and during the day an official visit to the Museo Egizio was also done. So here is the account of the visit. At the beginning of the visit, the king's interest was caught, the journalist writes, by the 9 new mummies that are going to further enrich the already important collection. Then the article describes a few of the mummies, also giving the names of the individuals, but then a more personal thought slips into the article. And the journalist says, these people would have wanted to stay in the shadow of their tombs forever, meaning not on display in a museum. And then the journalist even completely shift our perspective, writing, the mummies from their showcases look at the parade of black dresses and glossy uniforms, trying in some way to take the reader to the side of the mummies, an operation that today is still very uncommon, and it's done, for instance, only by a few contemporary artists, like the Egyptian contemporary artist Sarah Salam. Then the journalist goes on writing that human remains usually trigger a feeling of merciful curiosity in the layman. So that's very nice, I think, because it gives us an idea also of the reception of the display of human remains back then in the 1920s. And I must say, things didn't always go well for mummies in museums. Here we have a letter dated January 1927 from the Public Hygiene Department of Turin Municipality to the museum director, reporting that one of the mummies in the new rooms was emanating a disgusting smell and asking to take measures. The reply says that the mummy had started to decay and that nothing could be done to stop this process. So the body was withdrawn from the display. Unfortunately, it was then also either buried somewhere, or it went completely destroyed, because it is today missing in our museum. And here are more recent photos of how the mummies were displayed. So I will try to conclude just saying that this is the new definition, ICOM definition of museum, the one that was approved in Prague last August 2022. And it says, of course, that the museum is in the service of society, but most interesting is that museums should operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and with the participation of communities. So that's why we thought, when we wanted to have a new display of human remains in the museum, to start an audience survey asking the public what they thought about this new display, if they thought human remains should have been put on display, and so on and so forth. And so from these indications, we had project of the new gallery, and because we also had the problem of relocating all the human remains in a different space. And anyway, the idea that we came up with was to have this big panel at the entrance that is explaining on one side the debate on human remains and the situation about ethical considerations about the display of human remains, just to raise awareness in the public that there are problems with these sensitive materials. And you see also a few of the results of the survey that was done before the opening of the new gallery. And then nowadays we have a QR code at the bottom of this panel where the public can still go and see the complete results of the survey and also start a new survey. So we are still collecting the audience views about in this case, about the new gallery that we prepared, and also about the display of human remains. And to the right, the text is here instead explaining the project and the idea at the base of the new display. And that's it. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Paolo, for your presentation. I hope now you can rest a little bit and drink some water for your cough. And we have at the second stage a debate with the audience. And so I invite Robin Boast to come here to the table. We have to switch. Dovremmo... Sì.
Sì, no, solo folder.
So, while we find the presentation, so Robin Boast is Professor Emeritus at the University of Amsterdam. He has a wide and intense activity of research that was focused basically on museum and history and heritage in general. And his focus and his research now is then concentrated on the conceptual confusions of intelligence and ID. And he will introduce this topic on institutionalization and instrumentalization of museums. So on the ISM.
On the ISM, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Buonasera a tutti. I'm Robin Boast. I'm now happily retired. I'm an emeritus professor at the University of Amsterdam, Media Studies. I'm also a fellow of the Amsterdam School of Heritage, Memory, and Material Culture. I have to say those things. They want me to. So I'm here today. It's been a wonderful day. I've really enjoyed this. And it's nice coming at the end because I can, act as though I understand all those things everyone else said, which means even though I was just introduced to them. I want today to talk about, I'm talking about colonial technologies and why we can't, how can we escape the museumism of our museums? Because I want to talk about the elephant in the room, which is the museum itself. We talk a lot about, we have some wonderful talks today about collections, the history of all this, and all wonderfully. But the museum itself doesn't get explored very much as an institution. So I'm here a bit to tell you about museums, and I'm going to do this in a very roundabout way, so I want you to bear with me. Hopefully it'll work. I have worked in or with museums for a very long time. But also because I have been thinking a lot about them over the last 10 years. I mean, I've been thinking about them since I started 40 years ago in museums, but really thinking about the crisis of education in museums, of instruction, museums as educational institutions. How do we get the visitor to learn? More importantly, why do we want the visitor to learn? Okay? And I'm going to do this in a way that might be surprising to you, but so this remains very much a work in progress. I have to make that point, and I've battled with this talk for weeks before finally coming to this final form, and so I hope it's going to work. But I want to spend my time repositioning the museum, not physically but conceptually, from the status as an institution to that as a technology. Okay. When I say this, I think of this here. This is where I started my career, not exactly here, but building dioramas, which was quite fun. Not the finished product, not that completed illusion that we create, but its construction. The full material, intellectual, and political means of production. This may seem somewhat frivolous, but it isn't the whole point. The whole point isn't the whole point to create that illusion. That is the point of the museum in a way. And isn't it the illusion, the vignette it's been called at other points, isn't that what instructs? But there is method here in my approach, or at least I hope there is. And my goal is to talk, in this talk, is to make the argument the museums as a technology, if we think of them as a technology, the epistemological crisis, as we might call it, disappears. Okay? Is this a good thing? Well, we'll see. However, my goal is not to end the crisis, okay? But to resituate it. To show that this repositioning creates another more imperiling crisis, an ontological crisis. By epistemological crisis, just to review, I'm referring to the long-standing consensus that we have not yet managed to effectively communicate our meaning to the visiting public. We see that as an epistemological problem, a problem that the methods of exhibition remain insufficient in a way as a means of education and instruction. Okay, that it doesn't quite ever get through, or it doesn't get through as effective as we would like. This is an epistemological issue. An ontological crisis would imply, on the contrary, a fundamental failure of exhibition, of the very fabric of the museum to communicate. I'm going to start here. I wasn't sure about this, but I'm going to do it anyway, in front of a bunch of historians, a really fast and canned history. So please be kind to me. I want to explore the museum as a technology through its normal history, by sort of unpacking that a bit. I would like to begin with this short and highly simplified history, to really kind of look at the museum as an educational institution. How did it become that? Because it did become that. It had to be made. It wasn't always seen as an educational space, but had to be invented as one. Most museum histories start here, with this picture. It's Ole Wurm's Cabinet of Curiosities. He was a Danish naturalist. This plate is from his Museum Wormianum of 1655. There are other starting places, of course, but this is the prototype, and there's a reason for this. I think what we want to look at here, though, in this context, is doesn't seem to us to be a completely unfamiliar space. It's a collection spread and arranged on the walls. Excuse me, there's something in the way, so I can't see my notes, which is terribly annoying. There, got rid of it, thank you. A collection spread and arranged on the walls. We would not feel out of place necessarily here, though we'd find it perhaps a bit cluttered. We can look forward in time. We may wish to look at another space, the Galleria at the Collegium Romanium. Yes, you know this, right? In Rome, the Jesuits, from the Jesuit Athanasius Kircher. This is a print from 1678. Now think of those two dates, right? This is supposed to be a progression. This is a kind of Whiggish line of development. And in this world of Whiggish museum histories, there are, where these two are juxtaposed on a progression. However, if we think they're only 16 years apart in their foundation, Worms Museum being founded in 1651, and 1655, excuse me, and Kircher's in 1671. And though they look very different, the principles that form them are very similar, and again seem familiar to us. However, what we've been briefly looking at, and we could also use Ferrante Imperiato's museum in Venice, almost exactly from the same time, a year later than Kircher's museum. In these three examples as well, is an alien world. Okay, we have to think of that. It's an alien world. A world completely unknown to us. Okay, this is very important. It's unseeable because in its familiarity, it's hiding a profound set of differences. It's a completely different mindset to ours that created these spaces. Both the Museum of Ole Worm and Athanasius Kircher and the others at the time were based on understandings of meaning of things in the world different from our own, based on ideas of wonder. We think we understand wonder, but not what they meant by wonder. Then wonder meant an innate, inherited capacity to see the God-given significance of things in the world. Right? We also had curiosity, which was another God-given capacity to see order, not what we think of it as today. Completely different understanding of those two words. These spaces meant in ways we find hard to comprehend. This was not a narrative space. These were not narrative spaces, though narrative existed in conversation, but only between equally gifted people, which were seen as very few, or directly with God. This was the norm for all early modern museums. Now I'm going to leap forward quite radically, so the historians will get upset at me. This is a century and a half later. We look at the Zoological Gallery at the British Museum here. This is 1845. This is much more familiar to us, but still seems more similar to the previous two examples. However, if we realize how the first spaces were used, as I just briefly mentioned, and how these were designed to function, the roles they were meant to fulfill, we start to see radical changes here. Here we've moved into radical changes between the two. Rather than the order being given through an engagement with individuals with rare and innate God-given capacities, space now functions as an instrument of order. Okay? The order of things is manifest in the world rather than signaled to men by God. And yes, they were almost all men, yes. This technology of manifesting order on walls, or later in cases, would dominate much of the 19th century and persist to today. We still see it all. We've seen it all morning and afternoon. However, the purpose of those engineered spaces was different for much of the 19th century as well. Towards the end of the 19th century, the most radical transformation in these goals of this instrumentation was brought about by this man here. William Flower. He was director of the Natural History Museum in London from about 1885. He took the post after Owen, who gave us the word dinosaur. until the early 20th century, in fact. But it was only in 1895, when he was also appointed the keeper of zoology, a role that gave him authority over the zoological collections, that he actually started to impact exhibition. In a paper he published in 1898, entitled Museum Organization, Flower outlined what he saw as a major failure of museums. What was the contradiction of what he saw as two functions of the museum, or at least what he saw as two functions then, research and instruction? Museum spaces were primarily research spaces. They were to facilitate research. The ordering on the walls was literally a process of laboratory organization. It was also, to allude to many of the talks today, why things had to come back to the metropole. You know, why those things needed to come back, so they could be purified and made sense of, you know, at the colonial home. You know, the field was too complicated, too messy, too corrupt. They were laboratories. These vignettes into research were seen as sufficient instruction through edification, but the purpose was to manifest the order of things from research. We are already worlds away from Wurm's cabinet. Flower's goal was to change that, to change the purpose of the engineered spaces from research manifested to instruction for the masses. And that's when we see research moving from the gallery to behind the scenes as well. So research becomes something that happens away from the public gaze. Exhibition today remains rooted in these principles, first developed by William Flower. And of course, that history is terribly complicated, but generally that's true. His transformations of public spaces, these public exhibitions, from spaces that accessed research to instructional spaces, this transformation is now so great that many museums no longer retain a research role at all. The laboratories went away, they went elsewhere, becoming mere instruments of instruction. Okay, I want to move slightly in a different direction now, but one I think remains complementary to that history, okay? So that history of how those spaces became educational. Now we're going to look at slightly different ways of constructing those knowledges from the 19th century within colonial contexts, of course. The purpose of these engineered spaces for both research and instruction from the 19th century was not just an order, but a reconstruction, bringing back to full fruition the distant in time or distant in space. In other words, reconstruction. This is a model that depicts the excavated extent of Pompeii in 1879. Many people here probably know it, because it's still on display at the Archaeological Museum in Naples. It was made in that year. This was common practice for ancient sites and antiquities from the early 17th century, really. The idea that reconstruction reconstruction is knowledge. The idea that by making the object new, reconstituting it, the process of thinking through that making new, you could understand it better. It kind of purified that understanding. We see this still in many aspects of digital technologies. The idea of increased resolution, as somehow being more closer to the object, closer to the real thing, almost better than, right? Seeing from above, from a distance, has become an instrument of knowledge. You know, it's not by mistake most VR reconstructions of things in museums and so forth fly like an angel down, right? You know, we become angels. This idea of seeing and of direct experience, but not of the original, but of the reconstituted, was a founding epistemological premise of the 19th century exhibition. This photo is a street of Cairo from 1889, but it's not in Cairo. It's in Paris. This Cairo street was reconstructed as part of the Exhibition Universelle in Paris that year, and complete with Egyptian street vendors, cafes, and donkey rides. This was not a mere spectacle. And this was very common also. This is just one example of thousands, right, I could have drawn on. This is not a mere spectacle, but emerged from the colonial idea that knowledge had to travel to the metropole to be reconstituted, reconstructed, refined, made into the proper experience that brought out its significance. The colonial idea was that knowledge could not only be reconstructed, but its reconstruction was more true, pure, more valid than the original. And we find this also in plaster casts of classic art in the 17th and 18th century in particular. They were far more valuable than the originals. So the plaster cast could cost 10 times more than the original because it was the truth, in quotes. To experience Cairo in Paris was more valid than experiencing Cairo in Cairo. It's kind of weird, isn't it? This epistemology of reconstruction pervades the museum from the 19th century and is deeply rooted in colonialism, of course. It is a form of exploitation of knowledge, of appropriation of both the body and the voice of those represented. We've heard many times this morning and this afternoon about this. It is also deeply rooted in museum practice and exhibition, because exhibition is a technology of colonial knowledge production. Bringing the objects back to the center of the colonial power was a means of centering knowledge production in the metropole away from their sites of origin. Setting the object in a reconstruction or vignette that framed and fixed its meaning inside a black box, away from the outside influence and questioning. This is where we're getting into the kind of ontological space of it now. A meaning that could be mandated to a visiting public. Despite the control inherent in this technology, though, Flower's ideal of instruction never really worked very well. Its implied order was never that clear to most people of the public. It didn't transparently impress itself onto their minds. So other forms of instructional technologies were added to the spaces, technologies which promote engagements from the visitors. However, these instrumentalities I've just lost my place, excuse me. These instrumentalities remained instrumentalities of reconstruction, of reconstitution. Much of the accretion of digital technologies in museums is either to emulate documentation or to fix the object through extended modalities of reconstruction, as we can see here, putting the skin on an Allosaurus. This effect of bringing to life serves to further place the object beyond question, beyond critique. It is a technology of concealment, not of revelation. IT and interaction have become the instruments through which museums have largely tried to address what it sees as its epistemological crisis. How to educate through exhibition, through show and tell. The assumptions that objects speak for themselves has long been left in the archives. However, attempts to educate, engage, and communicate with visitors rely still largely on the same principles and idioms that Flower set out in the 1890s. The implementations are richer and multimedia, but the premises remain the same. Often those enrichments hide even further. They obscure even more. That knowledge that can be fixed, performed, and imparted while removed from any meaningful context of knowing, which other people have spoken about today. Knowledge is that which simply needs to be told, imparted. It's a product, dispensed from the machine. The epistemological crisis in museums has arisen from the perception that such knowledge is still not successfully imparted, impressed on the visitor. We should not confuse at the same time, though, this instrumental production of knowing with the maintenance of hegemony. I think that was brought up again today also. Much of what goes on in museums challenges the hegemony of Western society and knowledge, perhaps even the museum hegemony itself. But this critical use only serves to confuse, to further conceal, at least this is the point I'm arguing, because we assume that the museum is an epistemological institution. We assume that by changing the message, the game changes. I'd argue it does not. The technology of appropriation and reconstitution remains, as does its consequences. Museums, in their inability to escape their epistemological trap, have failed to recognize, I would argue, that the problem is not epistemological but ontological. The problem is of the instrument, of the museum as a technology that produces knowledge. Knowledges that conceal, deny, and obfuscate the rich and problematic significances of the objects on display. Here we have Uncle Moogie. I've got to move up my notes here a little bit, which is kind of hard. Hey, come on, stop that.
There on the right, you see the
Oh, there, I can just...
yeah. No, just
Oh, okay, I can do it
yeah.
like this, yes. I don't use a PC. There, okay. Yes, here we have Uncle Moogie. This is Uncle Moogie in front of the Natural History Museum in London about 10 years ago. Uncle Moogie is a Ngarrindjeri from South Australia. He was there to receive the bodies of his ancestors, which were stolen and taken to London at the end of the 19th century. Uncle Moogie understands the ontological contradictions of museums far better than the staff of the museum themselves. He has lived with the silence and obfuscation that maintains the metropole and its technologies that obscure other histories, other ways of knowing. His histories, his ways of knowing, and those of his people, the Ngarrindjeri. His ancestors, their remains, live with him, but have been in London. They want to live in the Korong of South Australia. They long to return to Kangaroo Island, which is the island of the dead. The reason is that these knowledges, these ways of being, are erased within the meaning technology of the museum. They are impossible. Or as my dear friend, the late Susan Lee Starr characterized it, they are residual to the ontological reality of this technology. It's not just indigenous people who recognize and insist on demonstrating this ontology of deception. Recently, as I'm sure you've all heard, Phoebe Plummer and Anna Holland threw Campbell's soup all over Van Gogh's painting of sunflowers in the London's National Gallery. Ignoring the extremely cool allusion to Warhol, what Plummer and Holland were doing was, like Uncle Moogie, to graphically expose the boundaries of the museum ontologies, to expose the technology that is so central to the maintenance of the global consensus, which is now threatening to not only destroy the other, but all of us. These activists are attacking what they see as complicit institutions to shock the debate open. It's a way of opening the black box, exposing what is being hidden, exposing this residual. The ontological reality and the scale of possibilities that arise from the museum as a technology construct, two slides, yes, they construct both meanings, but also their residuals. This is what all ontologies do. What is ontologically possible defines not only what exists, but what does not exist. It defines what we are blind to in this space. Like all technologies, they limit. They construct a reality that allows only certain worlds to exist and deny others. The museum is a technology that literally encases objects within frames of reference, worlds reconstructed, worlds whose possibilities deny other possibilities, other possible meanings, that deny even the possibility of asking other questions. What I'm arguing here is that the crisis in museums is ontological. The apparatus does not allow excess meanings. Museums have always been thus, and I remain uncertain that they can ever escape this. I am also still working this out. I'm not convinced one way or another, as is clear from this talk. It's an act in progress. But thank you for listening to me today. It was a quick ride over a very complex problem, and I welcome any insights and comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robin, for this really in-depth analysis of what a museum, or the museum as an institution, is supposed to be today, and so how we can also rethink the purpose and the idea of museum itself. And are there any questions also for other previous speaker? So please, if you could come here, please, for the mic, because otherwise people that are attending online cannot listen to our question. Here. No, that's a long... Okay.
Can you hear me? Thank you. I appreciated what you were doing with sort of taking that Whiggish narrative of progress apart. I've taught that, you're right. I wondered if there was, maybe this was what you were aiming at, but is there something productive in just therefore thinking about museums as always already being just a failure? Does that...
Do I have a positive message?
No, I'm not looking for a positive.
No. Not yet, maybe, but not yet, yes.
Okay. Because this is, if there's a crisis, it seems to me there's always been a permanent crisis, and it's the idea of failure could be really quite productive there. That was really...
Yeah, I mean, I think it was brought up earlier by a colleague from Rome that, maybe this is a failure. If this is a failure, maybe we need to find a way of moving on. And I'm not convinced yet. I've been thinking about this a lot over the years. Is the museum, as this technology is it a failure? I mean, I've done exhibitions also. You probably have as well. Exhibition is not a great medium, for communication. It's quite a difficult medium. It's a very poor medium for communication. That doesn't mean it's completely bad, but can we escape this trap? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that yet.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
In relation to which, can I ask another question for Paolo? Hi, Paolo.
Paolo, can you hear us?
Has he gone?
Yeah, he might have given up.
No, but you should listen to us. Just let's check.
Sorry, if you can just move.
Yeah. It's fine. We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, Paolo. On relation to whether or not you can answer questions, I wondered if really the title of your talk was to display or not to display, and that is one of the questions. Do you have an answer, or do you just think that's impossible?
So if I got the question right, is if I have an answer to the question to display or not to display?
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, I think to have an answer. I mean, I'm working in a museum and we designed a completely new gallery for human remains. So it means that we still believe in displaying. We have a policy in a museum, in the Museo Egizio, that we are displaying human remains only when we think that their display can add something to the knowledge that we are trying to transmit to the public. Now, after the talk of Robin, I'm still more in doubt of what I'm doing in this museum and what I'm doing in general as a curator and as a museum curator. But anyway, we think we are trying to display human remains because still we believe in the power of the real thing that is in front of the people visiting museums. And we believe that also through human remains there might be a possibility to create a different perspective anyway, that is not the traditional perspective of museums and displays, and but that is something new that might also create empathy, some kind of connection between the visitor and the human remains that are displayed there. So human remains, I think, are really powerful, and considering all different problems and ethical issues, etc. But then I will still go for a selective display of human. By the way, that is also what the public is saying, because the audience survey that I showed is completely in line with many other surveys that were done in other European countries, and the percentage of the public that want to have human remains displayed is always around 75–85%. So it is also from this that we get the idea that we should display, maybe finding new ways of displaying them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I found really interesting, and I think that it's really a step forward in this idea of participation, also to put on display the results of the survey. So not only having a survey, but show the survey results on a panel in order to let everybody know actually what was the process that led to that decision, and then to the new exhibition and the new display. So I guess it's really a very good point. I guess there's another question from Christian Greco. Yeah.
Dank je, heel inspirerend, maar yeah, I'm okay. Well, I kind of okay after your lecture. It was really thought-provoking, but I want to provoke you back. No, I mean, I think it's something you went really to the core, because the elephant in the room is the museum. Of course, very rightly so, you say it's not only an epistemological problem, it's an ontological problem. And I kind of agree with you. But is there the real problem of museums the object? And I clarify. Because if we have an ontological problem, if the technology of museum does not work anymore, research has been detached, we don't work anymore in a kind of education, but actually is what we do so different of what academy does, what university do, what school system do, which is crisis, is not our society has been constructed the real ontological crisis that we are facing. Because I would like to say museums are, in my view, I've been defining that many times, are the material encyclopedia of our society. The difference between art and university very often is we have objects, but then actually we do very similar work, but we have objects and we have to deal with. So it's maybe right that what Dan Hicks wrote in his British museums, that maybe we shouldn't think anymore of the agency of the objects, of the agency of absence, and then is the problem solved? And then we go back to the very beginning of museums, because when Aristotle has found his first museum, there were no objects. We don't even know whether in Alexandria, what Ptolemy the first Soter had, whether there were objects or not. There was a library, was a place of discussion, but, my provocation is, so maybe we shouldn't give up only museums, but also universities and schools, maybe.
I don't see that as much of a provocation, because I think I agree with you. I think the point of this is that, that ontological crisis is a crisis of Western knowledge. Yes, and of which the museum is a particular kind of example, culpable in its own way. The academy is just as culpable. Yes, and has been, from the beginning. And yes, those two were, I mean, museums, I don't want to give the sense that because research was attached before, it was better. I don't point out, I'm not making that point. But yeah, that the two were both and continue to be culpable in that, absolutely. And that is a general, ontological crisis and epistemological crisis of Western knowledge, which is embedded in our own history of colonialism and imperialism. So yes, I mean, it isn't exclusive. It's also, I always have a slide that I left out this time, which is important. I think this is a very important slide. But I just ran out of time. I didn't have enough time. Which is to make the point that, the vast majority of museum professionals are sincere. They want to make, this isn't a failure of professionalism, which it often is framed as. The professionalism is there. Most museum people want to do this. They want to make it work. And that's why I wanted to one of the reasons I want to turn it into an ontological problem. Because maybe you just can't with that medium. And maybe in academy as well.
Yes.
We also have a crisis.
Yes, we do. And sometimes I thank you so much for this lecture, because I think sometimes we are just scratching the surface and we don't go to the core. I mean, if you allow me to give you an example that really struck me in the past few months, especially Anglo-Saxon museums are so active on saying we must decolonize, we must be so active. And then there was only one critical article I could read in a journal, and not in the United Kingdom, about the funeral of Her Majesty the Queen, where there was colonialism, imperialism, everything was all about it, but everybody was craving about that, from the news to the newspapers. And then we say, well, Hans Sloane has to go out of the British Museum, even though saying, and there you're right, if we take Hans Sloane out, have we solved the problem of the British Museum? No, we have not. No. So that's. But well, in our Western society, because what we were discussing with Richard early on, when we go and put petrol in our car, we go to Shell or British Petroleum of any whatever. That's neocolonialism, and we just look the other way.
We're all culpable.
Yes, exactly.
I'm sorry.
No, well, thank you.
No, but we are.
Leaving us on that.
Okay, we will go back home actually with this sense of gravity. Yeah. No, but actually, what probably could be part of this process of rethinking actually the institution of the museum is also to recover, in a certain sense, the complexity of meanings. Because when we
also the politics of meaning.
Yes, exactly. Art and politics has always been really, anyway, very closely tied, and this is probably part of the problem, because in modern society, actually, these two elements have been detached, but art and yes, definitely, but art and politics have been always part of this process of. Actually, museum making.
Yeah, but I think there's also what Christian made the point, but also in Martin's talk this morning, Richard's also Paolo. I mean, this is the main point that Paolo was also making. The politics of the the historical politics of that, the politics of meaning construction, which exists in multiple institutions. And this is where I'm saying these technologies were developed in the colonial context to obscure and divert our attention and hide those politics of meaning. And this is the ontology I'm trying. I'm picking on the museum unfairly, but anyway, I'm trying to reposition that, because that, and this is a great forum because we've seen it multiple times today already. That reposition, that exposure of those politics of meaning.
So we have time for one more question. Yes, please. Could you come here, please?
So my question is to Robin. I'm not part of museum. I'm coming from history, and I've been.
No, Christian pointed out you're also culpable.
no, the storyline could have been emphasized, but I was just thinking about what you were just saying about like the labels and the fact that we hide behind them related to colonialism and imperialism, but something that I was maybe expecting. I don't know, you didn't mention capitalism.
No.
And I was wondering about that because I've been attending to another conference a few months ago, and we were talking about narratives and how we should tell more and reassess. And we were a bunch of museum researchers and historians, and we were full on give it the most possible. And the museum curators were saying like, no one is reading, so what is the option? And now, because you're talking about technology and this is something you didn't assess, like I understand the museum part and the problem you raised about the objects, but I'm wondering about the consumption of it and the consumption.
The consumption. Okay.
The fact that just
I'm a little harder for you.
Yeah, no worries. But the fact that just like, and this has been also with history of museum of the 20th century that it evolves because of the public, and now the.
No, this is your point, right? It doesn't evolve because of the public. It evolves because of the money, right? I mean,
yeah, also.
Yeah,
Definitely. But because we needed public.
Yeah.
And money out of it.
I mean, I think your point is actually more important than that. I think it's actually quite true. And the only reason I brought in Hannah and Phoebe because of, because I'm not. I don't think I really have the expertise to talk about that. I have a very good PhD who is. This is Chris Julian. He's also an officer in Extinction Rebellion, but he's the one who talks. I listen to him on this. He knows about this stuff. But it's not because I disagree with you. It's just because I don't have the expertise. And I kind of brought Phoebe and Hannah in because
no, but
you can't separate those two. Of course you can't. And I think it is important to understand that these technologies are the technologies that are obscuring are completely embedded within capitalism. Of course they are. Yeah. Absolutely. How can you separate capitalism out of colonialism?
No, it's just that because you didn't state it, I was not sure if it was into the museum itself or it was related to society at all.
Yes, okay. Yes, I would agree completely with you. Yes.
Yeah. You don't have, but it's just a question.
Yes, it's absolutely the case. Yes, of course. I think it's just that, we have 30 minutes and it's not my area of expertise, but of course, absolutely, you can't separate. The museum directors here will say, they spend their lives following the money because they have to.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, really, thank you for your presentations. Thank you, Paolo. Thank you, Robin.
For surviving this.
Yes.
Well done.
Thank you.
We will text you tomorrow to see how do you feel. Okay. So now it's the time for our keynote speaker of today, and I just invite here to join me Nelia Dias. Dias. Okay, Dias. And Nelia is a professor in the Department of Anthropology in the University of Lisbon, and she works in the fields of museum studies, heritage, history of French anthropology, and collecting practices from the mid-17th century to present, and she is also author of pivotal studies on the Musée d'ethnographie du Trocadéro, done on collecting, ordering, governing, and the critical heritage studies and on the future of Europe. This is pretty, anyway, an important topic. So, thank you so much for being here with us today, and the floor is yours. Yes, sure.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So I would like to thank Simona Troilo,
Beatrice Falcucci for the kind invitation. It's an honor to deliver the keynote speech at the Materials of Empire conference. By choosing the following title, Stories Making Trouble for Each Other in Museums, Objects, Biographies, and Entangled Provenances, I would like to acknowledge my debt to two authors who provided me with food for thought. First, the Nigerian writer Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, whose TED Talk presentation in 2009 was entitled The Danger of a Single Story. According to Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, quote, "The single story creates stereotypes, and the problem with stereotypes is not that they are untrue, but that they are incomplete. They make one story become the only story." End of quote. Transposing the words of the famous Nigerian writer to the museum sphere, it requires acknowledging that the diverse museum stories, positive and negative ones, and to make visible the different layers of complexity. The second author is James Clifford, who, since the late 1990s, has consistently and continuously emphasized the importance in ethnology museums of telling multiple stories, stories making trouble full, not subsuming each other. But by combining ethnography with cultural historical analysis, Clifford pointed out how these stories need to be held in dialectical tension, simultaneous but not synchronous. But what does it mean for a museum to tell stories making trouble for each other? What kind of stories should museums tell? And as Valerie Piquet has just mentioned, let's say 2 hours ago. And to what extent these stories should be compatible or incompatible, translatable and untranslatable. My presentation tonight is divided into 3 parts. In the first part, I will discuss the potentialities of objects' biographies as a means of rendering the complexities of the practices of collecting, accumulating, displaying, and returning objects in museums. In the second part, I will examine the ways in which the question of provenance raises entangled issues that are partially answered with the return of objects to Global South museums. In the last part, I will explore how the return of artifacts to Africa opens up new futures in terms of creating museums, imagining new identities, and forging past-present connections. In several European museums, the anti-colonial message and the histories of collecting tend to be the dominant story, at times seemingly the only story. Quite often, given length limits for labels, and now with directives to cover provenance, objects end up being identified by a single line, with no information except who collected it and under what conditions of political, economic, and military power. Questions of wrongful acquisitions of objects, as well as the issues of ownership, are undoubtedly important, but they are only one aspect of the complexities of the historical modes of collecting. Ethnographic collections have a wide range of histories, not all of which are colonial in the narrow sense of having been acquired through aggressive and violent means during colonial domination. To what extent all collections in ethnographic museums can be considered as colonial ones? Benoit de l'Étoile's distinction in 2008 between colonial relations in a generic sense and colonization as a restricted historical occurrence is useful for thinking about museum collections. The formation of a majority of ethnographic collections was certainly, within a broader sense, colonial. Namely, they were enmeshed within colonial relations. That is, the collections were produced within colonial ways of collecting, ordering, and governing, and within asymmetries of power that allowed the gathering and transport of collections from one part of the world to the other. As Nicholas Thomas, director of the Cambridge Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology, has underlined in his book, The Return of Curiosity, quote, Artifacts old in museums have been brought to Europe in the context of colonial relations of various kinds. In that sense, they are testimonies not only of other peoples or other cultures, but of the complex history of relationships between Europe and the other continents, which include exchange, robbery, gift, dispossession, trade, alliance, war, conversion, plundering, deception. Collecting, in other words, was sometimes a matter of appropriation, but often one of innovation and invention. End of quote. Our first day conference was devoted to ethnographic objects from appropriation to restitution. However, the dichotomy, appropriation versus restitution, seems to me quite reductive, too polarizing, and tends to overlook the series of layers of meaning associated with the museum objects. In a special issue of the Contemporary Journal of African Studies 2020, devoted to restitution, Thomas Lely has pointed out the need, on the one hand, to disrupt the narrowing of the debate and the reduction of ethnographic collections to just stolen or looted art that was acquired illegally. On the other hand, Lely invites us not to neglect alternative options beyond either storing or restituting, and to acknowledge other constellations and necessary negotiation processes. In other words, between appropriation and restitution, there are a series of operations, including exchange, trade, innovation, that can be taken into account by the object biography approach. The object biography approach, derived from concepts proposed by Appadurai and Kopitov in 1986, to highlight how different forms of agency are implicated at various stages in an object's life history. This approach postulates a dynamic understanding of objects by considering the succession of meanings attached to them as they move across space and time. Thus, the culture biography of objects approach paves the way for considering the multiple stories and the variety of perspectives, including the stories of appropriation, colonial violence, exchange, invention, and restitution. As anthropologist Heidi Gesmer noted recently, quote, "The notion of the object biography and of the social life of things has been an important heuristic that has entered museums from social research fields and crucially from stakeholder communities as well as academics, enabling the surfacing of alternative narratives, counter-histories, and histories from below." End of quote. The object biography approach has the potentialities, according to Geismark, on the one hand, quote, "to empower and create space for voices from outside of an institution. On the other hand, to serve as a conduit through which diverse narratives can be made visible and material, solidifying alternative epistemologies in the museum." End of quote. One example of the ways in which the object biography approach has been used to undermine hegemonic narratives is the project 100 Histories of 100 Worlds in One Object, launched in 2019 by Mirjam Brucius and colleagues at the University of the West Indies in Jamaica. The project was a sort of response to British Museum Niels MacGregor BBC Radio 4 programme and subsequent book, A History of the World in 100 Objects, published in 2010. And here we have the main purpose of this project, 100 Histories of 100 Worlds in One Object. So focus on the Global South, where are the stories of the objects presented as seen by people who once used them. And we have, could an entire new history of the world be told, and if so, how? And the approach of this project is, we seek to approach these equations by writing new narratives of museum objects. We'll take a selection of the 100 objects as a starting point to then move beyond them in material, archival, and philosophical terms. Drawing on approaches in anthropology and history of science that deal with object biographies, the essays will start from the premise that an object's original function and its later colonial appropriation are integral parts of its biography. Knowledge forms were rarely stable across different regions and periods, but rather it is exactly in the process of transit and transmission that the forms and contents of knowledge were defined and put to work. The project thus rejects the use of any single teleological narrative, origins, discoveries, etc., and perhaps the seemingly universal narrative of the 100 objects itself, paying attention instead to plurality and dynamic flows of knowledge that circulated through objects between spaces. So using oral histories in object biographies could address the functions objects had, or indeed still have, and how such functions were erased through their journey into the museum. In other words, objects biographies complicate assumptions that cultural practices and beliefs are fixed and immutable, or only muted through and were corrupted by colonialism. In a recent paper entitled Changing Up the Museum, Cultural Translation and the Colonial Politics, Ruth Phillips invites us to think of the museum as a site of translation. According to Phillips, quote, museum objects have been and will continue to be subject to periodic process of resignification, retranslation, informed by epistemic changes in both the receiving and the source cultures. Objects collected and presented under the sign of curiosity were retranslated into scientific specimens and ethnographic artifacts, and then into works of primitive art. Today, they are increasingly being reinterpreted and retranslated as belongings, beings, and living embodiments of ancestral knowledge. Although these translations are always partial and incomplete, they are also inevitable, unavoidable, and indispensable. End of quote. This work of translation, retranslation, and of continuous reinterpretation is undoubtedly part of the museum task, and I would add, of the object's biography approach. The cultural biography of objects has been criticized by Dan Hicks, museum curator at the Pitt Rivers Museum, in his famous book, The British Museum, The Bin and Bronze, Colonial Violence and Cultural Restitution. And this approach by object biography was criticized by Hicks on the grounds that this kind of approach, quote, has served to stifle any discussion of enduring colonial violence and dispossession over time, end of quote. In addition, objects' life histories were a way of justifying the non-return of looted objects. Thus, in place of an object biography, Hicks advocates, as João Figueiredo has mentioned this morning, a necrography, that is, quote, some kind of forensic dead writing or autopsy. Necrography is, according to Hicks, the only way to account for the enduring, it's a quote, enduring infrastructured colonial war, for the violent seizure of artifacts that have been accumulated in museums, end of quote. Necrography, as an exercise in documenting and describing dead things, presupposes, as archaeology Michael Shanks has acutely pointed out, that objects are separated from the vital life worlds to which they belong. By focusing on property and on things, Hicks has disregarded, according to Shanks, the makers of the stolen objects and their lives, as well as the contemporary inhabitants of the countries whose artifacts have been confiscated. It seems to me that the object biography approach opens the way for exploring how objects acquire diverse layers of meaning as they pass into the possession of different people for various uses in diverse circumstances and in different historical moments. These layers of meaning may enrich and/or conflict with each other. The restitution process adds another layer of meaning. The returned objects will inevitably mean something very different from what they meant before their expropriation. In short, the inherent instability of the meanings attached to the objects is at the center of the object biography's approach. The focus on object restitution has somehow relegated living people and descendant communities to a secondary position, as if objects were taken priority over people's lives, becoming substitutes for individuals. In 2018, Oswald Omekis Benin Minister of Tourism, Culture and Sports, equated restitution with the fall of the Berlin Wall and as unimaginable as the reunification of North and South Korea. These political references to people movements fighting for freedom, the Berlin Wall or the reunification of North and South Korea, are not insignificant. What does it mean to equate objects restitution with people's lives and the totalitarian regimes? I'm going to move now to the second part of my presentation. The question of provenance is at the forefront of ethnographic museums, and steps are being taken to return objects to their rightful owners, to loan those objects to those from whom they were taken, to negotiate ways to keep and care for them in museums consistent with cultural protocols. Dealing with provenance research involves the issues of ownership, the circumstances of acquisition, as well as the question of property. Provenance research often concentrates on museum archives with the aim of reconstructing, thanks to textual and visual materials, how, when, and why objects are stored in Western museums. A complementary approach focuses on evaluating the culture and historical significance of artifacts today to a descendant community is the project Digital Benin, which has just been launched on November 4th this year. This project brings together, according to its website, objects around 5,000, photographs and documentation material from collections worldwide to provide an overview of the royal artifacts from the West African Kingdom of Benin, today in southern Nigeria. And the Digital Benin attempts to contextualize Benin artifacts thanks to oral history narratives from multiple voices: palace chiefs, village and family elders, scholars, practitioners, and artists. As it is well known, several European museums start slowly to return Benin artifacts to Nigeria throughout the last 2 years, more precisely in the wake of the French President Emmanuel Macron's 2017 famous speech in Burkina Faso. The geopolitical dimension underlying the restitution process has been somehow overlooked. And I will attempt to examine this dimension based on the French context, which I know best. It is no accident that, this is the chronology, okay, that the account of restitution policy began with Emmanuel Macron's speech delivered at Ouagadougou University, Burkina Faso, in November 2017. In his speech, Macron declared that, quote, African heritage cannot solely exist in private collections and European museums. And the French president added, it's here, yeah, within 5 years, I want the conditions to exist for temporary or permanent restitution of African heritage to Africa, end of quote. It is not irrelevant that this discourse was delivered before an audience composed by university students. It is also not irrelevant that the objects kept in French museums were conceived not only as African heritage for the young in Africa, as well for the young of the African diaspora in France, but a shared heritage. These two audiences were targeting Macron's speech, but as we'll see later, African diaspora in France will be left aside in the next presidential projects. In his talk, Macron also mentioned the need to improve socioeconomic conditions and promised French economic aid and investments in Burkina Faso. As Macron stated, a new era of France-African relations had arrived, and the two sides need to both reinvent their political relationships and acknowledge their shared histories and heritage. In 2018, Macron commissioned a report to two scholars, the Senegalese economist Felwine Sarr and the French art historian Bénédicte Savoy, on the possibility of temporary or permanent restitution of African objects kept in French museums. The Sarr-Savoy report, entitled The Restitution of African Cultural Heritage Towards a New Relational Ethics, was delivered to the French president in November 2018. Almost a year after Macron's talk at university in Burkina Faso. The report recommended that all objects that were removed from sub-Saharan Africa without the consent of their countries of origin and sent to France, be permanently returned, provided the country of origin asked for them. The report was almost immediately translated into English and published as a book entitled Restituer du patrimoine africain in 2018. The report subtitle, not the book subtitle, the report subtitle, Toward a New Relational Ethics, demonstrates that in the course of the restitution process, France and the African nations will establish equal and respectful relationships. The issue, the report insists, is not on establishing the legal obligations to return artifacts stolen from its rightful property owner, but rather, quote, of reactivating a concealed memory and restituting to the cultural heritage its signifying, integrative, dynamic, and mediating function with contemporary African societies, end of quote. The restitution of African objects was deemed to inaugurate a new kind of relationship, a relational ethics, whose effects will not be limited to the cultural or museological sphere. As Sarr and Savoy noted in their report, the French president's proclamation was inscribed within a much more general approach toward the emancipation of memory, by which they meant that it was part of a broader effort to come to terms with France's past as an imperial power. Macron's discourse was not simply a matter of objects. President Macron's proclamation and mandate regarding restitution should be seen in the context of France's international positioning and in relation to broader French-African relations, the so-called France-Afrique. Macron's discourse triggered other former colonial powers to initiate or to reinitiate debates on restitution. It is significant that a neoliberal generation of Western leaders is attracted to restitution as an ethical imperative, which offers a moral and diplomatic justification. It is indeed easy to launch a press conference and condemn colonization. What's harder is to tackle contemporary social problems on the ground. To a certain extent, symbolic forms of restitution that can be offered in the space of the museum can be considered as a means of avoiding taking concrete actions in the realms of the social, economic, and political spheres. In other words, as proxies for the absence of political action. While indigenous peoples' claims to the lands are being denied or forgotten, and West African migrants are not welcomed in the French borders, their cultural artifacts are and were prominently displayed in Western museums and now are being returned. Restitution looks like a symbolic gesture, a type of soft power that could be seen to reinforce rather than diminish the underlying structures of inequality between global North and South. Few days after the launching of the Sarr-Savoy report, Achille Mbembe praised in an article published in November 2018 at Le Monde, quote, the return of our objects from the long period of captivity in the West as a chance to combine justice and law. According to Achille Mbembe, restitution could be considered as a turning point in the cultural and artistic renewal of Africa. Yet, he also raises the question of what the West intends with its offer to return the art objects to their countries of origin in Africa. For Mbembe, there should be a capacity for truth in the policies of restitution. This means that any restitution that does not simultaneously involve recognition of the damage done and injustice perpetrated is not an option. As several scholars have pointed out, it is crucial not to assume that a single act of reparation could be sufficient to discharge the entire moral debt European states owe to their former colonies. Sending plundered objects back to their places of origin should be construed as an acknowledgement of that reality, part of the ongoing work of reparation rather than a way of settling accounts. On February 2021, Emmanuel Macron commissioned Achille Mbembe to write a report for the new France-Afrique Summit to be held in October 2021 in Montpellier, France. The aim of the report was to suggest ways to recast the relationship between African countries and France and to make it more appeased and equitable. Members' report entitled New African-France Relations Facing the Challenges of the Future Together was presented by early October 2021. One of the 13 recommendations featured in the report concerned the creation of a House of African Worlds and Diaspora, La Maison du Monde Africain et des Diasporas, conceived as a multidisciplinary place of creation, gathering, discovery, information, and innovation. In members' terms, the House of African Worlds will become a reference for all those who are interested in Africa and wish to participate in the creation of a renewed relationship between France, the African continent, and its diaspora. During the New African Summit plenary occasion at Montpellier, Macron announced the creation of a House of African Worlds. The term diasporas has been dropped, based on members' proposal. For Ashel member, the House of African Worlds is, symbolically speaking, it would act as a sort of granary of the future, if we think of those invaluable storehouses where seeds are kept. More concretely, it will be a great site of cultural creation of African origin, where we celebrate the contribution of the African spirit to the formation of the French concept of universality. Creation, in all its forms, will have a role there, to testify to its strength, from business to literature, from literature to music, fashion, or astronomy. It will be a place of life which blossoms into a shared future. The principle of creating a house rather than a museum deserves notice. Conceived as a sort of granary of the future, the House of African Worlds would function as a sort of repertory for Africa's creation of a new world. Likewise, and I'm quoting, remember those invaluable storehouses where seeds are kept. Though the House of African Worlds will not have collections, however, it will promote collaboration between artists, curators, researchers, archivists, and scenographers in order to invent new ways of display of contemporary African artworks. The House, this is a quotation, will commission contemporary artworks that would question the absence of African culture heritage on the continent, and for those objects that will be restituted, the House will envision the choreographies of return of the objects and the future trace of the absence that the works will leave. End of quote. It is not irrelevant that the term museum of the absence, musée de l'absence, is used by Membe in his report, even if the word museum is in quotation marks. It is also worth noting the use of the term house. Although this word house is not new in the cultural landscape, in this case, it is a house to be built on the empty or void space left by the returned objects, or on the trace of the absence that the returned works will leave. To sum up, the House of African Worlds will be set up in the wake of the restitution process as a constitutive element of a new relational ethics. Innovative in its content, the project of the House of African Worlds also wanted to use innovative methods by involving young people from the design phase to its governance. A call for submission of ideas was launched between June and July 2022, and African young people and others between the ages of 15 to 30 were invited to participate in a large online consultation entitled Let's Imagine Our House. And here it's another one. The school was particularly aimed at young people in France, but also in Africa. The idea was to invite the future beneficiaries and users of the House of African Worlds, quote, to share their proposals, expectations, and perceptions about what they want this place to become. They will also be able to share their recommendations for the programming and setup of the structure of which they will be the main actors. 5 years after Macron's speech at Ouagadougou University, and despite celebratory press coverage on returns and Western curators' recent commitments to decolonize museums, very few items have been returned in what concerns French museums. In 2022, France has so far returned a 19th century sword to Senegal and 26 objects to the Republic of Benin. Yet, the French government insisted that a handful of emblematic objects to Senegal, in this case we can see this ceremony took place in November 2019, this is the sword. So this sword belonged to a political leader that fought the French army. So the French government insists that these emblematic objects, this one, and to the Republic of Senegal, we are going back here, sorry, and to the Republic of Senegal of 26 regalia, should not create a legal precedent leading to further restitution. This is ironic, as it was Macron's promise in 2017 to return plundered items from colonial times, which energized campaigners in France and abroad. So here, this sword was part of was in Paris at the Army Museum and has been on loan and on display in Dakar's Museum of Black Civilizations. Though the French government said in a statement that this ceremony was not, quote, strictly speaking, a restitution, nevertheless, the president of Senegal welcomed the return as historic, saying it signals a new chapter in French-Senegalese relations. As for the restitution of 26 artifacts from the Benin Kingdom, the ceremonial was much more elaborated. These objects, sculptures, thrones, and doors from the palace, confiscated by a French general and given to the Ethnographic Museum in the late 19th century, so these objects were until recently on display at the Musée du Quai Branly. And it is not irrelevant that the 26 objects returned to Benin, and they were, in a certain sense, there was a ceremony, a farewell ceremony at the Quai Branly Museum in 2021 between October 26 and October 31st. So this farewell ceremony was an exhibition with these before the departure of these 26 objects to the Republic of Benin. And Emmanuel Casariou, director of the Musée du Quai Branly, told that the aim of this very short exhibition, during a week, in fact, that the aim of the exhibition was not to do a return on the sleigh with only boxes in transit, but to showcase the piece's complex history. The 26 objects returned to the Republic of Benin in early 22. So we see they were on exhibit between October and late October, October 21st and 26th, 2021, and then they were returned to Benin, to the Republic of Benin in early 2022, and were displayed along with contemporary artworks in an exhibition entitled Art of Benin from Yesterday to Today, from Restitution to Revelation. And this exhibition was held at the Presidential Palace at Cotonou from February to May 2022. Given the huge number of visitors, more than 200,000, the exhibit reopened in July 2022. The exhibition title, so From Restitution to Revelation, as well the display of contemporary artworks, clearly indicate the past-present connections that the returned objects are deemed to play. It is worth noting that Macron, in his 2017 speech, mentioned the restitution of African objects to their respective nations on a permanent or a temporary basis. What does temporary restitution mean? Does it mean museum partnership based on medium or long-term loans, as it is the case between the Army Museum in Paris and the Museum of Black Civilizations in Dakar? According to the Savoir report, artifacts should be returned by the French state to the new sovereign state that now rules the area or society where they were made. But at what institutions will the returning artifacts be received? The major claims made so far by the Republic of Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Mali, Chad, Madagascar, Ethiopia, and Senegal, so the major claims made so far have come from national governments on behalf of national museums. One of the central challenges for the restitution issue is that the nation states have been at the center of the debate. Restitution tends to be, as anthropologist Zoe Strotter, specialist in Central and West African arts at Columbia University, pointed out, a matter of nation states, than of individual communities within those states. Thus, and due to the cultural political realities of the nation-state, as historian John Moran argues, returning plundered objects to strategic issues and national institutions in former colonies looks anything but counter-hegemonic. Yet, few case studies of restitution to traditional authorities have been implemented, as analysed by Jeremy Sylvester and Napadulve Shiveda. The authors examined the impact of the return of secret stones kept in Finland museums to traditional authorities in Namibia, and raised the questions of the meaning of these stones that were once secret to communities that have now embraced Christianity. The notion of descendant community and of place of origin raises some intricate questions, as Kenyan archaeologist George Okello Abungu has rightly pointed out, given the fact that European collectors and museums often homogenize several communities under one museum label. The issue of transborder communities adds another level of complexity to the idea of a single descendant community. The issue of competing claims on the objects themselves among diverse descendant communities is also worth noting. In what concerns the Benin bronzes, an independent profit organization, the Legacy Restoration Trust, was created to unify the three institutions that could have a legitimate claim to the bronzes: the Royal Court of Benin under the Oba, the federal government, and the modern-day Nigerian state of Edo, which incorporates the Old Kingdom of Benin. Although the restitution debates emerged in the mid-1960s, as Beatrice Savoy examined in her recent book, Africa's Struggle for Its Art, however, the terms of the debate are nowadays radically different from the 1960s. In the 1960s, African claims for restitution were part of a wider anti-colonial politics focused on economic growth and political self-determination. Today, restitution seems to be confined to the culture sphere without any sort of political pressure from African countries. Moreover, the museum boom in several African countries demonstrates that cultural heritage is increasingly... So the museum boom demonstrates that cultural heritage is increasingly conceived as a consensual field and not as a battlefield. As I have mentioned, the 26 artworks that France restituted to the Republic of Benin, returned to the Republic of Benin, will be transferred to the Ouida Museum of History before being exhibited in Abomey at this future Museum of the Epic of the Amazons and Kings of Dahomey, a museum designed by the French Cameroonian architect Françoise Mtepe, when its construction will be completed, that is, by 2025. This new museum will be in the former location of the Royal Palace of Abomey at a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Funded as a grant and loan by the French Development Agency, the project, and now we are back to money, the project will cost 35 million euros and aims to develop tourism and the cultural and historical heritage. As for Nigeria two new museums, the Benin Royal Museum, and this is the project of the Edo Museum of West African Art at Benin City. This museum is designed by David Ajayi. So two new museums are under construction in Nigeria to house the returned objects. And in 2018, a museum of Black civilization opened its doors in Dakar, thanks to major funding from China. And many of the galleries of the Museum of Black Civilizations in Dakar are not filled. The empty space could one day be taken up by restituted artifacts. Senegal, the Republic of Benin, and Nigeria are some of the African nations to launch art museums. This museum boom in Africa can be considered as a response to one of the main conservative arguments against repatriation, that African countries lack the necessary infrastructure to care for and preserve their artifacts. Yet, and at the same time, it is crucial to question the transfer of a Eurocentric institution and of a Western conception of culture to other places. Processes of restitution have been defined in Europe and North America with too little input from societies to which artifacts might be returned. In a recent article devoted to return and restitution, published at the Oxford Handbook of Museum Archaeology that just came out, George Okelo-Ambugu stressed, quote, the need to acknowledge the diversity of practices and beliefs that may be in contradiction with Western notions of collecting and retaining material culture, end of quote. Indeed, by equating African heritage with tangible heritage, namely with objects stored in museums, there is a risk of disregarding intangible cultural heritage and of perpetuating Eurocentric conceptions of heritage. In addition, as Ambungu emphasized, quote, the conditions being placed on restitution by the West, that for the objects to be returned to Africa, they must subscribe to so-called Western standards by constructing similar museums, end of quote. However, one might wonder to what extent the creation of new art museums in Africa merely replicates the Western model or constitutes a new form of appropriation to serve new ends. For Ruth Phillips, the ways in which the institution museum has been adapted, embraced, and transformed in non-Western cultures is a clear demonstration of a translational process from Western source culture to non-Western receiving culture. In short, rather than being unable to change or resisting change, the museum is an institution or a technology, in Phillips' words, that is malleable and available to an infinite number of applications and usages. And I would like to give the example of this Edo Museum of West African Art, designed by the architect David Ajay, who has also designed the museum in Washington, provides a very good example of the appropriation of the museum model to serve new ends. So, from an initial glance at the preliminary design concept, one might believe this is a traditional museum. But really, what we are proposing is undoing of the objectification that has happened in the West through full reconstruction. And then, applying our research in the Benin extraordinary ruins, the city's orthogonal walls and its courtyard networks, the museum design reconstructs in habitation of these forms as pavilions that enable recontextualization of artifacts. Decoupling from the Western model, Western museum model, the Edo Museum of West African Art will perform as a reteaching tool, a place for recalling lost collective memories of the past to instill an understanding of the magnitude and importance of these civilizations and cultures. To conclude, I just would like to make two remarks. First, restitution is not simply a return of lost heritage. It is an act that creates a new history and a new identity in the context of the nation-state. In this process of creation of new identities, museums do play a key role in the reconstruction of the past and in the redefinition of African cultural heritage. The future of returned objects and the creation of museums in Africa to house these objects are fascinating topics to be examined. New narratives and new stories will emerge around these objects, which will acquire new kinds of significance beyond the mere aestheticization dimension. Conceived as beings, living entities, or artworks, returned objects will start a new chapter in their biographies. Yet, as anthropologist Marilyn Saturn has noted, terms such as objects, possession, and property are part of the Western vocabulary, are cultural categories that need to be scrutinized in understanding the relationship of people and things within other cultural contexts. In 1997, James Clifford analyzed the restitution process in North America and Canada, emphasizing, quote, the essentially emancipatory restitution discourse frequently focuses more on alleged ethnic roots than on the super-ethnic and translocal roots of objects, end of quote. How African nations will redefine their heritage and construct a physical trace of their past in the present, following the variety of pathway along which objects flew, or the presumed ethnic origins remain to be seen. My second remark has to do with the notion of legacy and the subtitle of this conference, Material Legacies. As historian Frederick Cooper has rightly pointed out in Colonialism in Question, there is a tendency to consider the colonial period as a coherent totality. And Cooper added, quote, "One source of confusion is the assumption that there is an essence of colonialism, overlooking the actual diversity of colonial projects and interactions," end of quote. In several presentations today, we had a huge diversity of colonial projects according to different forms, different, let's say, former colonial powers. Colonial legacy presupposes somehow that the legacy is acknowledged, thus recognizable in the present post-colonial situation. Noting that the colonial legacy might be not always recognized in the double sense of the term by its inheritors, Benoit de l'Étoile pointed out that colonial legacy doesn't refer necessarily to the past, but also to the present. Quote, "Speaking in terms of colonial legacy," argues de l'Étoile, raises the question of the modalities of partake, which, far from being consensual, implies a different sort of inheritors. End of quote. Legacies are not univocal, but contradictory, reflecting the complex and contradictory character of colonial relations themselves. Legacies are not passively received, and their meaning is actively reinterpreted and renegotiated. The objects, the materials kept in several museums, and we spoke about the Congo Museum, Duno Museum, are undoubtedly materials of empire, but they are also part of materials of the empire of the past, but they are also part of the present. And so thank you for your attention after such a long day.
Keynote speech. Thank you very much. So we have to go. I'm really sorry about that.
Okay, good.
We really have to go. But we have time in dinner, so we can continue to talk in this situation. Thank you very much. It was a very, very beautiful day, and I learned a lot. And I think that it was for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for all the day today. For all the speakers today. You have to thank the speakers.
Yes, of course. It's all for the speakers
today.